Hello and welcome to the Bond Revisited podcast with me, Tom.
And me, Joe.
The podcast where we rewatch the Bond films one by one, discuss them, and then rank them alongside the other Bond films to build our own definitive list for the Bond franchise. You are listening to episode 22, where we'll be revisiting the film Quantum of Solace. So we didn't really talk about our history with Casino Royale last time, which, considering how long we spoke for, is amazing that we didn't cover that subject.
That's true, yeah.
So I wanted to start off with us actually talking about this film, because we were like, oh, is it too much to say we were adults at this point? About, what age would I have been? 16?
Yeah, well, I remember going to see Casino Royale on my own with a friend at that time. So, like, this was the first Bond experience in the cinema for me, so I would say so.
When you say on your own, you mean no parents?
No parents, yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, we went out, and it was actually then my cousin's wedding afterwards, which was kind of strange. But
Wait. Oh,
precedence was Bond.
With Casino Royale, you're saying, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember doing that as well, because I would have been 14, but that was when, like, too young to really be going out and causing mischief, but old enough to be like, we can all get on the bus and go somewhere new and get KFC. It's crazy, guys.
Oh, yeah.
So, did you see Quantum of Solace in the cinema as well?
I have no memory at all.
Okay, so
I have no
you don't
memory.
know either way.
I don't know. I might have said, no, this wasn't in my list in episode 0, but I really have no memory of this film. Well, I have very little of this memory of this film, especially when it first came out in 2008. Like later watchings, I sort of got a bit more from it, but when it came out, it's kind of strange as well, because I obviously really liked Casino Royale, but then it sort of dropped off a bit for this one.
It's really weird you say that, because I feel like my experience was the same. Before rewatching it for this, I think I do remember quite a bit of the film, although completely forgot that Mathis was even in it, so obviously not that much. But I do remember like key scenes from it. But when it came out, yeah, despite really liking Casino Royale, I don't know if I just like fed off from the Bond franchise as a whole, because I do remember I didn't play the last few games that came out on the PS2. Like from Russia with Love, I didn't touch at all at the time. The last one would have been GoldenEye Rogue Agent, which I think came around at the same time as Casino Royale. But it's like, yeah, got really into Casino Royale, really enjoyed it, was clearly into Bond. And then there's like footage missing, and then Skyfall came out.
Yeah.
I don't think I saw this in the cinema, but I wouldn't be that confident in saying that.
Yeah, I'm the same. It's really strange as well because, well, I suppose, yeah, from Casino Royale to Skyfall, that's 6 years. That's a decent gap. But yeah, my brain does kind of go from one to the other quite nicely, with the whole Olympic stuff in 2012 being a kind of year of celebrations and everything. And this is just in the middle. And I guess I was the same. I guess maybe just at that point I was not as into Bond. I don't know what I was doing instead, but certainly wasn't as much on the Bond franchise.
Yeah, and I do feel like I remember hearing about this film though, but it might have just been a case of everyone saying the new Bond is bad, so I was like, I'll forget it then. And there was just nothing else tying me to the franchise, so I just ignored it until Skyfall came out, and everyone was like, this one's really good. I'm like, oh, all right then, back I go.
You're a sheep. Wake up, sheeple.
That must be it. But yeah, I just think that's what it was, being like a teenager becoming an adult, kind of, I guess. It was just a lot more fickle. You're just a bit more all over the place. I wasn't super into Bond. And actually, I've probably gotten more into James Bond as I've gotten older, hence this podcast.
Oh, yeah. That's the good thing about James Bond, is that if you're a fan of it, you can keep going until you're like 60, and it's absolutely fine. Like, no, you can be a sad old man who loves James Bond, and everyone will be like, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, Roger Moore already paved the way. If he can if he can be into it and playing it at that age,
you're safe, yeah.
Yeah, if he can do it, why not us? So I guess the general consensus then is it's not even like, oh, this film sucks from us. It's, yeah, that did come out, didn't it?
Yeah, which I don't know if that is worse. I think with this rewatch, my opinion's definitely, well, I don't know if it's changed very much, but it's more like what I get from it is better. I think it's maybe because we are watching it so soon after Casino Royale as well, but I don't really think it warrants that. It's weird. It doesn't really warrant all of the hate that it potentially got. I mean, I don't really remember too much when I was, I don't know, back in 2008. But obviously, it was less well received because Casino Royale was such a strong film, such a strong entry. But then at the same time, I don't really think it warrants the man. What an underrated Bond film, Diamond in the Rough. Like this one was completely missed. Like it's not really either of those. So it is still kind of stuck in that middle ground for me, anyway.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. And it doesn't help that like Daniel Craig's era, all the other films are more like noteworthy than this. Like you would always look at those films for good and bad reasons over this, and this is just that like short one that just got attached to Casino Royale at the end. So
yeah.
Right, shall we get into it then?
Okay.
So actually, I want to mention one small thing, and I'm curious to see if you had the same experience, because I've been watching these on the Blu-rays.
Oh, here we go. I know exactly what you're going to say. Yes.
I'm glad you do. And every single Blu-ray up to this point, as part of one set, has had a standardized like flow and menu and theming, where it's all like 007, and it's like, and it like hums up and he shoots it. Then you got the menu, and it's all like, start mission. It's like, oh. And then they have like clips of the film. This one, Quantum of Solace, and I don't know if the other ones are going to be like this for Craig, just had like the standard Blu-ray. They just reprinted the discs to have the same like branding of the rest of the other disc, but the disc itself is actually just like the original Blu-ray discs, and it's very strange.
So I did notice this straight away, and I sort of had an inkling because I recalled that box set where they did all that branding was probably around that time Casino Royale came out. So I did wonder, would they have gone back and maybe done that to match, or have they just left it? But the thing that really got me is that there was some bloody adverts. Like I'd watched 21 of these films, and there'd been no adverts. And then I guess stupid one for Tom Cruise's face in there and Valkyrie and all this sort of stuff. I'm, no, go away.
Yeah, I was able to skip those, but that was very odd. I put it in the disc and adverts came up. I'm like, ew, no.
I could have skipped them, but I watched them out of like, because I wanted to be angry.
Oh no, that's a good way to put you in the mood for Quantum of Solace.
How dare they
do this to me?
But yeah, and then you get onto the main menu, and it is themed towards the film, but themed in like the worst way possible, where it's like we'll talk about it, but like a really terrible like menu CG thing, and I hate it.
Yeah, so not a good start there. But we go to the film, and once again, no circles, which I was a little bit confused about because I like the circles. And it's like, well, surely by this point we can just get to the circles, but I guess it doesn't matter too much as this is meant to be like a part to a Casino Royale. But I was a little bit surprised that they didn't add the circles for this.
I recall reading that the director, Marc Forster, kind of just wanted to put them at the end just to be different. And I think at that point it's like, okay, you messed around with the formula a bit for Casino Royale, but yeah, just go back to normal now. I think it's fine to do that, but it just revert back now. We're all good.
That's kind of how I felt. Yeah, you can't end Casino Royale like they did, saying I'm Bond, James Bond, bala bala, and then the next film is just more artsy and doesn't have that stuff in there. It's like you don't need everything in here, but I feel like they set that up to be in there. And then it just isn't. And like you say, it's at the end and kind of sucks, to be honest.
Yeah.
But I would have liked it, especially because this is now the second one. Like, just give me the circles. It's all I want.
Yep, exactly.
So instead, we have this camera kind of floating along a lake, like a big, huge lake. And it has like a giant mountain next to it. And it's quite intense, moody music. And it's slowly going over the lake, and we suddenly like hard cut to a load of cars driving and smashing and going crazy on this by the side of the lake, but quite in the distance, like on this road. It's quite hard to explain what road that is, but if you're European, you probably know what it is, where it's like built into the mountainside, but it's like it is proper concrete, but it's like 2 lanes. It's quite tiny, but it's like right next to this giant lake. In Italy, I believe it is. So we go to the camera going across, and then we cut to the scene of somebody in an Aston Martin, the Aston Martin from Casino Royale, so you assume it's Bond, and a load of men shooting, and it kind of cuts between those two, and then we suddenly just cut to the chase itself. and all the car sounds are kicking in. It's really loud, like really intense car sounds. And we see men coming out of one of the cars, and they're just shooting at the Aston Martin. And there's like a truck that's coming the other way that Bond is driving towards, and the tires get shot out. And then it ends up like smashing into Bond's car. Bond spins out a little bit, and they're chasing, and they kind of come out of this tunnel because they were like in a tunnel by the side of the lake, like as part of like this mountain, I believe. Again, it's quite hard to explain. And they kind of come out of the tunnel, and it's a very packed road, lots of traffic. And the police are up ahead, and they see this chase going on, these cars chasing Bond, and they report it in, and they start chasing. And Bond ends up in a construction yard, a construction site, like almost like a mine or a quarry, I suppose. And the police are chasing, but one of the people who's chasing Bond shoots at the police and kills him, and that car goes off the cliff and like rolls down and actually goes past Bond because Bond is driving down. The police car goes down. Bond is being shot at. One of the cars chasing Bond locks into Bond's car, and there's a truck up ahead while they're locked and going forward, and they unlock at the last second, and Bond like spins, I want to say, and shoots at the driver, and that car falls off the cliff. And it goes very quiet after that. That was very loud and crazy, that bit. So we see the Aston get into a city, and we get Sienna, was it?
Ooh. Maybe?
Yeah, so it's like there's a thing with this film where they like put where they are on the screen, which is nothing new, but they do in these very over-the-top, exaggerated fonts, like specialized to each location. So I want to say it says Siena. Well, that's why I put it in my notes. Maybe I spelled that wrong. But it's in Italy. So the Aston goes into the city, goes into this side tunnel. I think we get a little bit of the Bond theme here, a little bit of a remix. Like not a proper... Yeah, like the guitar riff from the Bond theme plays a little bit.
Yeah.
Bond parks up, get out to the car. He opens the boot. Mr. White is in the boot. And he says, it's time to get out. And then the frame just freezes. Like, it just freezes, and that's it. So, I was trying to explain that, and I guess I was trying to explain it somewhat in the way the film presents it, which is absolute chaos.
You did well, considering.
It's like, there's definitely stuff I missed, but the actual chase itself is quite a standard Bond chase. Bond is kind of in a tight tunnel by a lake, and he has two people chasing him, and he almost gets hit by a truck, but doesn't quite. And then the police get involved and start shooting, and all that stuff is quite standard. But what I didn't explain is that the editing of this is absolutely bonkers. It is absolutely insane. Where it, like, the way I described it in my note is that it's like it cuts a half second early for every single shot. So
yeah.
So you just don't quite get enough time to see what's going on.
Yeah, no shot lasts for longer than half a second. It's just maddening. I don't want to sound dramatic and like exaggerating here, but it literally hurt my eyes to watch this scene.
My eyes,
my beautiful eyes. No, honestly, it's hard to watch.
Yeah.
It's really hard to watch this bit.
So I'm also trying to like reset here, and I want to. You know, sometimes I get a bit negative, get a bit whiny perhaps, so I'm trying not to do that. But I did hate this. I really hated this because it doesn't help that we have to take notes for these things. And this is just impossible to take notes for because so much happens in such a short amount of time. And you do get a relative sense of what's happening. You get the basics. You just can't really connect with any of it. Like, you just don't engage with it because it's just like a load of flashing lights in your face. So even though there's like some quite cool stuff happening here, I think, it's like I can't engage with this because it's just like somebody's like going booga 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 in my face and expecting me to care. And it's like I roughly know what I'm looking at, but how can I connect with anything that's happening on screen when the film takes zero time to have anything last more than half a second?
The problem is that I mean, the problem is the terrible editing, yeah. But what I think is sad is that I really like the idea of this. where you're just thrown into the middle of something that Bond is already doing. This car chase, being chased by people, shooting, all these like, cars in the way, trucks in the way, ending up at a quarry. I like that idea, and I think it would be like a really bold start to the film. It's just it is let down by not being able to follow it in the slightest, which is a shame. And I think it's like quite funny because even at one point, where one of the other like enemy cars gets drives off the cliff, it's like even the film itself can't keep up with things because the camera doesn't even catch the car in the shot for most of it. Like the car goes off the camera and the camera's trying to keep up with it. It's so indicative of just like the speed of everything, and it's just needed to. It just didn't need this sort of editing. I think it would have been fine to have like every other Bond film, really, or maybe not. Maybe not Live and Let Die editing. That's maybe a bit too slow. But just doesn't need to be this crazy shaky cam going
Well,
on.
there was no balance, right? It's like I kind of like the idea of maybe going a bit crazy on certain sections, but it's like it needed something in between to let the scene breathe almost. Like initially it was quite interesting, and I think the opening shots are actually really cool, and it's a really cool idea, and especially the sound editing in this film is very unique compared to anything else we've had in a Bond film, where it is intense music on a lake slowly panning towards it, but from quite towards the chase, but from a distance, and then just cutting and hearing the engines and having them be so loud, and then cutting back and cutting towards it. I think that's really cool. But once it actually got to the chase itself, it needed to settle in a little bit and give you some sort of sense of what's going on. And I'm so conflicted about it. Ultimately, I think it's bad, but I feel like this editing style and how this scene is constructed is something that the film does quite a lot. And sometimes it's successful and sometimes it's not. And this one, sadly, is one where it's not. But on paper, I think this sounds really cool. It's just, I just can't look at this and enjoy it. It's just one of those that if you sneeze, you've missed half the chase. And you just completely are completely lost. But I think a crazy manic chase to start the film that directly connects to Casino Royale, because it's Bond being chased after kidnapping Mr. White and getting away. That's awesome. That's really cool. They just, it makes me so sad because I want to say I did like it, but I know how much I hated it in the moment. So sadly, I'm going to say it. I think this is the worst opening, the worst pre-title sequence of any Bond film.
Oh, okay.
I can't think of any that I disliked more.
I'd need to think about that, but it was not. Yeah, it wouldn't be very high up on mine. That is for sure. I think. What was I going to say? Oh yeah, so like you were saying, how this is quite indicative of what's to come in this film, and you're right. I think this is probably the worst example of that style that they go with, because I was trying to, as we'll discuss the scenes later on, but I was trying to work out as I was watching this film, am I just adjusting to this style, or are some of them actually better than others? I had to sort of question myself then, because some of them I actually don't think are that bad, and they are still quite similar to this. I think, I guess maybe, yeah, they're just kind of done it ever so slightly better, which is enough to differentiate them from this.
I think they did do it better, honestly, because there's just nothing so crazy as this. Some scenes are also kind of like this, but yeah, some of the action scenes, I think they did spend a little bit more time on some of the shots. I think something just went really wrong here. And also the next action scene when we get there. But you can tell the editing is bad because of what I said at the end, where it literally freezes on the frame to go to the credit sequence.
I thought my Blu-ray had like paused or something.
That's what it looks like. It just stops. And normally you would expect like, some sort of something to be imposed over the top, like, I don't know, a bullet or some circle or something, like to then transition you in. But it just stops and then it just hard cuts. And it just looks so amateur, which is why I kind of think something potentially just went really wrong with this scene.
Well, it was a very lame way to go into the titles. Sometimes they do it very, very nicely. Sometimes they do it just enough where it's like, I don't know, the shot of Bond in a plane flying off or whatever he's just done. And that's kind of all you really need, to be honest, just as a nice little segue into this. But no, what you don't do is just have a freeze frame of Craig looking down, like in just the. It's nothing interesting about that.
Yeah, he just
all.
opened the boot and it's like free frame. We got it.
Whoa.
Just him opening the boot.
Yeah, no, it's terrible. I think you're right. Something went terribly wrong here. Maybe they got the titles too late and I don't know, they just wasn't sure of how to. Who knows?
That's the thing with this film, right? And it's something that's quite well documented. I think Daniel Craig himself has talked about it a lot, that this film got like heavily or negatively affected by the writers' strike that happened around this time, which meant they had a script, but they couldn't really make any changes as they went. But, and we'll probably talk about that more later, I don't see how that has anything to do with this scene. It just feels like a very deliberate choice to do it this way, and they just kind of failed miserably at it. And I also will say that Marc Forster did bring in his editors for this, or at least one of his editors. So the guy that edited Casino Royale didn't edit this, but then he did come back and edit Skyfall, and Quantum of Solace was edited by Marc Forster's guy. So it feels like in somewhat of a way it's a deliberate choice, and I don't think it has anything to do with the rush production or anything. I don't think those are the excuses for this. I think they deliberately chose this style, and it was one that I'm really surprised this is the final version of it.
That's quite. I mean, that says it all. Then, if that is the case, where it just so happens the films either side of this are fine, and this is the one, and it's where it has a different editor. Okay, then. I mean, I think there are a few things in this film that we probably end up talking about that where you could just tell it is the director's own little. It wants to do it his way, leave his mark, and I think that has always been a thing with the Bond films. Well, ever since, apart from like John Glenn era and stuff, where it was the same guy for a long time. But we do mention about how the change in directors do often have their own kind of feeling imposed onto their own style imposed onto the Bond films. And I guess this is just a kind of unlucky one where, for a lot of things, it doesn't really match the Bond films with what he wanted to do. I don't really know the story about why he was picked ultimately, but then I don't really know why anyone's picked. So that shouldn't really come up, to be honest.
No, it doesn't feel like... Yeah, this is not a super established guy, someone who did direct a lot. And I do think the ideas are super good. He just didn't put it off. I think he just didn't put it off. But he did direct World War Z, the Brad Pitt film, which I actually did really like. And this sort of style, I believe he used in that. It's been a while since I've seen it. And that was very successful because it was a zombie film. So the whole point is that you want to kind of disorient the audience and panic them, and this strong sound design that he obviously likes, where it's things are very loud and in your face, but also a lot of jumping around so you don't know what's going on. That's like perfect for a zombie film because the people in the scene are not supposed to know what's going on. But for James Bond, that's not the point of the character in these scenes. You are supposed to be able to see what's going on and understand it. And I can appreciate him taking a step in this direction to do a more intense, visceral car chase. It's just he went too far and just kind of ends up just becoming completely something you just can't really enjoy because he just went too far, even though like I love the sound of this. On paper this opening should be awesome, and it's just it just doesn't do it. It's just such a shame.
Now I'm picturing a Bond film with like all the zombie Bond girls that got killed because of Bond. Like Vesper's there as a zombie. Sorry, every sentence you mentioned about World War Z, that's where my mind went to. I'm sure you made some good points then. I may not have been listening to you. No, I'm joking.
Oh, okay. I don't blame you.
So yeah, I suppose speaking of all the like differences that we've already spotted in terms of editors and stuff and directors, the title sequence as we move into it is another change. Actually, it's not Daniel Kleinman, who had done the previous 5 titles ever since GoldenEye. And it was actually by a design agency called MK12 who did this one. And yeah, and I think it is, well, in it, it's kind of very much sand influenced. A lot of this film is taking place in a desert or deserty areas. So sand, deserts, sand dunes, big globes, like star and constellation stars in the sky and everything. But yeah, the main thing I think is like, sand. There's like silhouettes of Bond shooting, and it's the bullet blasts are made of sand, and sand dunes are kind of start moving, and it's actually women, which I thought looked quite good. It's all very sort of orange and bluey and moody, and it's very, very different, obviously, to what we saw with Casino Royale that had a very, very distinct style. I think this one has got its own style as well. I don't think it's as good. But yeah, it is a different team doing it, and I think it does show. Like it's a very different style, and I don't hate it. I don't hate it at all. I think it looks fine. I don't think it quite matches. If you're going to do something different, like Casino Royale, where you had all the card suits and stuff, like they went all out for that. And I think this is, it kind of does a little bit different, but also tries to have the same elements as well. And I don't know. I don't know if it quite works as strongly, but I don't mind it. I think having it change and be a different team is probably a good idea. Ultimately, like it's good to see different things come out of like these title sequences. I have no clue if they ever stayed with MK12 or whether they went back to Kleinman, but I don't mind it.
I also didn't mind it, but now that you're saying it as somebody else, that kind of makes sense, because the first time that somebody does something in the Bond franchise, because it's so established, it's usually a little bit more generic, and they're just not quite, or they either like go all out crazy and it doesn't work, like we just saw before, or they go a little bit safe. And this to me feels like someone going a little bit safe with it. There's no real strong visuals here. It is, as you say, Bond kind of as a silhouette walking through the sand, and a lot of like women who are silhouettes. And I quite like the camera movement here. I always appreciate in one of these where they do some interesting camera movement where it's not quite static. So there's some points where they kind of pull back and spin, and it makes it a little bit more distinct, because usually they're a lot more static. So I think getting that motion in there is a nice touch. But yeah, ultimately this just doesn't go anywhere at all. It's just what you see in the first opening bits, which is Bond in the desert firing a gun and then some women silhouettes. That's kind of it for all of it. And some of the shots look decent, and it's not really a bad idea, but this just feels very safe, very basic. There's no real development of it visually. It's just not really that distinct. Like GoldenEye, where you have the oranges and then go to the purples. There's nothing really like that here. There's a little bit of progression, but it's just a little bit disappointing. Well, not disappointing, it's not fair, but yeah, I was looking for a little bit more, but it's not really bad, but it just feels a bit generic and forgettable.
Yeah, I would agree. Right, the music. I made a joke in the last episode about needing earplugs, and I do maintain that I don't like this Bond song. It's Another Way to Die by Jack White and Alicia Keys. It's the first duet, I suppose, for a Bond song. And although saying duet, I think is maybe a bit too flattering, because
it implies they harmonize at some point.
Yes, which that's the thing with this. I remember saying this before, but I actually think the song itself is fine, and I quite like the guitar riff and the general melody of it. I like it. I think it's just let down by they pick two people that just their voices just do not mesh, and it's such a shame, because they have these bits where they sing separately, fine. They have these bits where they sing together. Oh Lord, no! Like it just sounds bad. I'm not a music expert, but you can tell when voices do not go well together, and theirs don't.
No, but yeah, again, it's hard to kind of explain technically what went wrong, because that's what it feels like. It feels like a technical issue, that someone just didn't mix the vocals correctly. That all they did was just had Jack White like sing and Alicia Keys sing, and then they just like slapped them together and that's it. But someone like Jack White, who I want to say produced this song, or I want to say like David Arnold must have been involved, you would hope, like should have been able to do a little bit more with this, or done something better. So it's like, it's really confusing, because you're just not used to hearing this sort of vocals, or this sort of what feels like a technical mistake in such a big song. Like you just don't know how to react to it. It just shouldn't be happening. Like this is just wrong. And as you say, like the rest of the song is pretty solid, but you kind of, because the chorus is bad and just sounds terrible, you know, you're always like building to it, and it just kind of sinks the whole song. So even the good stuff is heading towards such a horrible amateur sounding chorus, and you're just like, if you just mix that correctly. I'd be curious to see if like YouTube has a load of like Another Way to Die fixed, where we actually did mix the vocals correctly. Because if you did that, then I think a lot of the song opens up, and it would actually be pretty good. Not amazing, but pretty good. because they don't go for a pure rock sound. This isn't a high energetic rock song like, because you know my name. This is kind of a more classy, slower rock song that tries to have a big chorus, which isn't a bad way to go. I think that's okay.
Yeah.
It's just ultimately just it just doesn't sound finished at all.
One other thing I wanted to quickly mention, just going back to the like visuals of the title, I did like the font. They kind of did the dots. There's your dots with the fonts. So
Wait.
it's a small thing, but I did like how the little circles came across. There you go.
Yeah.
So yeah, after the after the title sequence, we have a shot. We're still in Italy. We have a shot of a big crowd in this piazza with this parade kind of going on around them, and we see where Mr. White was taken. There's a kind of MI6. I guess it's like an MI6 safe house underground somewhere. It's kind of very dark, dingy basement area, stone everywhere and everything. So. Concrete, I should say. And yeah, Mr. White is sat down, ready to be questioned. And we see Bond come in, and he quite clearly says, "Hello, Mitchell," to a man standing, like a bodyguard man standing there. And it's kind of like, all right, that's interesting. He's named that character, but then you understand why later. And yeah, Bond goes into to see M, who's also there. So Judy's back, of course. And she starts to moan about what happened to Le Chiffre, about how the Americans won't be happy as they got his body. And this is where I also just liked how Bond goes and grabs a drink from the side, like a glass of bourbon, I guess. There's always a drink ready when M's around. I imagine she has someone just there just to be in charge of bringing the bourbon for her. Oh,
That's Mitchell.
Oh yeah,
that's why Bond knows him.
8 years of bringing her her drink. Yeah, that's exactly it. Well, speaking of Mitchell, he says that he's going to go check the perimeter. And I think, doesn't she even say, like, thanks, Mitchell?
Yeah, she says thanks, Mitchell, as well.
Mitchell.
I put that all in caps, thanks, Mitchell. She's like, oh, this is so silly. Stop saying Mitchell.
So, yeah, it's M and Bond talking together. And M has this this book of photos. And it's of this really horrible looking corpse. And she's describing this body that was washed up on the coast of Ibiza. And apparently it was Vesper's boyfriend that we heard about in the last film. The French Algerian, Yusuf is his name. And the corpse had his wallet and IDs, which is very handy. But M, she's a bit smarter than that. She had a DNA test with some locks of hair from Vesper's apartment, and she's proved that that's actually not his body. But yeah, these photos that they show, it's like, oh, we're meant to believe that a fish did this or something, and it's like really horrible stuff. It's like the most gory thing you've seen in the Bond film. It's like this face is completely torn apart. I did not like that very much. But yeah, anyway, there's also on the table a photo of Vesper and the boyfriend as well, which Bond grabs after M's finished talking, puts it in his pocket. And M's basically saying that she's worried about Bond. She's worried about Bond's intentions now, given what's just happened. Is he out just for revenge against this man? And he says it's not important. He's not important. Neither was she. Trying to play it down. And Mitchell comes back in.
It's Mitchell.
And says it's clear. So thanks, Mitchell. And all whilst this is happening, we were getting some shots of what's happening above, where that big crowd is, and there's basically just some jockeys coming out. There's clearly going to be some horse race that's happening, probably some very special thing that happens in Siena every year. I don't know. But they go see White, as I say, who's been sat down, and M's there to start questioning him and start being a bit tough on him. So they start asking about what he knows, who does he work with, sort of thing. And the longer it takes, the more painful we'll make it, M says. Which White just laughs off because he finds the whole situation very funny in that MI6 know nothing about us, he says, and the organisation that he's part of, and how they've always assumed that MI6 and the CIA have been listening into everything, have been right behind their backs, but they don't actually know they exist at all. So M says, what they do now, and we're quick learners, which is a nice little line. And this is where you get M saying, "We have people everywhere," and then he says, "Am I right?" and looks up to
Bond.
No, Mitchell.
Oh, not Mitchell.
He looks up to Mitchell, and then Mitchell pulls out his gun and shoots. There was a bodyguard standing next to him, and he goes to shoot M. He just misses though, and Bond obviously jumps on him and starts to grapple him. And in that, he accidentally shoots his gun and shoots Mr. White, who falls to the ground. And Mitchell eventually gets away from Bond, and we do get this one quick, shot of Bond turning around and seeing M just like shuffling off in the background. I don't know why I found that shot so funny. It's just this old lady making a break for it. But yeah, M's safe, everyone. Don't worry.
So just on that, I guess just on this scene though, it's something that I find odd about it is the kind of the continuity here, where we ended the last film with Bond looking fabulous, capturing Mr. White, and obviously he's not doing so well because of the chase, but M says to Bond at the beginning, "You look like hell, when was the last time you slept?" which Bond kind of ignores, but it's like, oh no, he looked all right at the end of the last film, and he captured Mr. White, and we're going straight from Casino Royale into this, because, this was Italy, and he was in Italy before, so he would have shoved Mr. White in the boot, started driving, and then they would have started chasing him, which leads into this. Like no time passed between the end of that film and this one. So this kind of thing that they're trying to set up, that Bond is like a man on the edge and you don't know what's going to happen. It's like, I think that makes sense with what happened with Vesper, but the fact that literally no time has passed and you ended the last film with such a big, like, it's James Bond, everybody, he's back, just to then have this film be like, Bond, you look terrible. You're a man on the edge. I can't control you, Bond. It just feels a bit insincere, like they're trying to have their cake and eat it. So I didn't really buy this concept that Bond is not doing very well at the start of this film, even though really it does make sense that he probably wouldn't be doing very well.
Yeah, I guess that's the problem with having that cool shot at the end of Casino Royale, isn't it? As good as it was. I don't know. You're right. They did. I mean, it's something that they sort of forced on this film overall, is pushing Bond's like emotional state. But one of the complaints I actually have about this film is I don't really think it's always kind of said but not really told. Sorry, other way around. It's always told but never really seen or like shown.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're right. Like straight off the bat, like M's like, "Oh, you look bad. I don't trust you," and it's all just a bit ham-fisted.
Yeah, and because later in the film she talks about trust, and it doesn't really tie back to any of this. So this is kind of, they are trying to set up what this film's all about, which is Bond not doing too great. But yeah, I kind of agree. It's not really very natural, and it seems like it jumps in and out when it wants to. So I guess initially it wants to be like, Bond's not doing great, but it's like, I just don't buy it. They don't do enough to sell that idea, and probably having Quantum of Solace literally take place like 10 minutes after Casino Royale was probably a bad way of doing it. They probably needed like a week to pass, and then maybe I could have bought this a bit more. It's a small thing at the end of the day, but some sort of sense of time progressing, I think, would have really helped to separate these films out. And the idea that Bond has had a hellish week with Mr. White trying to get him across a country or something, like that would have worked quite well.
Yeah, that's true. That'd been really good, actually. Oh, well. So yeah, Mitchell's made a run for it out of this safe house, and Bond is chasing him, and they're going through these kind of... Well, at one point it starts looking like a mine shaft. I don't know, just underground tunnels, I guess.
It's just very old tunnels, right? Like just...
Yeah.
Because it's Italy, it's all very old country, so yeah, something that was probably built like 1,000 years ago.
Yeah. And eventually Mitchell climbs upwards and Bond follows, and they come out. This stone is kind of moved, and they're right in the middle of the crowd, pretty much, watching this horse race, right in the thick of it. And Mitchell runs off. Bond starts to chase after him, and idiot Mitchell tries to shoot Bond in the middle of this humongous crowd and obviously misses and hits this poor lady instead, this innocent woman. He was just watching a horse race. But yeah.
They cut back to that later. Well, not super later, but it's like
Yeah.
they show it happening and then they bugger off and then just cuts back to this woman dying. It's like, oh, that
I
sucks.
know they really wanted to put that point across, didn't they? Yeah,
Well, that Mitchell killed a woman. Like, what?
strange. They eventually leave where this kind of piazza horse race is going on and end up in another building and run upstairs and I just see in my notes. Mitchell runs up these stairs and kind of knocks into this poor old lady, this poor old Italian granny, who's just putting her fruit up on a pulley, and
That's all she was doing, people.
He knocks into her, so she lets go and they drop, and she smashes all of her cherries, and she's there looking down. Mamma mia!
It's like, okay, Mitchell, I can forgive shooting a random woman in the crowd and killing her, but that old woman was planning a feast.
You've gone too far now.
She's not even like super mad or anything. She just starts talking in Italian. Just like, no.
Just so disappointed, honestly.
That hit
me. That hit me.
Thanks, Mitchell. Yeah.
So they eventually make their way onto the roof, jumping over some buildings. It's a very beautiful setting, this, like on top of all these terracotta roofs, and they are sliding on all of these tiles that's on there. I think Bond tries to jump and slides, and so he has to kind of force him to jump over to the other side of where these buildings are. So now he's basically, across from where Mitch was running, and to get back to him, he has to go through this home and back out the window, and perfect timing. There's a bus that comes past, so he jumps on top of the bus, and which kind of breaks really suddenly, so he nearly gets thrown off it, but he jumps back on, so back on the same side as where Mitchell is now, and eventually they enter into a sort of bell tower, both of them. Bond also, is it Bond or is it Mitchell that starts ringing the bell as well?
It's Bond who rings the bell.
Yeah, I guess maybe just to, I don't know, make a scene. But so all these bells are ringing, and at the top of it, Bond is looking out, see where Mitchell's gone, and suddenly Mitchell's kind of like comes through a corner and catches him off guard, and the two then fall downwards, and they fall through this gigantic glass ceiling. It's actually quite an interesting shot because it reminded me of what they tried to do with Die Another Day, where Jinx falls backwards and they kind of follow her as she goes down. But we said that one didn't really work. I think this one actually worked really well. Like, I don't know, there's a mixture of CGI in there for sure, but like the camera follows as they fall down and like they land on the scaffolding through this building. I was actually quite impressed by that.
Oh, I wasn't.
Were you not? Oh,
I think to me it's like it was so blatantly CGI that I didn't like it. Like, it might look better than Die Another Day, sure, but like in the middle of this scene with a lot of movement, it was just, to me, it was just too blatantly CGI. So it just stood out too much.
There is some CGI in this film that they do get away with. There's some that they don't. For me, that one they just about get away with. But yeah, they enter inside. They're like smashed down in this building on the scaffolding. So inside this place is, there's basically a big kind of rebar or something at the top of this room, which spins and like rope on it. This is one of those things where it's like it all happens very quickly, like Tom was saying. So, and also when they've landed, they drop their guns. So they're both armless at the moment, but they hang on to this rope that's spinning around basically, and at one point they kind of collide into each other with the rope and start hitting each other, and then more scaffolding falls onto the rope, which causes them to like fly upwards because it's on a pulley as well. So now they're at the top and they fall back down a little bit again. Well, Mitchell does, and Bond gets his ankle caught in a part of the rope, so he's now upside down, swinging around on this big mechanism, and he lands just before the floor where he sees his gun is there that he dropped earlier. So he's trying to grab his gun, but he misses it, and the thing's still swinging around. Mitchell was now off this thing, and he's going to grab his gun, which has landed nearby, just kind of teetering on the edge of this box. And as Bond is swinging around closer and closer to his gun, Mitchell was nearly getting his gun, but it drops a little bit more, so he goes and grabs it. And pretty much at the same time, you think Mitchell's going to shoot Bond, but just at the last second, obviously, Bond grabs his gun, spins around, upside down, and shoots Mitchell. and it's like it all happens very, very quickly. So if that didn't make any sense, then don't blame me.
Oh, well, yeah, it's just the exact same as the car chase at the beginning. And not all the action scenes are quite like this, which is
No.
what makes it so frustrating when you first put on this film. Because I was having an absolutely miserable time with this, because it's almost comical the way it just feels like someone is fast forwarding through all the action scenes, like on an old VHS. I only want the talking bits, so someone's like fast forward to begins like bang, 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 bang. Okay, done. Mr. White, okay, we can watch the theme. All right, let's have a scene of them interrogating it. It's all nice and calm, everyone talking. Oh, Mitchell's run off. Fast forward, bang, bang, bang. It's just like it just shifts gears so intensely, so rapidly. Like the way it's paced with Mitchell first getting away. Like what happens is Mitchell kind of runs into a tower. He goes around the stairs, he goes through the window, and then Bond walks into the same tower, sees the window, and jumps down. But that takes place in about 3 seconds. All of that takes place in 3 seconds. It's Mitchell goes down the stairs, Mitchell jumps through the window, Bond comes in, Bond jumps out the window. Like, that's how quick it happens. And this whole entire scene does that, where with the car chase scene, it's bad, and they shouldn't have done that. But with this one, it just seems so comical. It feels like Bond and Mitchell are just teleporting to different locations. And it just looks absolutely ridiculous. But the idea is all sound enough. Like, you know, Mitchell, that great character, has portrayed Bond. A lot of emotional weight there, of course.
Oh, yeah.
As we've already established.
Love Mitchell.
Love Mitchell. But it just doesn't connect. It's just all the same problem. So that last moment should have been quite cool, and I think the setting is really good, as I think you already said, this old Italian town, and the idea of them going into, like, I want to say it's like a chapel is where they are at the end. You know, the idea of them being in this scaffolded run-down chapel they're rebuilding and fighting and stuff, that's really cool. Like, all these ideas are really good. It's just edited in such a way that you just like the car chase, I just can't attach to it. So by the time Bond and Mitchell has that moment, which should have been quite a cool moment, where they're both going for the gun, they grab it at the same time, but Bond fires first, and is just staring upwards with the gun. That should have really been a cool moment, a cool way to end it off. It's just isn't, because it's like, I just don't know what I just saw. It's just all too much.
This is where I get very, very conflicted with this film. Like the seeds are already starting to be sown, because I don't know if we mentioned this already, but this is the shortest Bond film. It's 106 minutes. And you can really tell why that's the case when you watch it. And I think, I do like what that does to the film for many different scenes. But I think it's more scene to scene. I like where it kind of cuts the fluff. In the actual action scenes itself, when they do this sort of thing and make it so fast, that's when it doesn't work. Because as you say, it does just seem like they're hopping all over the place. You don't know what's going on. So it's like, I want to compliment a film for being quite tight in places, but this is not the right way to do it. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. The pacing of the film as a whole, considering just how much they cram in here, as you said, it's the shortest Bond film, which means it's shorter than Dr. No. It's shorter than Dr. No, people. But they cram a lot in, and actually the pacing of it and all the different locations is pretty good. But as you say, when you look at these individual scenes, they're just so quick that you just can't get any time with them. And they could have easily doubled the length of some of these, and they would have felt much better, and the film itself wouldn't have been bloated or felt too long or anything like that. It's just...
Wow, how often do we say that? I don't think we've ever said that in this podcast.
Doesn't ring a bell. No.
Yeah, that's crazy. But no, you're right. So yeah, just to end off this bit, Bond goes back to the safe house. And of course, Mr. White's gone. Just a pool of his blood left. And that's it.
And then we cut back to the old woman trying to save her cherries.
She's picking them up off the floor, blowing off the dust.
No edits or cuts in that scene. They really take their time. Let it breathe.
It's a one-shotter, yeah. Oh, I love that lady, yeah.
So Mr. White has got away somehow, and Mitchell has been killed by Bond. So we cut to London, and we see a car driving through the rain and going near these flats, and we see M is on the balcony of one of these flats, and she's she's standing on top of there, and Bond enters this block of flats, goes into the specific flat that M is at, and meets up with M. And she's quite distraught by everything that just kind of happened here. And she's trying to say, like, I don't know how this happened. Mitchell worked for MI6 for 8 years. We do a yearly lie detector test and he never failed. And I think she said Mitchell was her personal bodyguard for like 3 or 5 years, something like that. So someone that was very close, Mitchell. And then she said, like, there were presents around like I gave him presents as well. We were friends because they are in Mitchell's flat. So they know that Mitchell was a traitor. So they are now trying to find clues in his flat. And this leads to M saying, I'm annoyed, or is annoyed at Bond for killing him. But then she goes back into saying, like, who says that about having people everywhere? Like, florists use that expression, but nobody actually means it. But whoever this organization is, it's true. I don't know in what situation florists say we have people everywhere, but...
Yeah, I don't really get enough flowers to back that up. So, Em, you're on your own there.
That's a good point, actually. Her florist people might be pretty hardcore.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah, think of all the gifts she has to give out and everything. Oh, God. Yeah.
Oh, that's a Moneypenny job, surely. But she doesn't have
true.
Moneypenny.
See, this is what happens.
Damn. Em is just very troubled. She was like, who is this organization? How do we know absolutely nothing about them? And yeah, seems a little bit distraught by this. And everything that's happening around them, it's very much like a crime scene. You've got people who are kind of in the classic like full body plastic thing, trying to look for evidence. I want to say there's like a woman who's almost starts crying.
Oh, really?
I might have this wrong.
Is that his girlfriend or something?
It could be. I feel like that's what they were going for, but they never went back to it. But I want to say one of them who's scrubbing the flat, that you can't see their face, just kind of breaks down a little bit, but then they just cut away from it and never go back to it.
Oh, that's strange.
Maybe I'm wrong, but it's this film, so I don't know.
You never know.
I really just don't know. So Bond says that there's no trace of Mr. White. They don't know where he went, but he thinks that he's still alive. And at this moment, M gets a call, and hold on. How does this work? I think M gets a call, but are they still in the flat, or is this when they just cut to MI6 itself?
I think they just immediately cut to MI6. That's what I mean. It's just straight to the next scene. Next.
Yeah, just so M gets the call, and they cut to MI6, and there's Tanner. Tanner has been recast, and it's someone that I think we see in all the rest of the Daniel Craig films, but we have Tanner talking to M about Mitchell, and it's just saying we can't find anything. We took a look at his file and his history. He's squeaky clean. We can't find anything against the guy. And then some like professor-looking person joins them and is saying like, oh, we found something about the money that Mitchell had in his wallet. Because they were saying that Mitchell had like no money to his name, but he had a few hundred in his wallet. So they said they found something about the money that he had. And then they go into a room and there's like a futuristic tech table. And he starts explaining how for the chief, we tagged a load of bills to track or try and trace the chief's operation. So there was a load of bills like associated to the chief. So they were using them to trace like where the money was going and how it was flowing. And they found a stack of bills that had the same tag used as the one that Mitchell had, and they were deposited to someone called Mr. Slate. And they're saying that Slate returned from Heathrow this morning, but that doesn't make any sense because I guess Slate left Heathrow this morning?
I guess so, yeah.
So yeah, Slate has gone somebody and he's currently staying at a hotel. Oh, right. So I will say this is not edited in the same way as the action scenes. As you said, it does cut between stuff quite quickly. But this does have a little bit more time to breathe. And I do like the idea of M being like, what's going on? This is crazy.
Yeah, M actually being kind of, maybe not scared is right, but visibly distressed, like very uncomfortable, out of her comfort zone with this idea of just being surrounded now and where it hits so close to home for her. Yeah.
Yeah, like that's a really cool idea. It's a shame that they went so heavy on this Mitchell angle.
Thanks, Mitchell.
I don't know what else they could have done, to be fair, but I feel like them saying Mitchell's name so early on in the film makes it feel a bit too comical. Where actually, if they cut out that stuff initially, and M just says, the man who did that was called Mitchell. He worked for me for 8 years. Like, that would have been fine. Because I think this in itself works quite well.
Yeah, yeah, it could have gone either way. To be fair, I found it quite funny, as you say. So by the end, I was like, okay, Mitchell, everyone, hey,
It's Mitchell. So yeah, again, it's all pretty good stuff. I don't really like what we get here with MI6. So they make a very deliberate effort in this film for like the set design of MI6 to make it like futuristic, where all the walls are like white and they've got like lights on them as well. Like it looks like something from like iRobot or something. Like it doesn't look 2008. It looks like very deliberate futuristic. And it's a big departure from what we've seen in the past, especially Casino Royale, which was more that classic style. And I don't mind them redesigning this stuff, because considering how this is literally supposed to take place like the next day after Casino Royale, it's very bizarre that now we go to M and Tanner in a completely different type of building that looks absolutely nothing to what we saw in the last film.
I hate this stuff.
Sure, fair.
I hate this. So this is what I touched on at the beginning with the menu. The menu looks like this table interface that they use in this scene. And I know I shouldn't really care too much. It literally is just a table. They just use it to like spin around, like touch interactive, to spin around a photo or two of Slate. But it really just gets under my skin. It's so unnecessary to be. If you watch Star Trek, it reminds me of the like computer interface on Star Trek, because it's just gobbledygook. And I know like Hollywood does have that thing where they have just, you know, code on a screen or whatever, but it doesn't. You don't need that here. All that they're doing is showing like at one point they have like one of the notes and it like scans around it, and it's just so silly. Oh, it's unnecessary. Yeah. Honestly, it's not a big part, right? It's tiny, but it really just annoys me a lot. That's all I can say.
I mean, we do cut to MI6 a lot, and they do go all in with this idea. I think the problem I have with it is that it just strips all the personality of MI6. Yeah. And I think that's what makes Bond and MI6 within that universe feel more unique compared to anything else, where they still have all this futuristic stuff, but there's clearly like a spin on it and a charm to it, and it has a lot of personality, and it's just something you don't get in any other spy film. But what we are literally seeing, you can see in a lot of other spy films, and actually looks like something from a near future film, not a current day one. And I don't buy MI6 as this super high-tech, hyper futuristic place. I just don't think that's what it should be. So yeah, having some screens and some tech in there, you want that, but it's not balanced out by anything that makes MI6 have its charm and personality, and you just get this like really sterile, flat, uninteresting kind of sets and locations.
Yeah, it is sterile. It really is. I do wonder, like, so yeah, you're right, because they drop any sort of note of legacy, I think, with this. Like even when they redesigned M's office for Judi Dench, they kept it very similar. They modernized it, as we talked about, but it was recognizable. And Moneypenny's office as well. Whereas this, as you say, it could just be anywhere. I am now beginning to think this was probably very intentional. As in, well, I don't know how artsy-fartsy I want to get here, but like, was this meant to be a contrast to where Bond is in most of the film, which is like very grotty places that are not like that at all, and it's just like meant to separate them even more, because the idea is that eventually Bond is kind of working against MI6. So there's probably an element there, but I still don't like it.
Yeah, there could be. That's an interesting idea, but you could have totally done that without going as far as they did.
Yes, yes.
So yeah, so a little bit disappointing. And to be fair, the set design of this film, it does have quite a unique look. I'm not really saying that as a compliment. but this doesn't really look like any other Bond film, and that's kind of interesting, I suppose. I can appreciate them kind of taking risk and have it kind of look a little bit different with its lighting and feel. I think it does make it stand out. I wouldn't say it's particularly good, but I guess I appreciate the effort.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I suppose. Well, we'll get into like all the locations we go to, but yeah, that's one of the things that really stood out to me is that it's a very no, not dirty, grungy, a grungy Bond film, I suppose.
So now that we know where Mr. Slate is, who is someone who's, hopefully I explained that correct with the bills and stuff. It doesn't really matter that much. They do explain it quite quickly, but yeah. So they've been able to associate some dirty money with Lashif that Mitchell had to this Mr. Slate. So we see Bond in the back of a car in a taxi. It's somewhere very hot, and then on screen it comes out Port or Prince in, how do you say this? Houthi? Houthi?
I think it's just Haiti.
Haiti. Okay, that makes more
But
sense.
yeah, I this is kind of what I was referring to as well. Like, this is the stuff that I like. I really like where the guy in MI6 says he's in room 325. Boom. We're just there. We don't even get like the plane landing shot that we usually do. It's just Bond is there, ready to go. And I actually quite appreciated that. Maybe it's because we've watched so many Bond films that are quite long now. But yeah, this was just you don't lose anything by that. He's just there, and I'm all for it.
Yeah, I agree with that. The traveling aspect is not the important part of the film. It's not important that Bond is arriving in these locations or anything. You just need to get Bond to these locations as he's investigating. So I think for this story, totally makes sense. Just cut that stuff. Get us to the important bits. So Bond pays for a taxi and we get like this weird guitar version of the Bond theme here.
Yeah, yeah. It reminded me of the older Bond films when they would try and put the country music on as a Bond theme. That kind of brought that back in a way.
Yeah, I just feel like it's very strange because the last film didn't have the Bond theme in it at all until the end. And even in this one, they use it quite sparingly. So I kind of would have appreciated that this isn't what we heard. Like, I think it almost feels a little bit wasted that they did this weird version of it. I would have liked something maybe a little bit more traditional. If you're not going to use it that often, then I would rather it be a little bit more traditional rather than you're not going to use it that often and you're going to make these like weird versions of it.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know if it really fits in with this style of, well, Craig's film, especially this one, with it being so revenge based and kind of tougher. Like having these, oh, here's a tropical version of the Bond theme, or here's a whatever version. Maybe not the best use of it, potentially.
No. And I think now that they've opened the door for it, just, come on. Just give us some Bond theme. Not this. So Bond goes into a hotel, and it's quite a run-down hotel. This is somewhere very hot, very tropical, and it's like a old run-down hotel. So he goes upstairs. He knows where he's heading. He's going to 325. So he knocks on the door. No one answers. So he gets like a credit card out and breaks the lock. And he walks in and no one's in. And he kind of starts walking around a little bit. And we see a shot of a knife being pulled out. Bond doesn't see this, but we get a little shot of a knife being pulled. And a man attacks Bond behind these like glass doors. But they're like yellowy, goldy glass. It's like quite old, somewhat tacky glass. It's like the room is separated by these big glass panels, actually. I guess it's less of a door than these panels. So he smashes through and there's a fist fight back and forth between Bond. I didn't really write much about this because it's once again edited very quick. It's meant to be quite a brutal fight. You just don't really see much of it. So it really just results in them punching back and forwards and the man gets his neck sliced. I'm not too sure if Bond does that intentionally or if it's just part of what happens in the fight. And Bond stabs him and he struggles for a little bit, holding his neck, and then just dies. And you just see him, a bit of blood on the floor and his corpse is just there. And Bond has been injured as well. He was cut. So he goes into the cupboard, he gets some clothes, he like rips up a shirt or something, wraps up his wound on his arm, then he puts on a jacket, and then it cuts back to the body on the floor, and Bond leaves. And this is supposed to be setting up this idea of Bond just being this murderer who was just leaving a load of bodies in his wake, which is a good idea. And it follows on from Casino Royale. So very smart. I think that makes sense. Let's go into this a little bit more. But I just didn't feel this one at all. And it probably was because of the editing as well. But this felt like it should have been a more this is what like Martin Campbell excels at, these personal one-on-one fights. But Marc Forster's like wacky editing style means that once again it's just Bond just like, oh, he's fighting someone, oh, he's dead, okay. I was leaving, all right.
Yeah, it's almost as if the fight is so quick, but then they do hang on that scene where he's dying, because you actually see him die because he's holding his neck where he got stabbed in the neck. It's almost like they wanted the really quick fight scene out of the way, but they also wanted you to feel something there, and I don't really think those don't really work together. As you say, I like what they're trying to do here, where it is just a trail of bodies that Bond is leaving, and this, I think the speed could have worked with that, but I don't know. I don't hate it, but yeah, I do. I see where you're coming from. Like,
yeah, it's just whatever that balance needs to be. I just don't think they reached it. And I agree with you. It could have been quick, but again, it comes down to the fight itself isn't that quick. It's just edited to be really quick, which feels off. But if it was just Bond being attacked and then quickly stabs the guy, and then we just like it slows down to see him die, that would work. But I think this is supposed to be quite a bloody back and forth between the two, because Bond gets injured as well, and you spend time on him wrapping his wound.
I didn't even realize it until he starts wrapping his wound. I didn't even see him get hit. Like, that's the thing.
No. But again, this is what Martin Campbell's really good at, and it's something that Marc Forster is obviously not his strength. So what they wrote was a quite bloody one-on-one fight, but what we got was just like a clip show of it, and then just like, look at this corpse, isn't that sad? It was like, well, I guess so. Is that Mitchell? If it's not about Mitchell, I'm not interested.
If it's not Mitchell or the granny, I don't care.
Yeah. They should have just cut back to the cherry tomatoes on the ground, like, ah!
Right, throughout the whole film.
Yeah, just keep
slowly picking up the cherry.
Whenever they want you to feel sad, just cut back to that woman still there, sorting her cherry tomatoes out.
Oh. All right, that's another edit we'll need to do then.
Yeah, we'll get that sorted. So the man is dead. As Joe said, you see a little bit of a footage of him as Bond kind of leaves. They do cut back to it, which again, I think that's a really nice idea. It's just a shame that it doesn't really hold any weight due to how the rest of it is edited. So Bond goes to the front desk of the hotel and asks, does room 325 have any messages? And the woman says no. The only message was about a briefcase from earlier. And she's like, we're still holding that. Do you want to take it? And Bond's like, sure, I'll take that now. So he walks outside with his case. And as he goes outside, a woman in like a... Could you call it gold, this car?
Ooh.
I don't think it's quite yellow.
No, it's quite dusty, isn't it? So I don't know what it is.
Yeah, it's quite a distinct colour. It's like not quite gold, not quite yellow, a bit dusty. But a woman pulls up in the car and shouts to get in. And Bond's just like, okay. So Bond gets in the car and she starts saying, you're late. Where were you? And Bond says, sorry, I was in a meeting with a friend of Mr. White. She just says, I don't know who that is. And she mentions to Bond that he's a geologist. And she was like, I don't think they look like you do. And then I think he's like, look so, like, what do you mean? What do you think they should look like? But they don't get an answer to that. And we see a man is following them on the bike. And she's like, is that friends of yours? And Bond just says, I don't have any friends.
No, that's true.
I only had one friend, Mitchell. And he's dead.
And then she goes, oh yeah, Mitchell.
Yeah, how's he doing? It's like, stop the car.
I need some time alone.
You can't be driving when you hear this. So Bond's like, nothing to do with me. I don't have any friends. Sad face. So she burns off. She quickly goes through the street, and she goes through like not an intersection. That's too American. What a crossroads. There we go. And that kind of causes some people to crash. Not a big crash, no explosions, but a couple of people collide, and the guy on the bike struggles to get past. And at this point, I put like, what the hell is this music? Because they start playing what I can only describe as fun horns. Like, it gets oddly like upbeat. Well, not upbeat, but just like Yeah, it was very confusing music choices for this.
I did not catch the fun horns.
Oh, that's a shame.
Oh.
But yeah, so she gets away, like, because of the crash, she manages to get away. She parks up in an alleyway, and they start saying about how, oh, we didn't agree a price for the job. And she says, well, let's talk about it later over drinks. And she then says, did Dominique give you any trouble? So like, Dominique. But Bond, at this point, opens the briefcase, and there's a picture of the woman on a piece of paper. And she's all like, what the hell is this? And also there's a piece of paper there which Bond gives to the woman, and she's like, what the hell is this? And there's a gun in there, and Bond's like, well, it looks like somebody's trying to kill you. So she grabs the gun, Bond like pushes her and it fires, which doesn't hit anyone, and Bond like jumps out and she drives off. I think that's what happens. It's a bit clumsily put together. I think Bond intentionally jumps out. I don't think she shoves him out, or maybe she does, I'm not sure. And the car drives away, and Bond says the classic line, that wasn't very nice.
Is that the classic line?
Well, that's what I didn't get. Like, it's almost presented like it's meant to be a quip. Like, it's supposed to be like, oh, I've been kicked out. And Bond's like, that wasn't very nice. Like, it was almost presented that way. But if Roger Moore said it, I would have believed it. But Daniel Craig being like, that wasn't very nice. Like,
Yeah. Some of Craig's dialogue in this film is, especially those kind of one-liners, aren't great. And I'm going to say that maybe is a fault of the the writer's stuff, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Like, there's some things that you can definitely point to with the writer's stroke. And yeah, you can tell they just wanted a quip. They just needed a quip here, but they just didn't have one. So I'm assuming someone just put that wasn't very nice as a placeholder, and then they didn't have any writers, and no one on the day thought of anything. So Craig just stands in the middle of the road saying, that wasn't very nice.
Oh, Bond.
Oh, classic Bond and his wit. Always got a line for everything.
Mitchell would have said something better.
Yeah. Oh.
Sorry, I'll drop Mitchell now. He's dead to me.
Yeah, so the man on the bike goes up to Bond and says, you were meant to shoot her. And he says, well, I missed. So Bond slaps the bike handles, which causes the bike to flip up, and it knocks the guy off, and then he knocks out the guy on the bike, and he then grabs the bike and drives off. So I guess a decent little scene. I think the biggest problem with it is, as we've already said, the dialogue is just kind of a little bit off. But it's not really that bad. It's just, some dialogue that just feels very first draft for some reason.
That's exactly it, isn't it? Yeah. I did like the idea of... I like seeing Bond in this situation where he's just like flying by the seat of his pants, I suppose, like making things up, going with the flow of it. You know, everything she says, he's got a line back to that kind of flips it back to her. So I quite like that. And I like this character that we do see is obviously one of the main characters in the film. And I think like a quite a powerful entrance, like her just get in sort of thing. But yeah, a lot of the dialogue, I think, well, I don't know, actually. Maybe it's just that last line I was thinking of, but it's okay. Also, by the way, I was completely wrong about the car when I said it was dusty. I was thinking of the car she drives later on.
Oh, right.
Which is an old car. That's why I said dusty. So if anyone wondering why I said that, I was wrong. Don't worry.
Well, it is an old car. It might be the same one. It just gets dusty.
Really? Okay, maybe.
Yeah, I feel like she has her own distinct car in this film.
Okay.
Or maybe it's just, I don't know. But so that's that scene. But yeah, as you say, the dialogue between this woman, who we find out more about later, and Bond, it's not bad. It's not bad at all. They're back and forth, and I agree. The idea of Bond just throwing himself in this situation and going with it is quite entertaining. This was probably a good opportunity for some cheeky Bond, but we unfortunately don't quite get that.
Cheeky Bond, no. We start to see, I suppose, but oh well. Yeah.
So we cut to London, and we see Tanner and M in MI6 doing a little bit of walking and talking. And then M is saying how Bond is approaching the docks. So apparently Bond is heading towards the docks. So they call Bond. And then it's like Tanner is talking to Bond on the phone, who is then next to M, and Tanner is like relaying, like telling M what's going on because now they're in their office. So Bond says Slate was a dead end, and Tanner says that, and M's like, damn it, he killed him. And then Bond is casually driving on the bike that he stole. I think that's about it for the M and Tanner stuff. I think that's all that really was.
M and Tanner spend a lot of time together this film, but they're often quite short scenes like this.
Yeah, that's all that was, just reporting that end, which I really don't think you needed, but anyway. So Bond is following the gold car, the one that the woman was in, and she arrives at a dock, and she gets out of the car, arrives at the dock, gets out of the car, goes up to this gate where there's this man guiding it, and she just walks through, and she's all like, let her through. And Bond comes in second and drives past the gate quite slowly, taking a look around, and parks up nearby, and the woman storms up to somebody who has a terrible haircut.
Oh, yes. Oh, goodness, yes. What was that? What was that?
It's a bowl cut, right?
It looks like a monk.
Yeah.
In my notes, he was Monk Man.
Monk Man.
I didn't know.
Mine was Haircut Man.
Haircut Man, yeah, that's
because he has a haircut.
He probably has a name, but I don't care.
He does. It's like, when you see this guy with this terrible haircut, about what you assume is where the villains are, because this looks very villainy, you'll be like, oh, that's the henchman. But nope. It's just a guy with a bad haircut that hangs out.
Imagine, well, it depends how you class a henchman, though, because he is in the film quite a lot.
He is, but he doesn't do anything.
He's not very threatening. Not with that haircut, anyway.
He doesn't really... Well, he does have a name, but I don't think you ever hear it. And he never fights Bond, or even the Bond girl, this woman. He doesn't fight anyone. He's just there.
He's just there.
Oh, so she storms past Bad Haircut Man and goes up to somebody else on a table, a different man who's sitting down, and he's all like, oh, it's nice to see you. And she's all annoyed, saying like, oh, alive, you mean? And he basically confirms that he was the one who ordered the hit, and she gets all very mad about it and saying, all I was trying to do was trying to help you. And this man says, oh, don't talk to me like I'm stupid. It's very unattractive. And I think at this point we get confirmed this is Dominique. So I'm going to just say his full name, Dominic Greene. Because I think I'm going to call him Green throughout this. I don't know if you have a preference, if we should say Dominique or Green. But
I went with Green.
Both.
Yeah, I went with Green because it was shorter to type.
Smart. Very smart. I initially started with Dominique, but I started writing the version that has like a Q in it. But I think his version doesn't.
You went extra.
Yeah, so I did switch to Green. But yeah, this is Dominic Greene. So Green kind of holds her hand, and she's like, he's like, I want to show you something, holds her hand, and they start walking around the dock, and Green starts explaining how, I hate when people talk about me behind my back. It's like ants all over my body. And they go up to the water, and they look down, and they see a corpse in the water. And I think Dominic says like, oh, he was one of my best geologists. And she's like, was that him? Was that the man that you just saw? And she's like, oh, I didn't get to see him. I don't know what he looks like. But Dominique is saying how she tried to buy information about him, but she's all like, no, this man tried to sell information to me. And then she's all like, if I was lying about that, about betraying you, why would I come back? And they hug, and she's all like, I was doing it for you. I was doing it to help you. But Green very obviously isn't buying it and says you're a liar as they're hugging. And then I think at this point, the general shows up, and I think Green says like, you're only sleeping with me to get to this general, this dictator character. And at this point, a boat pulls up nearby with the general on it, and she's quite poorly acted, to be honest. She's like, the general? Is that him? And just like blatantly looks around, not even trying to hide it. I don't know if that was deliberate. I don't know if they said, we need you to show that you clearly have a strong interest in the general, so act like it when he mentions the general might be nearby. But it's a very clumsy line there.
What, the idea that she's still trying to hide it from him?
No, like the idea that she almost isn't hiding it from him. Or is she supposed to be trying to hide it? Because she just so obviously just starts looking around like like a cat when you bring the food out, and she just starts twitching. She just does that.
There is one thing. So when he goes up to show the body, the geologist that's been drowned, he starts to tell this story. because he hates people talking behind his back, he was saying, and it feels like ants all over his body. And he starts to talk about his music teacher or like piano teacher that did this like something similar to him when he was younger. And it feels like they were trying to do this kind of really imposing, oh, this guy's crazy sort of thing, which kind of doesn't really go anywhere because he starts to say, well, he says, I got an iron, and then just stops talking about the story. I guess it's like you're meant to just have the rest in your with your imagination, but it really does not work with this character. Like this guy cannot pull off that sort of. And also, it's just the wrong setting for that as well. Like as they're walking, it just really seemed clumsy.
I phased out, yeah.
Yeah,
Like, I wrote what I had to for the notes just so I could explain it just then, but I just phased out because we're trying to be introduced to these two characters who we got Dominic Greene, and I don't think we find out the woman's name yet, or have we?
I can't remember if he says Camille. I think he might have said that at the beginning.
He might have done, but if he did, I missed it. So this is Camille, the Bond girl, and this is Dominic Greene, the villain, which it's quite obvious. Like, even though he's not like visually distinct, the way he talks and the way he acts, you're just like, yeah, that's the villain. That's our guy for this film. And yeah, it's almost like they're trying to do so much in this scene where they have to try and like build up her character and build up his character and then build up this like relationship that they have, which never sat right to me. This relationship thing where he's always talking about sleeping with her, and I'm just like, yeah, that's kind of gross, dude. I don't want to hear that from you. But yeah, it's maybe like this scene is trying to do too much, trying to ram all this stuff in. And I do also agree, yeah, this intimidating story that he tells, I totally get why for a Bond film and a Bond villain, when it's their first scene, you would have him describe this sort of situation. But it's just like, I just don't care. And it's almost like the film doesn't care because it just kind of, the camera's not really focusing on him. It's focusing on them like holding hands, walking around the dog. And just rabbiting on about his music teacher.
Yeah, it's really, like you say, the idea is there, and I think it's something that they pull off far more successfully with Silver in the next film, where if you're going to do this sort of thing where you're going to tell a unsettling story and try to make the villain look like a villain, really go all in for it. Like that, you know, where you have the long shot in Skyfall. Don't do it like this, where they're literally just walking across to the edge of a port and you're not even really paying too much attention to what he's even saying anyway. It's not good.
Yeah, like give that actor a chance to pull it off. Like,
Yeah.
let them do it. Don't just have them do this. But yeah, I think you're just thinking about too many other things because at this point you don't know who this woman is. You don't really know who this man is. And you're just trying to connect too many threads, I think. Whereas you say with other ones, they focus on just the villain, get that introduced, so then put in other elements. This is just like, I just can't really connect with any of these sort of elements because it's just kind of too much to cram in for this sort of scene.
There's too much to cram in for this film.
Yeah.
It's very ambitious for what it does with how we've already described the runtime and the speed. They still try to cram in just as much as a regular Bond film. And I think that's probably where these sort of scenes fail because, yeah, they're just doing too much at one point and you can't focus on any one thing very well. So, yeah, as the dictator comes in, the general, Green says to introduce, they're going to go introduce him to Camille. And with that, we see that Bond has been outside this whole time on his bike, watching the whole thing play out. And so he goes up to the gate where the worker is, and he gives them a business card and says, give this to the woman and tell her to call me. Then just kind of walks back a little bit. And do you know what his actual name is?
On the card?
No, the haircut man.
Oh, haircut man, no.
Oh, okay. I'll call him haircut man then. Haircut man comes over and asks what's going on, like what's his card, and we get the shot of what it is, and it's a Universal Exports business card. That's back, and instead of giving it to the woman, he just calls it himself to see what's going on, and it goes straight to an answer machine of Universal Exports. But we see that Bond is actually, it's all a bit of a setup for Bond to be able to now track that phone because of it being linked into his one and MI6 malarkey. So that's now on his tracker. And then we
When
go
the
back
bloody
to...
hell did that happen?
Huh?
I know you can't do the Q scene because you haven't brought Q back in, but when the bloody hell did he get like a car tracker device that's linked to his phone? It feels so off.
To be fair, they do so much with his phone now. It's something I moaned about in the games when they replaced all the gadgets with a phone. But it is true. Like, it's just all here. It's just cheap. It's like the main thing that he uses now is just tracking, isn't it?
Yeah, but I feel like in Casino Royale I brought it a little bit more, but this feels like they pulled it out so out of nowhere just because Bond needs to track it, and they're like, well, how can we do that in a cool way with his phone? And it just happens that Bond has business cards for Universal Exports that have a tracker in it. It just didn't sit right. Like, this is him clearly using a gadget, but it feels too much like an MI6Q gadget to just be like something that maybe he would just have. And it made me like almost not really understand what was happening on at first. But then later on, it's like, oh, right, that card is a tracker gadget thing? Right.
Oh, no, I don't think it is that.
Is it not?
No, see, I think... Because that would be silly, because they would just chuck the card away, surely. I think it's basically just by him calling Bond's phone, that's now got a link that they can track with because of their intelligence.
Oh, so he's tracking the phone?
Yeah.
Oh.
Not very interesting, but...
I guess that's better. I just completely missed that. I don't know how... They don't really explain it either way. But I always assumed that it was a bug inside the card.
I mean, I like that idea more. It's definitely more gadgety.
Yeah, okay, all right. I guess that's a bit better. But yeah, they don't really explain it at all. So I missed that entirely. If all it was that Bond just needed someone to call him.
Yeah, like a connection, I guess, is the idea behind it.
But like Dominic Greene is a public figure. Like, surely they... let's move on from this.
So Greene goes and meets Medrano, the disposed dictator of Bolivia. It's this he does look exactly like that. He's got a big mustache and is he wearing like the dictator hat here? Maybe, I can't remember. What do I even mean by dictator hat? I'm not sure.
I know the one you mean though, the Cuba guy.
Yeah, exactly. No offense to anyone who wears those hats. You're not a dictator. You can pull it off, I'm sure. But yeah, Medrano's there and he's talking about, or he's asking Greene about, can you really do what you say you can do, you and your organization? And Greene goes on to say that, yep, they have loads of power to affect countries and the governments behind them, like here in Haiti, for example. And he gives this little brief story about how sided with the corporations to remove the government there because they had the cheek to raise minimum wage, which all the corporations and the t-shirt factories didn't like. So yeah, they have the ability to overthrow governments, basically, is what he's describing. Friends in high places and all that. And that they've already started that process in Bolivia. It says there's 26 countries ready to recognize a new government under Medrano, and that it can all be done within a week. And so the Medrano says, well, what do you want in return for all of this? And Greene brings out a map on a bit of paper, and he wants a piece of the desert in Bolivia. Worthless piece of land, according to Medrano, because he's thinking they are going to want it for oil, which he says there's none there. But Greene doesn't really care about this. He says it's whatever we find there, we own, basically, is their end of the bargain. So it's at this point where Greene looks over and sees Camille and actually introduces Medrano to her. And this is where we learn that Medrano knew of her father, and because he was involved in the army or something like that in Bolivia. And Greene says that he can consider her something to sweeten the deal, which is kind of gross, but that's probably what happens with this sort of stuff. So Medrano goes and speaks straight to Camille and says directly to her that he knew her father and that... Oh, no, sorry, he knew her family and that he believes he was the last person to see them alive. And this is all in Spanish. You're getting this on screen, subtitled. But she's acting very... I think there's definitely some sort of restraint. You can sort of maybe tell she's not really being very friendly. because she knows the situations he's in. But yeah, so as he says that, Greene says, "Be careful what you wish for," to her, because he sort of knows what she's after as well. And she is taken onto the general's boat.
Yeah, it's another case of like one too many things kind of going on here, because they're trying to flesh out Green's storyline and Camille's storyline at the same time.
Yeah.
And it's easy to not focus on one or not the other, because the whole point is that Greene is going to help this general get into power with Bolivia. He just wants some land. And it's like that line delivery I thought was so off, where the general's like, "That land is worthless. There's no oil there." And Green's all like, maybe not.
Sometimes I'm quite unsure about Greene, because on the whole, I don't really like him. But I do like some of the way that he says things. He says things in a very strange way, a very, very, it's like off-putting way.
Yeah, there's just no need for it. But I think the line itself of being like, maybe not. I don't know if anyone could have pulled that off. Oh dear. But the whole thing here with Camille is that she wants revenge in the general, and a lot of what Greene and her were talking about is how she was like using him to get to the general, and that's kind of why he's mad. Or maybe he's not mad about that. Their relationship's a bit weird, so it's this very awkward triangle that we're just seeing play out.
Yeah. And as Camille is put on the boat, on Medrano's speedboat, Bond has been watching all of this still. He's still there on his bike, so he starts to chase after the boat and drives over some, and obviously alongside the port where they're at, and he eventually just steals a motorboat and starts to chase after him on the water. There's a lot of chases in this film, and a lot of different vehicle methods as well. Like, we've already had a car one, we had one on foot, now we're going to have a boat one as well, because he just goes and charges his boat straight into the side of Medrano's, which causes everyone, or a lot of people, to kind of knock over, including Camille and Medrano on board. And in that moment, she has time to bring out her gun and is just about to shoot the general. But just before she can, she's grabbed by Bond, who has jumped on, and he grabs her, and they jump onto, I guess it's a different boat that just happens to be nearby. I don't know, I think it looks different. So yeah, they're now on another boat getting away, chased by some of Medrano's men who are in another boat. Lots of boats. And Camille is talking to Bond, shouting at Bond, "Why did you do that? Take me back." Because as Tom says, she wants revenge. So she was just about to kill him. And they're getting shot at by all these people behind him, and he don't really think he says much back, but tells her to get down. They get sideswiped by another boat, and more machine gun fire. I think one boat kind of comes up to him, and Camille whacks someone with a bar or something as it goes past. And she's now in charge of navigating. Bond's obviously steering. There's this very angry version of not No Time to Die, Another Way to Die kind of guitar riff here. Very angry as Bond charges into another boat to get rid of it, and then he jumps over one in another boat. Lots of boats, lots of explosions. There's one. Then there's this boat that comes out. How many times have I said boat? That comes up behind them and just kind of mounts them. It just comes up and actually knocks out Camille because it hits her. And this is where Bond, I don't really know exactly what happens here because it is all very quick, but Bond grabs a hook and throws it onto this boat behind them, which I guess sort of gets trapped and causes it to flip, because it does this huge flip backwards, and that's enough for him to actually get away from it all. It's a very, very fast action scene.
I got no idea. Yeah, I don't know. It's edited in the same way. I think it is getting a little bit better. I don't think it's quite as crazy as the first two, but it's still that same sort of thing. And yeah, I don't know what happened with that. And it's weird because that's the ending bit. That's the cool moment where Bond is able to get away because he did this hook thing on the speedboat. And you're supposed to be like, oh yeah, he did it, and now he's free, because everything then calms down. But just I don't know what happened.
It really takes away when you don't even know. I can't tell you the amount of times I had to rewind and and rewatch things in this film just to see if it was something I just blinked and missed, or if it was still hard to understand. This is one where I rewatched it. I was like, I still don't get it. There's a hook and it flips. I guess that's cool. All right, fine.
But there is a terrible line during all of this, because there's like Camille is trying to like take control of stuff, and Bond's like, no, stop it. But at one point, I think when Bond grabs Camille to start with, and I hope I got this line wrong, but you didn't mention it, so I'm not sure if you picked up on it.
Oh, no.
Where she's all like, you're not one of Green's, speaking about Dominic Greene, and Bond's like, well, you're a bit green. Because as a rookie, I guess, she's a bit green.
Is that really? I did not catch that.
That's what I wrote down. I hope that's not what it was. I can look up the script.
Let's get some script checking right now.
I don't know if that's going to help. It didn't help last time with Your Eyes Only.
Oh,
But
yeah.
I'm pretty sure that's what I wrote down. And I'm pretty sure that's like what gets said between the two.
There is a lot of lines in this film that I had to turn on subtitles to try and understand, because there was a lot of mumbling. So it could well have been. Now you said it, I recognise the "You're not one of Green's men," but I don't know what he said back to her.
Yeah, because there's a lot of things in this scene where it's oh no, I got it wrong. According to this script anyway, it says you're not one of Green's, and then Bond just says Dominic Greene, apparently. And then just says get down.
Oh.
Which is a lot better, but also seems a bit awkward dialogue-wise for Bond to be like, Dominic Greene, you say?
Yeah, not the right moment to to be checking that, I think.
Well, I guess I'm glad I'm wrong.
I guess so.
But yeah, very off. But like, this film does it a lot, oddly. Like there are a lot of times where like they just dub over like lines from Bond.
Yeah.
And they just don't really fit.
There's one really bad one that I will for sure be bringing up later on, because it's just terrible. You have to wait and see.
Oh.
Stay tuned. So after that, Bond in the boat drives back to the docks. It does focus on this quite a lot. Just a lot of, like, in all of the speediness, it then has a lot of shots of Bond just on the boat, looking angry for a while. Kind of picks and chooses its moments to slow down, I guess. But yeah, he gets onto the dock and has Camille's body in his arms, because she's still knocked out from the knock, and just hands it to one of the workers there and says that she's feeling seasick. So that's her. Actually, we don't really see her for a while now. That's her done for a little bit. And Bond then walks off, because he's now still tracking the phone, because of the guy rang the number on the business card.
Or the business card itself.
Or the business card itself.
Maybe.
And just steals a car. This is another thing where Bond is just stealing every vehicle in this, because I guess he doesn't really have much help. So he just steals a car nearby. And you get some shots of him driving through, like, tracking wherever they're going, Greene and his men are going. Yeah, you get these shots of, like, I guess, Haiti and some of the streets in Haiti. It's looking very run down, obviously. It's like stray dogs everywhere and very unglamorous. So, yeah, like, it's not a lot of places that Bond goes to, the Bahamas and things like that. It's all very sexy and rich and speedboats and everything. And I guess there was some boats there. But, yeah, they're definitely pointing out that this is definitely not the case here. Which I guess is also why I was saying about how, like, it looks so different to what we'd seen before in MI6, for example. But speaking of MI6, Bond rings them up, and Tanner is there in an office with M. I hope it's not M's office now, but...
I think it might be, actually.
Oh.
I think it's just the only place we see her for the film.
Oh. So, yeah, it's just more of that, like, sterile white rooms, but it's got a gigantic screen on the wall. And Bond is talking to Tanner and asks for a name check of Dominic Greene. And so
okay, that makes sense then. Like, he almost certainly did. That's probably why he said Dominic Greene during that scene. Why they dubbed it over with him shouting Dominic Greene, even though it's hard to hear, just so we know that Bond knows the name.
So what did she say in the car? Did she just say Dominic? So maybe he was getting the last name.
Yeah, I think he just said Dominic, so I guess it's meant to be him putting it together.
Okay.
But he is like Dominic Greene in this world is like we're about to find out a very like famous person, like a very known figure. So I feel like Bond would have just seen him and be like, "Well, that's Dominic Greene. I know that man."
Yeah, I don't know. So yeah, ask for a name check on Green, and the big computer wall starts to scan through MI6's database. And as it's doing that, M asks about. I wrote down Slade, the band. No, it's not Slade. Slate.
Oh.
Asks about Slate and gets angry because you killed him, didn't you? And yeah, obviously you did. We do find out that Green, as you say, is a well-known person. He is the head of the Green Planet Company, which is a utility company and also does charity work, and it buys up land for ecological preserves, is what Tanner says. And they send over a photo to Bond, and he confirms, yep, that's him. And they go to find out more about Green, but Tanner says that there's a firewall around the extra information. And so the only way to get more is to talk to the CIA. They have to connect through to the Americans. And they do that very quickly. It's all happening on screen. You're seeing who they're talking to and everything. It's all very visually laid out. And they get connected to this woman who then transfers them to someone called Gregory Beam. And it's at this point where you see who this man is because you saw a little photo of him on the screen. And it cuts to him. And he's on a private jet. He's looking very dapper in this private jet. Well, actually, he himself isn't, but the jet looks nice. And he's got this I didn't even realize that David Harbour was in this film. I did not recognize him.
No, I didn't remember that at all.
And then I saw him in the credits, and I thought, oh yeah, that must be him then. Got this big mustache. But he's there, and he's not alone. He's with Felix.
Ooh.
Felix is back.
Moody Felix.
Very
though.
moody. Yeah.
It's a brand new Felix.
Story of his life.
Now, Felix, now you're feeling annoyed. Can you give me annoyed? Okay, just hold that for the next, for the whole film.
It'd be funny if it's like, no, I can't. How? It's like,
no,
can't do. Yeah. So on this plane, they're talking to I've already forgot his name. Gregory Beam, and he responds saying, "Nope, CIA. They have no interest in Green. Sorry, can't help you," sort of thing, and just shuts down the phone call very quickly. Which M, because she's a smart one, she realizes that Green must be a person of extreme interest from that. Tanner questions this, but she says, well, they were connected straight through to the chief section, or the section chief of South America in the CIA. So with that, there must be some interest in Green on their part. They must be tracking him or doing something along those lines. Otherwise, they wouldn't have done that. And
I felt bad for Tanner in this scene because they just make him look like such a, I put a Muppet. Because M's like, oh, okay, then I guess they have extreme interest in him. But obviously somebody has to be like, what do you mean, M? Please explain. And poor Tanner, even though he's like MI6, like chief of staff, Tanner has to be like, but he said they didn't have interest.
What? Yeah.
I don't get it. Well, he doesn't say that, but he does say, but he said on the phone that they didn't.
Yeah.
They cut him off.
It does.
It makes him look so stupid.
Makes him look quite lame there. So, poor Tanner. And we're back at Bond, who is driving to an airfield, still tracking him and tracking Green and Haircut Man. And he spots the plane that they're putting up to and the tail number on it. So he says that over to Tanner, and they can find out that it's a private flight to Bregenz in Austria. And with that, M says, I'll sort out a flight for Bond and to Bregenz, the same place, and also try to avoid killing all possible leads, because she's talking to Bond as well now. She's tried to avoid killing all possible leads, Bond, and he says, I'll try my best, to which she replies, I've heard that one before. I've heard that one before. Oh, what is he like, eh?
But Bond said he wouldn't kill anyone, said Tanner. It's like, no, I don't get it.
Oh, they did Tanner a bit dirty here. I think he gets a bit better later on, poor guy.
Yeah, he's fine. He fits that role of assistant. But
yeah.
But one small thing, did you take a look at Bond's profile when it was on the screen?
When was it? Oh, what, on the big screen?
Yeah, because they're calling Bond, they bring up his information.
Oh, no, I didn't see that. What, is it anything interesting?
There wasn't that much information. There wasn't that much there. They were like, he's white and a male. It's like, good stuff. But they said his birthday was the 13th of April, 1968.
Oh.
Which I looked it up. That's not Daniel Craig's birthday. He was born in March 1968. So I don't know what the significance of April 13th is, if they just wanted that to be like different. Or maybe that's Friday the 13th, potentially.
I don't know. Maybe it's some date related to... Wait, 1968, did you say?
Yeah.
I don't know. There's no Bond film that year. Maybe there was a... I don't know. There wouldn't have been any books by that point either. I don't know. Maybe the month. Maybe it's just a month or something special.
Could be. Apparently it was a Saturday, so it wasn't Friday the 13th, sadly. I'm assuming they just took Craig's birthday and just shifted it slightly so it wasn't literally Craig's birthday.
I guess so.
So it probably had to be 1968 because that's how Daniel Craig is.
That's the more realistic and less interesting answer, yeah.
But like, if they could pick, if they had the year and they had to keep that year, fair enough. But April 13th, I would think that has some significance, but fortunately I don't know what.
I'm not sure, yeah.
So, yeah, Greene is approaching the plane and he gets on this private plane and we see he's actually stepping on the plane where the Americans were, where Beam and Felix were sitting. And they greet him and he was like, friend, hello. Beam is very friendly and upbeat towards Greene. So we cut to the plane in mid-flight and there's a little bit of rocking. I think someone's all like, geez. Like Beam is very American.
Hate that guy.
Yeah. Yeah. So the man with the haircut is having a coffee. That's all I have to say about that. I did look up his name.
Okay.
It is Elvis.
Oh my God.
Just Elvis. I'm not seeing a second name here.
Does that make him any better? I think a little bit, actually.
Maybe.
I quite like that.
What, Elvis?
Elvis with the terrible haircut.
Elvis. I love that book. But yeah, so he's just having a coffee. It's just what Elvis does in this film. Like, he just has these extremely minor moments, but they're not quite minor enough where you don't see him. It's just he's having a coffee and he's shaking a bit.
He's having a great time.
Oh, Elvis. So Greene is saying like, so do we have an understanding? And Beam very helpfully then explains what their understanding is. So he recaps that the Americans will agree to recognize the new government in Bolivia as long as they get like the last remaining oil. I put bouts, but I'm not too sure what word he uses. Just he's promised a load of oil in Bolivia, I think. And Greene says, well, as long as that's what you want, and that you don't find diamonds. And this dialogue I got a bit lost in. I don't know what they're talking about here, because they talk about diamonds, and then Beam's like, we'll have to verify the find, but this never comes back ever again. In short, Americans are getting oil, Greene's getting his new government. That's it.
Yeah.
So Felix is still putting his grumpy face in the corner, looking all mad. And Greene is like then talking about how the Americans are all involved. They're like all over the world. I think they're trying to make some sort of point here, how yes, Greene is interfering with Bolivia and Americans are helping, but America has done this all over the world, destabilizing nations like the Middle East. And Elvis, haircut man, then shows a picture of Bond on his phone. I don't know where he got it. I guess don't worry about it. Shows that to Greene, and Greene shows that to Beam, and then Beam says to Felix, like, hey, do you know who that is? And it gets a little bit tense here, and Felix leans over, he takes a look, and he just quite slowly is like, sorry. So basically saying, I don't know who that was. And then Beam just straight away says, well, that's James Bond, British Secret Service. So it's like, oh dear, got him. Although, again, I don't think that ever comes back. I think there might be a line after this, and that's it. Just,
yeah, you're right. Yeah, because
there's a line after this, but that's it. But Greene says, I need you to take care of him for me to the Americans, and Beam saying like, that won't be a problem. So I guess I'll just say what I said before. It's like this scene is probably just doing a bit too heavy lifting, too much stuff in here. Like, all these ideas that's in this film are quite big scale. The idea that there's this secret organization and then Green's like part of that and is then like trying to get this oil or trying to get some land in Bolivia, but then also is connected to the Americans and the CIA, and then they're doing a deal to recognize this new government to get this oil, but he's not after the oil. It's a little bit confused. It's like, I think the ideas of it are very big, but because they're trying to do so much in so little time, and Greene, who's not the most interesting person, doesn't really sell a lot of this, and it kind of makes some of this feel a little bit silly. Like, they're trying so hard that it's almost like cute how big they're trying to go with the politics of this film.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, is it's quite the actual topic of this. Films don't have to be crazy, and I think we've said before about, one of my top films I've ranked so far is For Your Eyes Only, and that has quite a a lot of it is just like that ATAC thing. It's like there's nothing like crazy going on in terms of like all maniacal stuff, and this is similar, where it is a very realistic, I'm sure, situation about trying to get oil or whatever it ends up being, and overthrowing governments. But I think the problem is you need someone stronger than Greene to sort of carry that, and I don't think he does really. I mean, I get that it's like he is just one part of this organization that's doing that, but I don't know. It's not until a little bit later on when we do see that there is this bigger organization around him that I think it starts getting more interesting. But right now, it's like I don't really care. It's just one guy talking to the CIA about this very, very average plot. So,
no, yeah, I would have preferred maybe this get pushed to later in the film, I guess. Like, maybe after this. I don't know how that would have fit, but after the next scene, maybe it would have made more sense. But yeah, they're just overloading you with stuff. And yeah, I did say about Greene being the problem, and so did you. But yeah, I'm a little bit undecided on it. Is it just this plot is too big for this film, or is it Greene, or is it both? But there is something here that just feels a little bit off. Maybe a Bond film shouldn't so directly have about Americans destabilizing governments. I'm not saying you couldn't do that, but this is just like one small part of this film that has Bond having revenge for Vesper whenever it feels like talking about that stuff, and then this secret organization, and then like whatever Greene is doing with his government, working with Bolivia and trying to get land, and the Americans are involved, and then just and then Camille and her revenge story. It's like, considering how much they have in here, they don't necessarily do a bad job of juggling between the two, but they kind of do a bad job making you invested in the overall plot of the film, because there's just so many things they have to cover.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
But yeah, so I wish they kind of stripped this down a little bit and focus on this. If you want to talk about Greene working with the corrupt Americans, great. But you probably need to remove some other stuff to make that strong enough to keep the film going. So their plane lands in Austria, and we get some more text in. How did you feel about the location text that appears whenever they go somewhere new?
I don't want to sound like a grump. I don't want to be like Felix, but I didn't like it.
No.
It just seemed a bit cheesy.
I got that as well, yeah. Like, so every single location has unique fonts, and it's quite artsy. Like, they make very unique fonts for each of it, and it does... I don't think the rest of the film warrants it, really. Like, I don't think anything else matches them going for this over-the-top style. You expect a more colourful film to have this sort of fonts, and maybe they are trying to create a contrast, but I would have kind of picked the more standard, boring, but more spy-y, to-the-point text on screen.
Yeah.
This used to really bother me when I first watched this film when I was younger. Nowadays, it's fine. Like, it's not a big deal, but I remember seeing that, like the very first one at the start of the film, being like, ew. No, thank you.
Shaking your fist at the screen.
Yeah, I didn't like it. But nowadays, I don't like it, but it's just a small part of the film. So Greene gets in the back of a car, and he's all in a tux. I think Elvis is probably there in a tux as well. And Beam and Felix watch them drive away from the plane. And Felix tells Greene about, like, sorry, Felix tells Beam, we got Beam and Green, everybody. Different characters though. Felix tells Beam, like, oh, is that someone who you really want to work with? And Beam's all like, yeah, because we only work with nice people. Slaps him around the back of the head, calls him an idiot. No, he doesn't, sadly. He doesn't do that. But we were that close to him being like, you doofus. Oh, it's just how he kind of portrays all this. Where it's very over-the-top, cocky American. Where it's like, oh yeah, we only work with nice people. And then Beam says, I need to know you're on the team. And that you value your career. So Felix is in a difficult position. So I think that's why they did the thing with the phone. But it doesn't really quite connect and click. But you are supposed to know that Felix is involved in this, but he doesn't like it. Unless, just in case you missed his grumpy face in the corner for the last 5 minutes.
Somehow. Yeah. They do a good job of making this Beam guy very unlikable very quickly. I'll say that.
Yeah. Almost too well, in a way. There's like no balance with this character. It's just like, I'm CIA. We're Americans. We're going to take over the world.
We're the evil Yanks. We're here to steal your oil.
Give me that oil. Like, it's a little bit too much like that. There's no balance with this guy.
Yeah.
So the car that Green is in, he drives through the streets. I think here is when they do another one of those, like, look how poor it is, or maybe not. I don't know. But,
I can't. Maybe.
I don't know. So it's at night, and he's being driven through the streets, and we see Bond following in a car, tracking with his phone, and I bet we got some pretty good music here. I've been quite critical of the music, but I can't quite exactly remember how this sounds like. But I remember it being good.
Is this as he goes into... Wait, what part is this?
This is where they're like driving through the streets and then they get to the event.
Oh, okay. No, the music I'm thinking of that I liked was a bit later on. I don't really remember this one.
Yeah. I can't exactly remember how it goes because it was more atmospheric music from what I remember. And I don't think the soundtrack of this film's very good, but it does have a good track here and there. Like here and there, you will get a scene that has a good score. So
yeah,
that's more than I can say for other Bond films.
Yeah.
So Green arrives at an event, and it's a very fancy event. Everyone in all these suits. Well, the event is actually the opera. I'll just go ahead and say that. This is everyone coming to the opera. And Bond enters from like behind the scenes because it's this like outdoor huge stage. So there's all the people at the front in their suits, all the rich people with champagne and dresses. And Bond goes around the back to the backstage, and he goes into one of like the entrances for the artists to go fully backstage. And we see like a woman is getting like a fake wound makeup. So there's a lot of shots here. Like it's not super frantic editing, but it does jump around a lot. Like it is that same editing style where we see all these different things happening at the same time. Everyone at the front having drinks and laughing and stuff. People getting ready for the opera, and then what Bond is doing. So Bond enters a door, and Green is shaking hands with people, and we see that somebody goes to get their suit. They go to get their tux, and they can't find it. And we just cut to Bond walking outside the room in a suit. So he stole that tux. So now he's back in this suit, which makes me feel a little bit like I don't really dislike that. I know they had to have some sort of reason for how he got into a suit, and he did need a suit for this, but they went through all the trouble with Vesper, saying how Vesper got him the suit, but now this time it just so happens he's able to steal the exact same type of suit that Vesper gave him in the last film.
Well, like they have that shot of the guy as he's opening the wardrobe or whatever it is to get the suit out, and from behind it's like it almost does look like Daniel Craig. I guess they had to pick someone that had a similar stock to Craig to sell it. So I can appreciate that they at least tried to make it match up logically, but no, you're right. That whole sort of I sized you up and it's a perfect fit. This one will do now. And
he just found it. That's useful.
Looks great.
Yeah. So Bond is looking around. He goes up top and looks on this balcony and sees everyone like mingling in this like lobby area, and he sees Green, and he also sees that everyone's like been giving a gift bag. There's like these quite fancy, nice bags, but somebody goes up to the table to get a gift bag. They give their name, presumably, and the woman gives him a secret bag. There are bags underneath the table and gives him the special super secret bag. So Bond decides to follow that man, and You hear somebody saying, "Oh, the performance is about to begin." So Bond follows the man into the bathroom, and he steals the bag. You somewhat assume, and he kind of goes through it, and Bond finds like a little cue, not as in Desmond. Hello. Oh, hello, Bond. Now pay attention.
I thought you died. No,
not
just
really.
Retired. I just shrunk. That's what I was. When I was going down, that's actually I was shrinking in that scene.
This was my escape plan. I'm a borrower now. Oh, interesting, Desmond. Cool.
All right, this might be the dumbest thing that we've said on this podcast so far. A tiny Desmond Llewellyn in a bag as a gift.
Yeah, everyone gets one.
Everyone gets one. Yeah, he's cloned himself as well.
Yeah. But no, it's a little Q symbol, like on a badge or a pin or something like that. But he also finds a wireless earphone or earbud. So he puts that in his ear. And Greene elsewhere is sitting down, and you can see him doing the same thing, putting the thing in his ear. So Bond leaves, and he breaks the door handle so no one gets in.
I did like how they just cut to... They didn't even show him fighting that guy. And this is what I mean, like I've said a few times now, but this is the bits that you can cut out. Like, you didn't need a fight scene there. You just see him knocked out. Bond has the bag. Fine.
Yeah, like, especially with Bonds, you buy it. That he goes into a room with someone and he just comes out with the stuff. Like, yep, that's cool. So the opera is now starting. It's getting some singing. And we see Bond is climbing up these metal stairs, like, behind the opera. So he's not actually sitting down. He's kind of going up this, like, scaffolding sort of stuff behind the stage. And we see Elvis, the haircut man, just like awkwardly smiling. He's like watching the show and seems to be like really into it.
Yeah. Maybe he's never been to the opera before. This is his first time.
Yeah, it might be, but he looks like he's about to cry or something. But it's what I say, like that's such a short bit. But and this character ultimately doesn't do anything. You just see him doing very tiny things. Like so far, he's just like called the number, had a coffee, and now he's enjoying the opera.
I guess, yeah. I mean, he is he's definitely not that funny, but he is like the closest to that sort of character where whatever he's in is usually a little bit of a more light-hearted thing. I'm thinking later on when you see him in the neck brace, it's just so silly.
Yeah, I don't understand what they were going for at all. But Bond reaches the top of the stage, and it's like a giant eye, like this huge eye. And Bond kind of is at the top and he's looking at the crowd, but he starts hearing some voices. So in his earpiece that he has in, he hears some voices. So in the background, we got the opera that's going on, but he's also hearing voices and people start kind of talking, and somebody starts asking about a pipeline. And Bond's like, "Shut up, Electra, this is a wrong film." Like,
I thought I killed you.
Yeah, we moved past this, didn't we? Why are we back on pipelines? But no, actually they are talking about pipelines. And Greene says, "Oh, we need like 2 kilometers more," or something like that. And he's all like, "Yep, does anyone object?" And they get silence, nobody objects. And somebody's all asking like, "Oh, where do the Americans stand on the plan?" And I think Greene explains they don't care, it's completely fine. And during all of this, someone says about quantum. Someone says the name quantum. There's quite a lot of dialogue that you're not supposed to 100% understand, but Greene...
Oh, I didn't... Did they actually say quantum here?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought they left that right to the very end.
No, someone says, like, I don't know exactly what the line is, but yeah, there's a lot of dialogue, people jumping between it, but someone says quantum.
Oh, okay. Never mind then.
Yeah, so this is quantum. But Greene talks about, it's the world's most precious resource. Therefore, Bolivia should be our top priority. And at this point, Bond cuts in and says, "Can I offer an opinion?" And says, "You people should find a better place to meet." So everyone looks a little bit panicked because Bond has now jumped in, and everyone starts leaving. Most of the people on the call gets up and starts leaving, and Bond just takes pictures of them. So the opera at this point with the sound is going all in. It's all very big and theatrical, and it's all very loud as Bond is taking these pictures one by one on his camera phone and kind of getting pictures of people within this organization. And we see Mr. White is actually in the crowd. Very quick shot of him. But Bond sees that somebody's coming up the stairs. So he drops down, knocks them out, and then just slowly walks down the stairs normally. So Greene is one of the people who was leaving as well. So we see Greene leaving and Bond leaving, and then we cut to Tanner in the MI6 office real quick. Just a reminder that Tanner is working late. Good for him. So then back to Bond and Greene, and they just happen to bump into each other as they're both leaving. And there's almost like a little bit of a panic look in Greene's face. But Greene is surrounded by a load of bodyguards, and Greene then goes to leave, and all the bodyguards go and chase after Bond and start shooting. So the music continues to be the opera music, this loud opera music and vocals, that very classic sound. And it goes into an action scene. And Bond is being chased with all this opera music over the top, and he runs through a kitchen, people shooting at him, he's being chased. And we cut between like 3 different things where at the moment in the opera, somebody's been like stabbed, like faked. So you've got like a woman kind of singing about that. And then the stage of the opera is this giant eye. And then we also have the shots of Bond being chased and fighting people throughout this venue. So we cut between those 3 things very rapidly, but we keep like the same sound throughout. Like you get sound effects of Bond fighting people, but that's very secondary to the opera itself. So we're cutting between these quite quick. So Bond fights all these people and kind of storms through. He eventually gets to the top and waits for somebody. He has a gun, and somebody else comes through with a gun, and he just points at his head and says, "Drop it." He does. And the guy, Bond asks, "Who do you work for?" And the guy just says, "Piss off."
That's fair.
There's quite a few swears in this film. Probably the most swearing we've had so far. Even M has a go.
Yeah.
But yeah, we get quite a few swear words in this one. So Bond holds the man off the top of the roof and says, like, "Who do you work for?" I think he might not even ask, to be honest. But we see Greene getting into his car to leave, and Bond just drops the man, and he lands on the roof of Greene's car. Greene says, "Is he one of ours?" And I think Elvis takes a look and says, "No." And Greene's like, "Well, why is he looking at me then? He shouldn't be looking at me." So they get out the car, shoot him, and then drive off. And we see Tanner on the phone, and he's looking at all the pictures that Bond sent him. And he's like, "Get me M." So
Ooh.
I'm going to say that up to this point in the film, I was having a pretty bad time.
Okay.
Like miserable.
Miserable.
Because it was like a lot of the ideas were good, but I just couldn't connect to any of it. And it seemed like a complete mess. And I was just pretty miserable. But this scene is when things start coming around. And not because he suddenly Marc Forster changes the editing or the directing. I just feel like the ideas of this kind of catches up. Like we finally have an idea that matches this more chaotic style where it starts off slow and is very loud and in your face, which is what we've already seen. Like the audio has been a huge part of this film, which I think is awesome. I love it. But actually to then see it kind of come together with this idea of Bond behind the scenes, like we're going from quite a tense scene of Bond finding out what's going on to then this crazy scene with the same audio, which then gets bigger and bigger and bigger, and him fighting people. That works. Like we finally have an idea where that presentation and style works, and it suddenly like kind of clicks a lot more, and you're just like, oh, this is what he wanted to do. That's awesome. I can appreciate that.
Yeah, I mean, this is, as I said before, this was the only real bit of the film that I remembered before rewatching. And I think because it is so distinct. And as I was watching this, after this scene, I was trying to work out, like, I like it, but is it just trying to be kind of artsy for the sake of being artsy? Was it Marc Forster just thinking, oh, let's just have the opera song carry on playing as we see Bond taking out all these guards and like cut between this. I mean, the opera's called Tosca. I don't have a clue what it's about, but as Tom said, there's scenes of like someone being killed. And let's have some shots of someone being killed interspersed. And I was trying to take a step back and think, like, does this actually mean anything, or do I just like it because it's something that we haven't really seen in the Bond film before, and it's just kind of cool. And I think it's the latter. Like I don't. Maybe there is elements there between like, oh, there's themes of the opera and it links in with what Bond is doing right now, sort of thing. Apart from just killing people, perhaps that's there. I don't really like it for that reason, though. I just think it's an interesting, different editing style to do, especially the sound. The sound mixing is really stand out. And for me, it works on that level more than anything else.
Yeah, and I think what makes it work is that it's the same style we've already seen, but where it works here is that you don't need to know the details. You're totally okay to skip the details of how Bond fights these guys like that. They do have a whole fight in this kitchen and running around. He is fighting a load of guys, but I don't need to know the details because they've already set up the scene and I know roughly what is happening. So it kind of allows them to just go all in on this direction with this fast editing because I already get it. It's just Bond fighting a load of bad guys, which is stuff we've seen before. So let's do something interesting and unique with it and have this quite visual and audio intense experience, which is something different. But with the other ones, you do need to know what's going on. Like, I need to know what's going on with chasing Mitchell because A, it's Mitchell, so we need to know what's going on there. But B, I need that sense of progression with this chase because this chase is going from one area to another area to another area, and that all needs to connect in a way that is satisfying and makes sense to the person. But for this, you don't. It doesn't matter. It's just Bond fighting a load of people. So let's use this editing style for it to work. Which is why I think ultimately it is great and why I can kind of see what Forster was doing. It's just a shame with the other scenes he couldn't kind of have more restraint and allow people to sit in the scene a bit more and have those scenes breathe a bit more. But yeah, the setup of this is what makes it work. You don't need to know the details. So instead you just have this frantic, quite exciting scene that goes all in with this idea, and it's like everything that he was trying to do finally works and lands for this scene. My only complaint is that it's too short. Like, I would have liked it if the fight went on for a bit longer and stuff, but it's fine. It's not a big deal at the end, but I would have liked it if this was actually a little bit longer.
Yeah. I one other aspect of it I really like too is what we actually see go on. So this is a gigantic opera outdoors, tons and tons of people, and it's also where the Quantum organization is having their meeting. They are catching up through the earbuds, and I think this is where you get that the bigger picture. The bigger picture where there's all these different heads talking, and then there's like, oh, what about this plan going on in Canada, and what about this plan going on here, or whatever. And it sort of then makes it all a bit more worth it to have like gone through all this stuff about the organization. Who is this man? And we're finally getting a little peek now at just how far it goes. Because before it was always just oh, they're everywhere. Oh yeah, look, Mitchell's one of them. And now it's like you're getting a bit of the higher up stuff to it. And it just kind of, when I watched this, it made me compare to like Spectre, where they have a very similar big organization meeting. But there it's done in a very evil manner. Like, oh, look at all these people in the room, a big table and everything, and dramatic lighting. Whereas this to me feels, I don't know why I say natural when we're talking about like a giant evil organization, but I think it's done in a way more interesting way to have it in this setting, which then leads on better to the chase afterwards. So yeah, I like that.
Do we want to have the conversation now about how Quantum is actually Spectre?
Oh no. No.
Do you ever want to have it today?
No. I guess yeah, we can if you want.
The reason I bring it up is because for me, I think this works better with it being Spectre, and I actually enjoy it more now that I know it's Spectre, because I think Quantum as an organization is a little bit lame, and this is all you get of this organization for the entire film. This is it. Like, there's some details, but everything else is now about Greene. So to me, it actually feels a little bit better that Quantum is just this one part of something bigger, that being Spectre. Whether they kind of portray that or fit that in together well is a different conversation. But I feel like this in retrospect, I actually like it more because I think it makes more sense that it would be Spectre. But if this was just Quantum, then they just don't flesh this out enough. Like, this is it. This is all we ever see in the film. So I like the idea that what we're getting is an incomplete picture, and we get more of that filled out in the later films.
What would your opinion have been if they didn't need to do the whole quantum stuff and this was just Spectre in this film?
They actually say it's Spectre.
Yeah, would that have been better?
I think so. I think that would have worked, yeah. But I also like the idea of like keeping the unknown a little bit. I might have actually liked if they didn't even call them Quantum and they're just the organization, and then that organization is revealed to be Spectre in a couple of films' time. That's probably would be the ideal. But to me, like, Quantum is only said like twice in the entire film, and you spend so little time with these people that to me it just makes sense that that would be something else that they just haven't explored, when really it's probably more just they didn't have time, the writer's strike. Like I choose to see the flaw of this film, which is this Quantum is just not fleshed out enough to be interesting outside of the scene, and just try and turn that into a positive and say, actually, this is something bigger, which is Spectre.
The Spectre of Solace. No, I don't know. I think with hindsight that still that works, I guess. I mean, it's retcon to hell, but yeah. But I think I prefer it being Quantum, actually. At this moment, I suppose, I don't like to even think about the whole Spectre stuff. I think this is they're big enough on their own to warrant this being the thing that's big enough for me. But I can see where you're coming from with it, like what we know now, looking back. I guess it could work both ways.
Yeah, well, it's interesting that we both are at the opposite ends of this one. I think that's quite cool, really, because we know they did retcon this, and Quantum of Solace now has a different context. But it sounds like you're not into that, but you can still just push that aside and enjoy this for what it is. But for me, I actually think it enhances it, so I bring that all in, and I like the idea of this being Spectre. It's interesting. It sounds like, I guess people probably have their own opinions on it, and some people might push it aside. Some people might bring it in and say, I hate it, so I actually don't like this film as much. But yeah, it's very interesting.
If Spectre had been a better film, I'd probably be saying otherwise right now, but we'll get there. That's probably clouding my judgment at the moment as well.
What they should have done is like George Lucas it. So there's like, you can hear someone going cuckoo during the scene. You're like, oh, that's why
Oh, on the earbud, you just heard cuckoo.
Yeah, they just like, you just hear this like cuckoo. It's like, oh, okay.
It all makes sense now. It was all there all along.
It was right there. We just didn't listen.
Idiots. Oh. Anyway. Where do we get up to? Oh, yeah, Tanner. Tanner has had all the... Oh, by the way, can I just point out as well that phone was taking pictures of the backs of people's heads. I really shouldn't question it. It's more gadget stuff. But how was it getting their faces from that? I don't know. It's Sony. Sony's got really good phones. So Tanner's got the images through from Bond and rings up M to tell her who they've ID'd. And M is in the middle of running a bath. So I do like these little glimpses into M's home life that we're getting in these films. So, first she was in bed with her husband, and now she's having a bath. Very nice. She's just a lady. She has a life outside of MI6, believe it or not.
Is this here where we hear M's husband say something, or is that later?
No, I think it is here. I think he says like, "Oh, this is your line," or something like that.
Yeah.
When the phone comes through, I guess so.
Because I remembered in between us recording the episodes that he dies.
When does he die?
Yeah, he dies between this film and Skyfall. Because in Skyfall, M talks about her late husband.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot about that.
And she doesn't even have Mitchell to support her through these times.
He has no one.
No.
There's no one but the bulldog. So, yeah, Tanner is phoning through and telling her that... he lists off a couple of people. Can't remember who they are. The one that they sort of make note of is one called Guy Haynes, because he's a special envoy to the PM, so he's very, very close to the British government, this member of Quantum. And he also says to M that somehow they've already managed to see the guy that was pushed off by Bond and then shot by Greene. because they think that Bond's pushed him or shot him and pushed him. I think Bond did everything there. So M calls through to Bond, and she's doing this, and with this whole little conversation that she's now having with Bond is her applying some like moisturizer or something, or she spends a long time rubbing something into her face and then
She's
taking
doing
it off.
a nightly face routine. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, how else do you think Judy looks so good? Come on. So yeah,
That doesn't just happen, people.
no, you got to put the work in. All right. So she needs Bond to come in and debrief, which Bond is obviously not agreeing to, but she kind of makes note that you just killed a member of Special Branch, being that guy that he killed was the bodyguard to Guy Haines. So he's just killed a fellow agent, pretty much. Quite a big deal. And Bond, is there a little reaction from Bond when she says that, or does he just blow it off?
I think he just blows it off.
Okay, because she does like say it as if it's like, it's a big deal, but he doesn't care. But he's interested in still finding the men who tried to kill her. So I think he hangs up there, and M afterwards tells Tanner, who's still connected, to cancel all of Bond's cards and his passports and kind of block everything from him, and also to investigate this Haines guy, and finally to be careful who you trust.
Yeah, I quite like that last bit. Hopefully you're a better judge of character than I am. I think that's quite nice. But yeah, I quite like the Bond and M interactions in this film, but there's something that really, really ruins it for me when something is kind of revealed towards the end. So I guess I'll save that for then. But I think the actual dialogue between the two, like there's a bigger focus on M here, and I think that works quite well. It's nice to have Bond and M going back and forth. It gets a little repetitive. Did you have to kill that person? Yeah, whatever.
Okay, come in.
I can't trust you, but I do though. But I don't though. But I do though. It gets a bit confused, but it's nice that there's a lot of conversation between Bond and M throughout.
M is a very complicated character in this film. I didn't really quite get where she stood for a lot of it. I think afterwards, you sort of, when you see the film as a whole, it all makes a bit more sense. But like, yeah, I think a lot of these scenes where she's just saying the same thing over again about, oh, I can't trust anyone, I can't trust you, and now I can't trust them. And I guess it's meant to be conveying that like the people around her are kind of falling to this quantum organization, or more things are coming to light. But yeah, I think in the moment I didn't really care much about these scenes, apart from the very fundamental bit of just seeing Judi Dench on screen. I like so
fundamentally it's a
very
good scene.
superficial. Yeah, exactly.
But no, I wish we got a bit of M, like how it's actually affecting MI6 and her, because it's almost like hinted at that she's not trusting people and she feels a bit insecure about all this because as we saw before, she was distressed. I wish we saw like some measures being put in at MI6 or something, right? Like that they were actually trying to like weed out the quantum people, not quite like an Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Style thing like Marvel did, but just something, but I guess it's not the focus. But I would have liked if she was like almost being proactive with this stuff. That would have been quite interesting to see.
Yeah, that would have been good. You're right. I guess just not enough time in this film. There's already got too much in it, but that would have been a really interesting scene to see. So yeah, Bond, after that phone call, Bond tries to get a flight to Bolivia, knowing all the stuff about Greene and Bolivia. But as his card goes through the machine to pay, it doesn't work because M's just cancelled them all. So he has to go make other plans, but before he leaves, he does tell the assistant behind the desk that she's going to get a phone call, and when she does, tell him that he's going to Cairo instead to sort of throw him off the trail a little bit. And she does. I expected her to actually be like, oh, he's going to Bolivia, but no, I think she actually does. So
yeah, I guess they're trying to set up Bond being the womanizer again, which is important for what's about to come. Yeah. It's just not an aspect that's really been there at all. So it's like, oh, let's just have Bond being charming and charming someone. So it makes a bit more sense when it happens. This is, again, something else that just goes nowhere. Like the whole thing of sending them to Cairo, it doesn't matter because they find out where Bond is anyway, I'm pretty sure.
Yep. Yeah.
So it kind of goes nowhere, but that's just what this film's about.
So then we cut to Italy. Is there another thing on screen for this place? There must be, right?
Yeah,
Talamone, something like that. Some beautiful Italian coastline once again, as if we've seen enough of those. But Bond's in a boat and he's heading towards a a villa on the side of it.
Right, I just want to quickly check. Did they play You Know My Name for a second in the
Yeah,
music?
well, I swear I was hearing bits of that.
I thought
Yes.
I heard it as well.
Yes, I think they did.
Cool.
Which makes sense. Which makes sense about what we're about to see. So, but I was a bit unsure at one moment because I was like, what, hang on, what's the theme for this song? What's the theme for this film? That's not the right one.
No.
Oh, it's the last one. But yeah, he knocks on the door of this villa and the door opens and it's Mathis. Mathis is back.
Hey, that traitor.
And, well,
Bond shoots him and says, "You die for what you've done."
No, Mathis says, "Have you come to apologize to Bond?" And
he was like, "No, I know what you did." Bang, bang, bang.
You need to drop this Mathis thing. Like, you're turning into Bond. I'm worried for you, Tom. I can't trust you.
But no, no, it's fair enough.
But
So
yeah, the two...
I was wrong, everybody. I think I did come to that realization last week. It just took a while for that line to make sense, but I was wrong. Mathis is a pretty cool dude.
Honestly, it's fine. I'm wrong so often. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Mathis forgives you, I'm sure.
Thank you, Mathis.
But yeah, the two go out to this like little courtyard area in front of the villa, and Bond says about if Mathis' suit's retiring. So we learn that Mathis is now retired from being the contact in the previous film. And as he says that, a woman comes out with a bottle of wine, and I think we presume that it's his wife, or at least his girlfriend anyway. And as she brings out the wine, Mathis says, "None for him." And the reason for that, we actually learn, this is all in Italian, these two speaking to each other now, Mathis and I'm just going to say his wife, I think it is. But yeah, the reason for that, Mathis says, is that this man had him imprisoned and tortured. And she responds by saying, well, because you were innocent, they bought you this villa. So really, you owe him. So that's basically it. That's the end of that little storyline. Mathis was innocent, so they bought him this place to pay him off, basically.
Yeah, it's really nice to see Mathis back.
Yeah.
Like, if you want to tie that together, he was a likable character in the last one. I know they had to get through this quite quick in terms of what happened with Mathis before, because it does feel a bit odd that he disappears. But, they get the important stuff out the way, and now it's Bond and Mathis hanging out, which is nice.
More time for them to spend together. That's all good for me. So with that, Mathis, I think he says, go work on your town or something. Go, get out of the way for a second as he talks to Bond. And Bond asks about needing some passports and some credit cards to continue getting to Bolivia. And that Mathis is the only one that he can trust. So everyone's having trust issues. This is basically the the note of the film is who can you trust? So Mathis starts talking about Vesper, saying that he thinks she really loved him and she died for Bond. But obviously Bond doesn't really respond to that very much. He kind of brushes it aside as he does with most Vesper talk. And then so Mathis asks, well, why did you really visit then? And that's where Bond reveals the photos that he took from the opera, some of the people that walked off, and shows them in front of Mathis. And as he does that, he pours himself a glass of wine. And I mention that only because of a shot later on. But he helps himself to some wine. And Mathis starts to identify the people in these photos. There's a couple of them related to the Tierra project, which I think you heard on the intercoms about pipelines. And then the last one is that Guy Haynes character that we've heard of before now. And Bond then asks, what does Mathis know about Bolivia? And it just so happens that Mathis was stationed there for like 7 years, I think he said, and that he's got a few contacts. He's got a few people that he can talk to. So with that, Bond sort of smiles and says, come with me to Mathis as a bit of a partner in this mission. And Mathis almost laughs it off at first, and you sort of see him thinking about it. He looks over to his wife, and you don't see him say yes because the scene ends before then. But the scene does end with Bond just necking that glass of wine. I don't know why they added that for. It's such a strange choice. It's just him finishing off that giant glass of wine.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe for continuity with the next... Not continuity, but we know he's about to drink a lot in the next scene.
Yeah, I guess so. As Bond's a drinker, everyone. With that, we cut to they're just straight on into it. No more fluff, as we were saying. They're on the plane. They're on the plane to Bolivia. Except it's very, very dark, very late at night. Most people are sleeping on this plane, except for Bond, who's just sat there at the end with the bar, and the bartender's there as well. And he's looking at a photo of Vesper, the photo with her and her boyfriend, and the love knot necklace next to it as well. Mathis wakes up, comes on over to see Bond, and he hides away the photo and continues having his drink. To which Mathis asks him, what are you drinking? And Bond says, I don't know. Although he clearly does, because the bar... This is really awkward, this moment. The bartender, who is there, like right in the scene, standing right there, very, very close. It's just a plain bar. It's not very big. He starts listing out the ingredients of this cocktail, to which Mathis very quickly recognises. It's like Gordon's and Kina Lille, and it's the Vesper drink from Casino Royale. But he does something very strange where he's like, Kina Lille, which is not vermouth. I don't know why he said that. I don't know. I just this bartender character is very strange. Very, very, very bad acted. Sorry, fella. But then he says he's had 6 of them. So yeah, Bond's been on the booze quite a lot with this flight. And to that, Mathis says, are you okay? Do you need sleeping pills? I've got pills for all sorts of things. Pills that can make you grow taller. Pills that can make you forget. Which Bond says no. And so Mathis says he's going to try and get some sleep and goes back to bed.
Oh, this is where, like, I think I hinted at it before about how they just pull the Vesper card whenever they want to. And this really feels like that. Like, I don't get any sense of Bond thinking about Vesper or having any sort of connection to Vesper at all throughout a lot of this film. And it just doesn't feel like a consistent thing in this film. Because it's like, if we want to look at another revenge thing, you've got License to Kill, and they explain it clearly, you get it, and Bond's mission is all about trying to avenge Felix, and his wife. And you know who did it and is after it. It makes sense. This one, you've already done the heavy lifting in terms of like why Bond would want revenge on the person who set out Vesper, but they've just like really confused it with this other plot. And I think it's supposed to be implied that Bond is actually trying to avenge M almost being killed, not Vesper. So it's like what you would think would be a quite to the point revenge story, and it sometimes tries to treat it like that Bond is on the edge and he's trying to get over Vesper by avenging her, but it's like it just kind of jumps in and out of it, and it just makes it all feel quite weak, and I really couldn't get into this stuff at all. I don't know why they did it like this. They really needed the idea of Bond trying to get revenge and like grieving, not properly grieving, but obviously they're still weighing on his mind, and then doing all this like almost subconsciously potentially for that. But they just seem to pick and choose whenever they want to do that. It doesn't feel consistent. I don't get that theme of revenge at all with this storyline, and it just jumps between like, we gotta stop Green and Quantum, which is connecting to Vesper but in such a convoluted way that it just at some point doesn't mean anything. And what it ultimately means is that scenes like this, which, the dialogue's not great, pinch us if you've heard that before, but even said, this stuff just doesn't work because there's no real commitment to any of this.
I totally agree. That's one of the things that really annoyed me about this film is they had a whole film to set this all up. It's not as if they were rushed for that element, but then they just don't really do much with it. Like you can't just rest on having sad shots of Bond looking at the photo. That doesn't mean anything. What am I getting from that? What is Bond thinking in that moment? Like, how is it affecting him? As you say, we don't need Bond going crazy grieving or anything like that, but a little bit more just to sort of, when we do get the resolution to this film, make it actually have an impact that he has got over this. Whereas, like, I can kind of buy Bond saying, "Oh, this is for M." Like, in his way, he is mentally sort of, compartmentalizing it so that, it's about M, really. It's not about Vesper. And that's what he's saying to other people. That totally works. I get that. But then I think we don't see enough of the real Bond there to then make it work. it's just really frustrating. But as I say, they had so much room to play with to get this right. A whole film just to deal with the repercussions of what we've seen and the weight of everything that we've seen. But it's so superficial, these shots, and you never really get Bond's true kind of mental state, I think, in these films. Just him looking angry a lot. Angry or sad.
Yeah, which can work with Bond to a certain extent, but yeah, there's no smaller moments to tie this all together, and that's just a real shame. It's a massive shame. And this is just a weird scene anyway of Bond being a little bit tipsy on a plane. Like, I think this is just not a very good scene at all. It just feels weird. Bond at the back of a plane where everyone's asleep in first class. Because this is like first class, but you got everyone on the sides, and it's not like this is a huge plane. Then you've just got a bar there and Bond just drinking martinis. It's like, this is just kind of sad, but not in the way they wanted it to be. Like, I feel like maybe Bond and Mathis should have had this moment somewhere else that wasn't on a bloody virgin plane with some barman there explaining how to make drinks. Like, it doesn't feel right for this.
That's it, isn't it? It's the virgin bit. When I saw that, because it's on the back and I think it's on the guy's name tag as well, I was like, oh, yeah, Casino Royale. That's the virgin bit in there. Got to get that in there. Where's Richard Branson? Is he going to be behind? Maybe he's the bartender.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah, but no, I agree. I think it's a little bit. I like more time between Mathis and Bond. I just think it's the wrong setting for it. We needed somewhere a little bit more. Either somewhere. I don't know, actually.
Yeah, I don't know either, to be fair. But like, we did need a version of this scene between Mathis and Bond to build up their connection. But yeah, not like this.
Yeah, I was thinking like, oh, we need like. Some sort of, I mean, a bar would still work, but maybe like a casino bar. But then there is no casino in this film, so
no.
I guess we were casinoed out after the last one. Anyway, so they end up reaching Bolivia on their flight. They're at the airport. They're at La Paz in Bolivia, and as they come out, you see a woman who is waiting, very upright, very prim and proper. She's standing there waiting for Bond. It's this very young, red-headed lady, and she walks up to Bond and says that she's from the consulate and she's here to send Bond back to London. And she's all very posh and very young, and you already kind of get the idea that she's very out of place looking anyway here. And Bond just completely ignores her as well. So Bond carries on walking outside the airport, and she is obviously walking after him, and he asks, okay, well, when is the next flight to London then? If I've got to go back, and she says it's tomorrow morning, which I find a bit hard to believe, but anyway, tomorrow morning. So he says, we've got all night then, so they can get into a taxi together, which she eventually sort of relents to, but says that if he attempts to flee, she will arrest him and take him back to the plane in chains. This tiny little lady, well, she's not tiny, but this very, very cute little lady saying that, and it's like, okay then, sure thing.
She's in such a bizarre jacket as well. She's in like an Inspector Gadget jacket as well. Like,
yeah,
feels like they're trying to. Yeah, you're not supposed to take her seriously as hard as she is trying. But yeah, that was weird. I don't know. They just put her in this odd jacket, like something from the 60s.
Yeah, I've got to say, I didn't like this character from the bat. Like from the get-go, she just didn't work for me. I know that like she's not meant to work in this scene. She is meant to stand out, but well, I guess I'll get into it later on why she annoys me. But anyway, because there's a big reason. But yeah, in the taxi, they're driving to a hotel, and there's the driver in this. The taxi driver is like yelling in Spanish, and it's all subtitled about what's going. Or he starts to talk about the water shortage, and Mathis says, "Oh, he blames the global warming for it." But Mathis is also on the phone as all this is happening. It's all very loud because Mathis is on the phone talking to a guy named Carlos, who is the head of the police here in La Paz. He's sorting out, obviously, one of his contacts, so he's trying to sort out something there. And he's trying to talk to him on the phone, and he keeps on telling this driver to shut up. We've all been there. Overly chatty taxi driver. You can't escape him, even in Bolivia. But yeah. They end up driving to this very shabby-looking hotel. Definitely not the usual sort you'd see in a Bond film. And Fields goes in. I don't know if I actually said what her name was. It's Miss Fields. she introduces her name as. She goes in to the front desk and begins to check in. Bond walks in, like has one look around, and then just walks straight back to the taxi because it's still parked outside. Which she spots and goes and follows him, and he says he'd rather stay at a morgue, which I think is a bit much. But yeah, apparently they've got to stay there because they are the cover at the moment anyway. Before they send Bond back, is that they're teachers on a sabbatical trip. So yeah, but Bond's having none of that. He gets back in the taxi, and instead they drive to this very grand hotel. In fact, it is called the Grand Hotel, and it's this big ornate white-looking hotel. Bond walks up to the front desk, starts talking Spanish, add that to the list of languages, and says that they're still teachers on sabbatical, it's just they've won the lottery, which is why they're there, and they'd like a room. So from that, they're taken up to the room, and Bond walks inside. Mathis is left outside. I guess he goes somewhere else, poor guy. But Bond walks in and immediately walks into the bedroom, and you get this shot of Fields just kind of standing there, trying to look ahead, but glancing over to Bond every now and then. It's as if she's trying to remain professional. Bond comes out and says, "Oh, I can't find the stationery in the room. Can you come help me look?" And she laughs at it, and oh Bond, and obviously she goes in. It's like the fastest Bond girl falls for James moment I think there is. Like, it's just ridiculous. It just doesn't really, I don't know. It's just such a quick. Nothing even happens. It's just he says that and she's like, oh, and then goes in. So, yeah. Later on, it's sort of a fade, so some time has passed. Bond answers the door. He clearly just comes straight from the bedroom because he's shirtless. And Mathis is there, who says that after his contacts, he's managed to get him and Miss Fields invitations to a party hosted by none other than the Green Planet Company, the one that Green is head of. So, yeah, Mathis says that he'll meet them there later. He's going to go for a drink with the Colonel first. So Bond heads back to the bedroom, see him with Fields. She's naked in bed, and he's kissing her back. And she starts to say, "Oh, you have no idea how angry I am at myself for this," which you just don't buy at all. And Bond eventually says, "Do you want to go to a party?" Can't remember what it says then, like, "Oh, I've got nothing to wear," or something like that. But they carry on kissing on the bed, and that's kind of the end of that. And that's Miss Fields, everyone. I don't like her.
Yeah, I think I don't really have a problem with the actress, I suppose. I guess. So, like, the whole thing about all this is, it's a parody. It's like a self-referential parody of older Bond films where Bond was able to sleep with someone very quickly. I think the problem is, like, this is building to something for them to make a more point of it later. But I think a lot of this falls down because they almost, like, exaggerate how quick it is from the older films to what you say. The line is Bond just says, "Can you help me find the stationery?" She's like,
nudge,
sure.
Nudge, wink, wink.
And it's like, I think that's deliberately insane to kind of draw attention to the older Bond films. But to me, I feel like what should be happening here is that they do play it out like the older ones did, and then maybe draw attention, like, to make you feel it later. Just refocus afterwards. But actually, like, taking that stuff and stripping it down to, like, this level means that I think all the impact that it's trying to have to point the finger at itself just gets lost, because it's almost like they're trying to make a joke about it. But the Bond films shouldn't be making that joke. If they want to make a point about it, that's fine, but actually do it. Like, actually do it properly and then point the finger at itself. So the fact that it doesn't do it properly, and then later on they're trying to say, like, see, it's like, well, no, because you didn't do it properly. Like, you just kind of exaggerated all this stuff just to really highlight it and make it seem absurd, which it is absurd, which means I don't buy it, and it loses me a bit. So I don't think it's a bad idea to have this stuff in here. This is another idea that just gets lost in the sea of ideas that is this film. Like, now we're throwing in the whole thing about Bond's relationship with women, and he was just crying on a plane, almost. It's like, it just doesn't maybe this could have worked, but yeah, to me this just gets, they don't do it very well, and this just gets lost in the sea of all the other ideas, which is Quantum of Solace.
Yeah, I don't think this worked at all, and I think it's such a strange choice for them to pull this in from the older films. I'm not saying that it's you can't take some things from the older films. I think actually in other elements, this doesn't have enough. I mean, we've already had one film with no Q and no M and none of those sort of staples, and obviously they can't have it here because it is a direct sequel. So I guess that's why they do go with these sort of things instead. But I don't know, it just doesn't really fit in with the idea of this being a sort of revenge thriller film, like very tough, brutal film. And then this just sticks out, and I guess half of that is making it stick out. But then also where this character goes doesn't have any impact for me later because she's just so like pathetic. She's a pathetic character that immediately gets overpowered by Bond and like outmaneuvered and manipulated by him. So it's just I don't have any sympathy. It's just rubbish. It's just rubbish. I don't think there was room to do this sort of thing in the film, to be honest with you. There's just too many. Focus on the revenge. Focus on just Vesper. You don't need to start getting Bond's other traits in there for me.
I think ultimately that's correct, but I think they maybe could have done it. Like for me, if they're going to attempt it, do it properly. Don't strip it down to try and make it seem silly. Like it is silly. You don't even need to like change it at all. You can take stuff from the older ones, but yeah, like this is going into the like Bond leaves a trail of bodies in his wake, which is almost like a separate thing to the revenge stuff because he was doing that in the last film. So it does confuse things more. Like Revenge Bond is not the same as Cold Bond, and there's like two different elements that get addressed, and she's part of the cold aspect to it, which is probably why it might conflict with the revenge stuff. Because if he was out for revenge, he wouldn't be seducing Miss Fields.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, so party time. So we cut to a party, which is the Green Planet Party event, and there's a lot of chill beats. It's not very big. It's like a lot of people there, but it's all very chill for a party. So Bond pulls up with Miss Fields, and Bond is in a suit, and Fields is in a very fancy dress. As in a dress that is fancy. She's not like dressed as a clown or anything like that. It's not a Halloween situation.
Roger Moore's back.
Roger Moore. Oh no. So Bond asks her for her real name, and she's like, "It's just Fields." And he's like, And again, that's more just like trying to poke fun at this because her actual name is Strawberry Fields, which is supposed to be a jab at the older Bond films having these ridiculous names. But it's almost like they put in this awkward dialogue where they're almost like trying to be like, we're not saying the full name because it's dumb. Like that's, I think that's what they're going for.
When do they say her full name?
I think Bond says it when after the fact, when talking to M.
Oh, to M. Yeah. Okay. Right.
But at this point, they just kind of make a point not to say it, which just makes this whole thing just seem so like, just so full of itself. It's so proud of itself that we came up with this silly name, but we're not saying the silly name.
Yeah.
Because she already said I'm Miss Fields. So it's just, it's all just a bit awkward. So we cut to Green giving a speech to everyone at the party, and he's talking about environment and about permanent damage being done to the environment. And I think he says Tierra Project during all this. I wasn't really paying attention to Green. Because remember, Green, everyone. It feels like it's been ages, but Green's in the film again. But yeah, so we see this speech going on, and Bond sees Mathis talking to the Colonel. So this is like a Colonel in Bolivia that Mathis knows who he's talking to. And yeah, so what is that? So Green wraps up his speech, everyone claps, he's shaking hands with people. And Mathis introduced the Colonel to Bond and Fields. And the Colonel says, because I think he's meant to be the head of police, and he's like, the entire police force is at your disposal, Bond. And he's like, that might be useful. But we cut back to Green, and he's talking to people, and they're saying how people are struggling to get water. In Bolivia, people can't get water. There's a drought. And Green says, well, I blame the government. They're cutting down trees and ruining ecosystems, and now they're surprised that something has gone wrong with the water supply. So the man writes up a check and goes to give him some money because this is like a charity event for the environment. And at this point, Camille shows up.
Oh, her.
Camille's back.
Right.
Yeah. And
Who?
I don't know, man. I'm looking at my notes. I got nothing. So Camille shows up out of absolute nowhere and is a bit drunk. And she talks about, oh, wasn't it you, Green Planet, that sold that land to a logging company to cut down the trees? And he's all like, no, she's drunk. Don't worry about it. So Green and Camille walk away, and we we then cut to a 2-second shot of Felix looking all grumpy on a sofa.
He's grumpy everywhere.
He's so grumpy. I get having scenes where he doesn't look happy, but the fact that he looks unhappy everywhere, it's just, it's so obscene. It's perfect.
I mean, yeah, look, he's in a tricky situation with the plan that he's part of in the CIA, but like the guy says, lighten up.
Yeah, come on,
I don't think he was cramping his style though. I'm sorry, if I look at the two of them, one is definitely more stylish than the other.
Yeah, definitely. So yeah, Felix is all moody, but we go back and Green is talking to Camille and asks, "Why are you here? Are you going after the general still?" I don't know. Not much is said here, but they kind of walk along and they walk up to the top of this like balcony, and this like stone balcony, and Green kind of pushes her up against that balcony. I think talks about how, I could just throw you over this wall and nobody would think anything went wrong because you're drunk, and they would just think you fed off. So they kiss, and then Green like pushes her back, which causes the wall to break a little bit. So she almost goes but doesn't, and then Bond shows up being like, "Oh, there you are." And he says, "Mr. Bond, what a pleasure." And then Green again refers to them, like Green and Camille sleeping with each other, saying, "Oh, you got to be careful with this one. She'll only go to bed with you if there's something you want." And then it's like how she looks good on her back. And Camille's like, "Oh, well, the feeling isn't mutual there about looking good on your back." And Bond says to Green, "We gotta go." Like tells Green we need to leave, I think. But Green then starts saying about, "Oh, I know who you are. MI6. MI6 all says how you're difficult to control and everything around you seem to wither and die." And they just walk away.
Yeah, they just let him leave.
And Green's just shouting at them like, "You're both damaged goods."
What?
Huh?
I said
"You're damaged goods." But they're walking down these stairs and Green at the top shouting his lame lines, and a man kind of follows them, I think one of Green's bodyguards, and at the same time Fields happens to be there, I guess going after Bond, but she continues going up the stairs and just trips the guy and is all like, "Oopsie." So all right. But being
by the way, I think that was Elvis.
Oh, that can't have been Elvis, could it?
Because I think that's why he has the neck brace later on.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we got Elvis. Fields tripping up Elvis. That's That's a good stuff. So this wraps up with Beam asking Felix to lighten up because Beam is there as well. The Americans are at this party and says, "Felix, lighten up, come on." But Bond goes out to the front, I think. Camille gets in a car. Bond gets into his car, I think, and then Camille gets in that car and Bond says, "You're going to tell me all about the Tierra project," and drives away. So, where to start? So Green and Camille, again, I just find this all quite unsettling and not very interesting. There's just so many references to them like sleeping with each other and using each other for information, but this doesn't feel like two kind of, I don't know, adults bouncing off each other and playing games, but like an interesting, sexy game. This just feels like all a bit sad and pathetic, and I think Green is supposed to be sad and pathetic to a certain extent, but they almost did their job too well. It's just like Camille is sleeping with Green to try and get revenge on the general, which is creepy, and Green is kind of aware of it, but even then they still like kiss, so they're still kind of, I don't know if this is meant to be like a Mr. and Mrs. Smith situation. That's like the best scenario, the best comparison I can come up with, where it's like two stylish people who are just using each other, but they both know it. But it all just comes across as quite sad. And for a Bond film, I don't want to feel sad. Well, maybe a little sad, but not in this way.
I didn't really put any thought together with these two. I think it's probably because of what you're saying, where it's just everything they say to each other, I didn't get anything out of. Yeah, because you're right. If they had a bit more chemistry together, I could probably buy that they were like, he knows why she's doing it, but he doesn't care, sort of thing, and she's doing it because she has to, but then also sort of playing off of that a bit. But instead, it just seems like, well, where he looks a lot older than she does as well, it just comes off a little bit gross. And like you say, maybe that's the point, because he is a bad guy after all. But it doesn't really, it still doesn't really work for me.
No, like I think her story is, it's meant to be tragic throughout, but the way that Greene is like sleeping with her and it's all a bit gross in a way that doesn't build on these characters. It kind of pushes them down a bit. So speaking of bad characters, though, Greene himself talking to Bond. These are usually some of the best parts of a Bond film, a villain and Bond talking, but this is so quick, so uninteresting. Greene is so out of its depth. Bond is so not interested in this that this just also comes across as just too sad and pathetic to be interested.
Well, he's just saying buzzwords as well, like, damaged goods, wither and die. And it's just, the film really wants to hammer home, Bond is in such a bad state. And so is Camille to an extent, because it's saying you're both damaged goods. But yeah, it's not particularly smart dialogue, which I think adds to it, because it's just, and also because, as you say, Bond is literally just walking away. It's not as if this is this big, imposing, sinister speech that he's giving out. It's just this little weedy few lines he's saying as he goes off screen. So they don't really have that much screen time together.
No, this might be the only conversation they have until the finale.
That's sad. Yeah. That's
really because sad. I think the way this is written, like Greene saying all this stuff, it's like if Bond and Greene had some sort of like connection in any way or relationship throughout the film, like other villains do with Bond, then I would probably kind of get him saying this stuff and maybe it would have landed. But they just don't know each other. Just Greene has just looked him up and been like, oh, you're difficult to control. You're damaged goods, mate. It's just so, there's just no weight behind the words because there's zero connection between these characters.
Yeah.
Which then makes it even more confusing because Bond is supposed to be like trying to avenge M's attempt to be killed, but also Vesper's, but also trying to stop Greene. So like, oh God, what is this storyline?
You tell me.
No.
No. No.
No. So yeah, just kind of sad. I don't think Greene was really given a chance. I think the actor's not great with this character, but you can kind of see what he was going for. This slimy guy.
Slimy. Yeah. Slimy is like, a great word.
Yeah. Like who's like, has one image on the outside, but a kind of slimy, horrible one, and it's all involved and powerful and stuff, but none of it kind of quite works. And this is the scene that really hammers that home, that when he goes up against Bond and they actually talk, it's just all quite pathetic.
Yeah, just a bit awkward.
So Bond is driving off with Camille in the car. They're just driving down the street normally, and police bikes chase them. And they go the siren, and they pull over. And Bond is saying, well, Greene probably just has some friends in the police. So Bond gets out the car. The police ask for his papers. He shows them and he's like, can you open the trunk? And then Bond very loudly says, why would you want me to do that? Not to the policeman, to himself. So it's another case of them just like awkwardly adding, like dubbing in this dialogue just so you kind of know what's happening. It's not done very well though. And he opens the boot and Mathis is dead. No, he's not dead, is he? Mathis is just in the trunk.
Beaten. Yeah.
Yeah, he's just been beaten, just knocked out in the trunk. I assumed he was dead, but we find out he's not. So the police point a gun at Bond, and then Bond like picks up Mathis and like holds him in front of him, and then uses him as a human shield. So the police shoot Mathis. And Mathis like reacts to the bullet. It's like, oh. So I initially wasn't sure if he was dead or not, but he gets shot because Bond uses him as a human shield. So
Yeah.
Bond uses that opportunity to like punch down the police and shoot the police, I think, as well. And he then goes back to Mathis, and like Camille was saying, there's a hospital on the other side of town, but like there's obviously no time. So Mathis asks Bond to stay with him, and he kind of pulls Mathis up from the ground and holds him, and he says, "Oh, that's better." And Bond says, "Well, Mathis was your cover name, wasn't it?" And he says, "Yes." And he says, "It's not a very good one," as a joke. And Mathis says, well, we should both forgive each other. And he says, "I never should have left you alone." I think Bond says that to him. And Mathis says, "Oh, Vesper gave you." It talks about Vesper. Vesper gave everything for you, so you need to forgive her, and you need to forgive yourself. And Mathis dies in Bond's arms. So we cut to Bond just putting Mathis in a skip. And Camille says, "Is that how you treat your friends?" And Bond says, "Well, he wouldn't care." And the final aerial shot is Mathis in this bins looking down, and his corpse is left in there as Bond walks away. So do you want to start with this one?
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously meant to be a very emotional moment. This is Mathis. We've seen him in the first in Casino Royale. He's come back here. He has a good friendship with Bond by this point. And I would admit, I think actually I do quite like this scene, mainly just because it is tugging at some very easy heartstrings. You know, like it's just he is a very likable character. He's very charming, as we said before, and he's kind of the same in this film. We haven't seen him as much, but he's still been good. And then to see him die is obviously sad. And like when he's saying "stay with me," so easy lines to make you feel like oh. But I think the thing I liked most about this is, well, maybe it's not most, but one thing I did like is that when he's saying about when Bond asks, "Is Mathis your cover name?" Which I don't really think actually means that much in the scope of this film, but yeah, and Mathis says yes, and Bond does that little joke. It's just nice to see Bond like joke and have a ever so slight laugh, because it in this film so far and for the rest of it really, like he is very very cold faced and very but yeah, just no sort of humor or anything like that. It's not like a Roger Moore eyebrow raise at any point, obviously. So just to have this little moment where you can tell that just by having that come out of Bond in this moment is the connection that the two had. I think that works. Where he's obviously just cradling him in his arms as he dies. And I also really like what they do as well, where he just dumps his body off, and then it goes like you have that glimpse into Bond letting down his guard ever so slightly, maybe, and then putting it straight back up again, dumping his body in and stealing the money from his wallet. This is what I think the film needed a bit more of to kind of actually convey Bond's state, because you actually do get to see two different parts of it here. It just took a very important character dying to get to that point. But no, I think this scene worked overall.
Yeah, I was surprised how much this did work. I think Mathis just being a likable character, and the actor being in the last film as well, and now being in this one, having that connection really helps, and Bond having the last moments with him also helps. I think the main problem is what we've already said with the storylines of this film. Like a lot of the venom of this is taken away, because is this about Vesper revenge? Is this about Bond being cold? Like there's just too many strings here at the same time. But I think a lot of it does work better than you would expect. I think the main thing that I don't really like, I think that final area shot of Mathis in the bin is such a great idea, but it just makes me upset because it's like, oh, in a better film that had a stronger sense of this like trail of bodies, which is clearly like a recurring thing in this film. If it was something that all came together and tied together in a way that made sense with the rest of the film, I would have really, really liked it, because that shot is pretty powerful, especially because it is a character from the last film just being left in the bin because he's now dead because he got shot. But it doesn't quite work that way. And I'm assuming that Bond, like, using Mathis as a human shield was also Bond not caring.
Well, when I watched this, it still doesn't really make any sense to me, but the impression I got was he picks up Mathis from the boot, and the police say he's still moving, So the idea that they thought that was a corpse, but because it's not, they're in more danger to then to force them to shoot him, and it just so happens that he was in front of Bond. I don't know.
But why would
Like
Bond
what?
pick him up?
Well, yeah, exactly. Why did Bond pick him up in the first place and cover himself with him? I don't know.
Yeah, maybe that is what they're going for, but I like that feels really off. Like I don't know what they were going for with that, but the idea that Bond would even do that to Mathis, I think the themes of him being a cold killer are not strong enough and don't work enough for me to buy that in that moment. But it could have worked. It totally could have worked. That Bond didn't really care about Mathis, and it ties into the end of it. Like, so all the ideas are there, all the kind of threads and ideas are there, just they don't really come together, sadly.
Yeah.
But yeah, again, I think because I don't think a lot of those themes and ideas are working and tying together too well in the plot and the characters, I was actually surprised about how effective this scene was in terms of making you care about this moment between Bond and Mathis. That was kind of surprising how well that worked.
Yeah. Like I say, I don't think it's particular. I'm not saying this is an amazing scene because I think they had a lot of easy cards to play. It is just inherently going to be a sad thing. It's going to have a lot of impact because we've seen this character a lot, and they play sad music, and it's in this dirty setting, and it's just someone dying. So it's obviously going to tick some boxes on that regard. But I do think they could have messed it up somehow, knowing this film, and they didn't. So yeah, fair play.
Yeah. So after Mathis being binned,
Oh,
yeah, that didn't feel great. We fade to Bond driving down a road in like the middle of a desert. So it's this big long road in this desert, and Camille is asleep in the front, and we see Tanner on a video chat to M, telling M that the Foreign Secretary wants to see you. And that's kind of about it. I think Tanner reports that Mathis has been shot and killed in Bolivia, and that the police are claiming it's Bond. So M now knows that apparently Bond has killed Mathis, and I think policemen as well in Bond. So Bond arrives at a small airfield, and there's a plane, just the one plane, and a man working in this like shed nearby. And Bond goes out to him. He says, "Can I help you?" And we then just cut to Bond flying the plane. So he's just in the front of the plane on the runway going forward. And Camille asks like, "Oh, what did you exchange and for the plane?" And Bond says, "The man wanted you, but instead I left the car as collateral for you." So we also see that the man is on the phone very quickly. He's calling someone, but we don't know who. So we cut to them up in the air, flying through the air. And Camille is pointing to the map because they're going to investigate the land that Greene is trying to get. So they're just going in a plane to check that out. I can't remember if that was said before this point, but that's what they're doing. So Bond says, "Oh, you were Bolivian Secret Service, or you're either Bolivian Secret Service or you used to be," and talks about how you infiltrated Greene's organization by sleeping with him. And she kind of bounces back and saying like, "Well, why are you after Greene?" And Bond says, "He tried to kill a friend of mine." She says, "A woman." Bond says, "Yes, but it's not what you think." And she says, "Your mother then?" And he says, "Well, she likes to think so." Which is when like this is the only time wherein it clicked that M is who Bond is trying to like avenge. Like,
yeah.
there was one small line about it ages ago that M was almost killed during the whole Mitchell fiasco. I can't remember how. It was like someone passed you on the stairs and almost killed you, but they didn't quite. So now, but this is when it gets confirmed. I'm not too sure if before this point they ever say that Bond is trying to avenge M.
I'm trying to think now.
Like maybe they did, but if they did, it would have been a tiny line, like a throwaway line.
Well, yeah, at one point Bond says, "I need to find the men who tried to kill you," to her.
Right.
But I still don't really think that's not the main point of it. It is for personal reasons, but he's just using that as the excuse.
Yeah, so bizarre. Really, really bizarre. I just don't think that works. But anyway. So they see a load of sinkholes. They look down and see these massive sinkholes as part of the desert. And she starts saying something. I listened to her about 3 times. I have no idea what she was going to say. Because she was all saying like, "Oh, for the record, just for the record, I," and then something. And then they get interrupted by them being shot at. But I have no idea what she was about to say.
No, that's one of the things I rewound about 3 times. Still couldn't pick it out. Still didn't understand
No
what she was
idea.
trying to say.
Like, I don't think this comes back. I'm sure it connects to something that comes back, but there's no like real reveal about this character. There's no twist. She is just looking for revenge. So,
Well, on that note, just since you've just said it there, how do you feel about her actually being like a Secret Service person?
yeah, I mean, I guess maybe that makes sense, but it never comes up again. So, for me, it's not something I really think about. So, I guess either way, because it doesn't matter.
I guess that's true. I kind of don't like that, but then it doesn't. I guess it's there to be like, oh, well, maybe that's how she got into that position in the first place, and she's very good at what she does. But I kind of also would have liked if it was just she was just a woman who could do this. But everyone's got to be part of something, I guess.
Yeah. No, yeah, that's fair. I think X Secret Service maybe makes sense.
That's true. That does make it a little bit better, yeah.
That would tie into what they're trying to do here, which is her revenge story reflecting Bond's revenge story because of where this goes.
Yeah.
It doesn't work very well, but I think that's what they're trying to do. So a plane starts shooting them. She was going to say something. Neither of us know what, but a plane starts shooting them. We're assuming the plane got called in by the man when he was on the phone. So they say they shot the target and they kind of radio that in, but then they're told you need to go and confirm the kill. So Bond's plane is like going down, but he like pops out the wheels and then like lands roughly, of which he's like, damn it.
Yeah, really, really awkward. Damn it.
Yeah, it's another awkward dub over, which is like, I landed awkwardly. But this is only temporary. They like then bounce straight back into the air, so it's really weird. They like bounce on top of this valley almost, and then go back up again. So that was pointless. But they're like flying through all these valleys, so they're now kind of part of the sinkholes almost. And Camille like gets to the back of the plane, I think trying to look for where the other plane is that's chasing them. And she's all like, I think we lost him. And then we just see that the other one's there. And then she just starts shouting, he's coming for us. This is something she did in the boat scene as well. I think they're really trying hard to make her seem useful on these scenes where Bond is being chased. And all of it is just dialogue being like, watch out, James. Here he comes. So very awkward. So the plane, the one there's like a black jet, and then the one that Bond is in is like this very old kind of big plane. So the black jet is like behind them and is shooting, and we see a load of bullet holes go through Bond's plane, so they are landing. And then the plane does like a loop-de-loop and like comes back from behind. It's all very strange. So like Bond like temporarily uses the smoke, so they've been able to shoot one of Bond's engines, and that's like getting a load of black smoke. So that blocks the black plane's view for a bit, and he kind of goes behind. And then I have no idea what's happening here. I think what's supposed to be happening is that Bond is going really, really quick, and then the guy's going really, really quick, and it's like a game of chicken. But then at one point, like Bond turns, and the guy in the black plane like loses his nerve and like turns and just crashes. But I think the only thing that causes that is that they're just both going really fast.
I think you're spot on, because they keep having these shots of the speedometer. And Bond just kind of leans into the black plane to force it to go like close to the mountainside as well. So I don't know. It's kind of one of those very quick edited scenes that we've mentioned before, so it is kind of hard to keep up. But I think that's pretty much it.
Okay, all right, yeah. So that's terrible then. As you say, it's like the same as the other ones, where like the end moment of all these action scenes always falls short because you just don't know what happens.
Yeah.
So you're not like, oh, that was cool. You're just like, what? So it's the same with the boat one. It's the same with all of these. So the same thing happens here. This isn't edited quite so crazily as the other scenes. Like it does calm down a little bit, but they can't help themselves like with some of this editing.
I do wonder if they had maybe just too many action scenes in this film. There's a lot of chases in this film. Like we've already had, as I was saying, he had boat, car, foot, now there's plane. I don't hate this. I don't hate it because I think it's well, no, actually I do kind of hate it. That's a lie. But I just think maybe they just tried to have too many scenes in here, too many action scenes.
Maybe. But it almost feels like they probably have a formula for this sort of thing. And I would guess the Bond formula might dictate you need another little chase scene here or something. I wouldn't be
Another one.
surprised.
Yeah.
So they're now crashing or something, I think. Like, so Bond shouts to like tell Camille to put her parachute on, which she does, and open the plane door. And Bond like comes up and almost crashes into a helicopter that's there who was like around but not chasing them. So they like Bond just keeps going upwards. I don't know why. Just goes completely upwards. All the cargo like fall to the back of the plane, and then Bond just like lets himself fall, and is like, "Come on!" So Bond just falls out the bottom of the plane along with Camille. They both like fall, and Bond. Is this the bad dubbing you were talking about before?
Oh no, this is coming later.
Oh wow, because this was bad. So they're falling, and it's quite intense, and you just hear Bond go, "Come here,
Come here, love."
come here," and they like grab each other. Well, I'm not sure if you actually see what happens fully, but yeah, they grab each other, and I think eventually like the parachute goes at the last minute. But we get some terrible, I want to say CGI, because they're trying to make this really intense. Like they're really trying to make you feel about these like two characters falling and the air in their face. So you get really intense audio, but you get some really weird like skin flapping on their face, which is probably realistic. But also the camera's like spinning as well quite a lot. They really want to make you feel this, and it looks really silly. And I'm pretty sure they've like CGI'd their faces to make them look even more horrific as they're falling down.
Oh, that for sure. There's a lot of CGI in this scene. It's funny because right at the beginning, that shot of Mitchell and Bond falling down, I said that actually looked alright, and I still do think that looks okay. But that was definitely CGI bodies as well. But I think that's maybe because that was just one shot and it was one and done. But it's funny because in Casino Royale, I was saying I quite liked all the CGI stuff at the end with the building collapsing, but that's because it's a building, and a building, there's no such thing as an uncanny valley, which is what you get here. Because yeah, you're totally right. There is some definite CGI faces on there, and CGI skin flapping, which I don't want to see that. It is realistic, but still, and it just looks bad. It just looks bad as they're falling down. Against like the rock in the background, it looks terrible. The way that the parachute comes out at the very last second, they would be dead from that. Come on now. Yeah. It just didn't work. They tried. It's quite a bold thing to do. Well, this is 2008. I don't know. Maybe it was the tech, but the CGI just wasn't strong enough for this sort of scene.
No, and I was surprised at how bad the CGI was in this film. Like, that's really surprising. Especially because they made such an effort to not have it in the last one, and was like, see, we're not Die Another Day anymore. Look at all this non-CGI practical effect. And now this one, obviously it doesn't go to Die Another Day levels, but they were just like, yeah, just CGI his face or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's weird that they went back to it.
Yeah, it was. I think this whole scene is just kind of strange. Like I said, I think it was just a bit unnecessary, but I guess they had to get to this point in the sinkhole. So there you go.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I don't really hate this scene, but it is just such a throwaway scene. Not very interesting. Some bad CGI. So there we go.
So after they've landed, we cut back to M and Tanner, who are walking through this hall, and M's heading to a meeting with the foreign minister. And as she's getting there, Tanner's just giving another little outline of the Bolivian report about Mathis, and that Bond ended up shooting the Bolivian police on a routine inspection because she can't go in unarmed. She said she needs something as she goes in, and she goes into the office, and this is like a Parliament office or Westminster office or somewhere in London anyway. Bit more realistic to what we've seen in M before, but it's not M. And it's a man at his desk looking down, making a note. And as she comes in, he says, "What's today's excuse? That Bond is legally blind?" Which I thought was quite good.
Yeah, I thought that was funny.
Giving some sass at Bond. But yeah, he's being very dismissive to her and what Bond's actions and what he's been getting up to, because he says to her that the British government has been talking to their cousins, being the US, and now their interests align with Green's. So the UK government is now getting on board with whatever this plan Greene is doing as well, to do with oil. So M obviously pushes back on that, starts talking about how can we align with someone that's involved in this organization, this mystery organization that we don't know much about. And he says, exactly, we don't know. We can't make plans based on hyperbole and innuendo or something, he says. But M is very
innuendo.
keen. Yeah, innuendo I thought was such a strange word to use there. Like, what are in these reports? I don't know. But yeah, M being the M that we know ever since GoldenEye, where she is very much the data person. She, what does he say? Queen of numbers? No.
If you mean Tanner and GoldenEye, I think it is the evil queen of numbers.
Evil queen of numbers, that's it, yeah. She wants more time to gather more evidence before making such a decision on this. And this is where the minister comes back and says, well, even if Greene was a villain, if he was on the bad side, the UK government still need him. They still need the oil. Basically, other countries are not letting them in. So sometimes that just has to be the way things are. You have to deal with good and bad. And then he says that perhaps, he kind of walks up to a window as he says that, and then he turns around and says, perhaps that Bond has been turned. So all of the actions that Bond's been up to, killing that guy, Haynes's guy, maybe it's because he is also a member of this organization. And because of that, he orders M to call him in. Like, demands her to call him in, else the Americans will put him down, he says.
It's nice to see M talking to this guy who, I don't know if you said it was the foreign minister, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Nice to see their interaction, but this is when like the quantum stuff and the organization stuff is getting more confused, because we've now gone from who can we trust? We don't know who to trust. They're in the shadows. We need to get to the shadows. What? And stuff like that, to now just like Green's operating completely in the open and is manipulating the Americans and the British Parliament to do what he wants. And that feels strange because they're all like, yeah, he's probably not a good person. Like,
yeah,
they all know that, but they don't care, which in itself is an interesting idea. But it's like, then what's the point of this stupid secret organization? It sounds like you don't really need it. I felt like these ideas almost kind of contradict each other, and they're trying to make a point about who's right and who's wrong, and because a lot of this dialogue he says is the same that the Beam says. Like, he says this same thing to like Felix earlier on in the film, so I think there's meant to be parallels there. But again, this is such a confused idea with everything else. Like, either just focus on the shady organization or focus on like the corruption of Western powers. Having them be both, and especially with everything else going on in this film, just lessens the impact. And I felt nothing in terms of this whole working with the villains, but we know they're the villains. Oh, that's interesting, isn't it? It's like, well, yeah, maybe in a different film where there was more time to focus on it, but this is just one small part of this very complicated film.
I'm a little bit conflicted on this because, yeah, it is too much. It is too much for this, and I think for the film to then add this other element of, well, maybe let's look inward, shall we, to the real life, and actually the governments do this sort of thing. That's fine. Well, no, it's not fine in this film. There's already too much stuff going on. What I do like that it does is that it kind of puts M in that situation where she is now also kind of on her own in a way. Well, it's not on her own, but she is now having to kind of do what Bond does and work a little bit. I mean, this is how I read the later scenes anyway, is that she is setting up Bond to then carry on. So she is fighting her own battle now against her bosses. So I like that. But I mean, how many times have we said, I think there is just too many elements in this film that do compete with each other. And I think this in itself would be a really cool idea for this could be a whole other film about like what happens when MI6 is sort of at risk. But
wow,
it's
that's
just
Spectre.
Yeah. I tried to block that. But yeah, no, it's true. So I think it just didn't really have any place here.
Yeah, I'm with you. I would have liked that as well. The idea of M kind of go. We know M's a bit like will stand her ground with this stuff and fight, but I think Skyfall does this as well about the department. So we do revisit this idea, which is good. But here it's just such a small piece of this that is like, oh, that's kind of cool. Yeah, I could see that. All right, moving on, I suppose. Let's go to a cave.
Oh, you've actually made me really sad now. Because
Good.
as I was saying that, and like, yeah, that does sound like a cool idea. You're right. That is Spectre. That is exactly what happens in Spectre.
Yeah.
Oh man.
But there is a little bit of M and like under threat in Skyfall as well. So, and that stuff's pretty good.
Yeah. Anyway, after the scene with the foreign minister, we're back in the sinkhole in Bolivia. Bond, Camille's sitting there shivering, and Bond says that he's found a way out. Because they're just in this middle, like they're in this huge cave, obviously now, and trapped, or at least they thought so. So yeah, Bond's found a way out. Sees Camille's cold, gives her his jacket, and asks, "What is it that Green has that she wants? What is her element in this plot? Why is she involved?" And that's when we learn a little bit more about what was briefly mentioned at the beginning with Medrano, and how Camille's father was killed by him because he was in the army, and after that, her mother and sister was raped and killed in front of her when she was young by Medrano, and then he set the house on fire that she was in. Like, very nasty guy. So she'd been waiting years and years for that opportunity on the boat to get revenge and kill him. To which Bond apologizes for getting in the way of that, and that they're both using Green to get to someone. So she kind of replies saying, "Well, have you lost someone then? Like, what's your involvement in this?" To which he says, "Yes,
I lost Mitchell." And he breaks down.
8 years.
The M stands for Mitchell.
He was a mother to me. He always had my interests at heart.
He would like to think it's a mother.
But no, that he hasn't caught them yet. And she says, "Well, tell me when you do. I'd like to know how it feels." So this is kind of what Tom was mentioned earlier about. There's this parallel storyline going on here. Two characters both out for revenge, and I guess the film is trying to point a spotlight on what it takes to get into that, and also what you get out of it as well. The title of the film is a pretty big one on that to begin with. But yeah, they head to the way out that Bond saw, and Bond spots that he picks up a bit of rock, and from like I guess the way it was cracked or whatever, can tell that there was dynamite used here or something, or just the fact there was a big rubble pile there. So there have been dynamite explosions to divert water, because this looked like it was originally a riverbed. And what do you know? They look over and there's a giant reservoir of water underground. So I always think it's a bit strange how Bond does that. It's like, this looks like a riverbed. It's a little bit out there, but I guess they just needed to get this element in that Green isn't actually after oil at all. It's the water. He's trying to artificially create a drought through underground water systems, and therefore have a monopoly in Bolivia.
So weird. What a weird reveal. It wasn't oil, it was water. So, okay, that literally changes nothing. It doesn't change anything about this entire film. It's not like, haha, you thought it was oil, but water's the... It's like, what? we were barely talking about oil before in this film. Like, nobody really cared about oil apart from the Americans. It's just like, oh, well, I guess we said it before, said it again. I guess kind of an interesting idea, but this just feels like it's meant to be interesting that it's actually the water. I just like, it doesn't matter. Relative to this film, that literally doesn't matter. It could have been oil and nothing changes about the film at all.
It could have been diamonds.
Yeah.
Could have been anything.
It could have been a massive reservoir of Smarties. So, oh no, he's really after the Smarties. And it would have been the same film.
A massive reservoir of beluga caviar. And there's Zukovsky.
What's that hand sticking out of the caviar?
Is there a cane there?
Is that a cane? Yeah. Wait, what's those gold teeth? Is that?
Oh no. But right on cue, after saying that about all the water droughts and stuff, we do see these shots of a very, very kind of poor Bolivian village. All these people around all these villages around a water pump or like a well, and the taps run dry. There's just these few drops coming from it, and they're all there with their buckets, and it's really hammering home. No, yep, they are running out of water. It's true. Look at everyone looking sad, and someone goes to look in. It's really empty. That's that. And these are the people that Bond and Camille eventually walk past. They get out and they are walking through the desert. You get these shots of them, which I think are quite cool visuals in itself, just Bond and Camille walking, and he's still in his suit, obviously. But yeah, it's just them walking out and walking past these people and eventually catching a bus, just a simple bus with the rest of these locals back to the hotel. No fancy car, nothing like that. We're just on a bus.
Yeah, it's surprising how good this scene is put together. Like, it's nonsense. Like, I don't know why we're seeing this. I guess they really want to hammer home about the drought that's happening in Bolivia. But this only really works when we're talking about the angle of all corruption screws over the little man, which is not a bad thing to make a film about, but it's not a Bond idea.
Not a Bond film, yeah.
At all. So it's really awkward. And also, this is when it really stood out where I felt a bit weird saying this thinking this because Camille, I was all like, what's going on with her skin tone? Like that, she looks odd, but I felt weird thinking that. But I then looked it up afterwards. So the whole point is that she's Bolivian. But this actress is from Ukraine.
Oh.
So she's not...
Oh, no.
Yeah. So she's completely white. Obviously, Ukraine, it's that part of the world. It's Europe, so she's just white. But they cast her as a South American Bolivian woman, and I don't know if she just got a tan or if she just got a load of makeup. But yeah, to me, it looked a little bit off, and I was annoyed to see I was correct.
Oh, I didn't catch that at all. But yeah, that's interesting.
And this is when it kind of stands out because the people they get to be the Bolivians who are like low on water are just like so exaggerated, like older people whose faces just look really weird.
Yeah.
Like they're really meant to be like peasants almost. And then you've got this like gorgeous Ukrainian woman with a tan walking through with Daniel Craig, and just like, oh, this kind of feels a little bit icky. So not something I will linger on too much because that's a whole other thing. But again, I think the scene itself is surprisingly well put together for what it is. But this feels a little bit off and just shouldn't be in a Bond film at all.
So yeah, Bond, they're back at the hotel now, the Grand Hotel. And as they go in, one of the workers there, receptionist, comes over and immediately gives Bond a note saying it was left for him by his wife that morning. And Bond looks at the little bit of paper, and it just says run. One word on it, just says run in big letters. So with that, Bond asks Camille to wait outside, out of the way, and he goes up to his room. And you kind of wonder what that's all about. He walks through the doors, and M's there. Of course she is. M and some bodyguards in the room all around it. And yeah, she sees Bond, but she gets a phone call from Tanner because they've caught Camille. So they had people outside watching as well. They've caught Camille, who was outside, but Bond just says to let her go. She's not really part of this, which they do. And then this is where obviously M is questioning what on earth is Bond doing. Bond starts to talk about what he just found underground. There's no oil, but M says it's not about that. It's about trust and how she's worried that he is just purely motivated by revenge and has inconsolable rage, that he doesn't care who he hurts. One thing I want to just quickly point out here with this introduction of M in this scene is there's definitely an element of, well, M is dressed like in clean white and Bond is dressed in like that dirty tux. And I think there's meant to be a sort of, there's a division here, especially of what happens later on. And I think it kind of then made me realize that this whole hotel is very, very like white walls and everything. Maybe that's just how it is. But I feel like that was a bit of a conscious choice as well because Bond stands out so much from it in his tux as well.
Yeah, I think they were trying to do that. But to me, I don't think it would because Bond looks like that in a lot of the films at some point. So that to me, that's not a weird look for Bond.
Yeah, Yeah, that's true. And he's a bit messy. When she says that doesn't care who he hurts, he looks over to the bedroom door, the one that we saw earlier, and kind of something clicks. He walks in, and inside on the bed, laid down, we see a body. We see a corpse laid out, and it's Miss Fields. It's Miss Fields, but the thing is her body is completely covered head to toe in oil. What's it called? Something oil.
Crude oil?
Crude oil. That's it. Yeah, crude oil. So yeah, just completely blacked out and lying on the bed. Em walks in and says that they found oil in her lungs, so she was clearly drowned in it. But Bond is adamant that it's all just misdirection by Greene. The fact it was oil, which M doesn't really seem to care about too much, is they're still wanting to tell off Bond. And this is right. So this is where I kind of have the biggest issue with Miss Fields. So M starts to sort of chastise Bond about Miss Fields and Strawberry Fields and how she got involved in all this. She was just a simple office worker. All she was there to do was just to send Bond home, and then starts to push those buttons about what sleeping with Bond ends up happening and how what ends up happening to all the women and his charm, because he says, "Oh, how many is that now?" And I think like if you're gonna do that plot point where you're trying to push Bond's guilt, which is never really going to work anyway, especially in this film. But when I heard M say that, it didn't make me feel, oh yeah, that's true. It just made me think, why did they make Bill such a kind of silly, almost ditzy character in a way? Then, because then why would they have sent her to do this job? It doesn't align to what M is saying there. Like, oh, she was just caught in all of this. Well, then why did they send her to Bond? What did they expect? I got a bit angry at that.
I agree. This bit is terrible. But I think M might just be lying anyway.
Oh, interesting.
Based on what happens next, which I also hate, but I don't think M actually does care. Which also makes the whole like the franchise pointing the finger at itself even worse, because it's just like, does the franchise it just gets so confused. But I guess we need to get there. But I think M is lying when she's doing this. I think this is all an act.
So, as in lying about caring, or lying that she was a simple office worker, blah blah blah.
Well, I don't think it's that M doesn't care, but I think M is aligned with Bond about everyone knew the risks, everyone has a job to do.
Yeah,
it's sad, and we should honor the dead, but in terms of the idea of M putting all this like guilt on top of Bond, I think that's an act, which is so strange because the film is trying to do that, but M is but isn't. It's I really, really dislike this scene because it kind of shines a light on how all these ideas just don't mix in the slightest.
Yeah. That is really true. This is where I was saying earlier on that M is a very complicated character in this film, where you don't ever really know where she stands. Like one moment she is meant to be or not trusting Bond, but you feel like she deep down really knows. And other moments she's not like that. And I overall, it is always the way. I mean, I'll get onto it. So with that, she says to Bond that he's now been removed from duty, pending investigation, and he's got to give up his weapons and leave with the bodyguards that are in the room with him. So he does that, and they all get into the lift together, him and 3 other men. And then the second the door closes, literally the second, it cuts to Bond taking out these 3 guys very quickly, very easily, and grabbing one of their guns. So with that, and I think at one point, like the door begins to open. He's like, "Oh crap, close that, close." And then it actually heads down to where he wants to go. Kicks one of the legs in and closes the door of that, and walks around part of the hotel, and then just immediately straight into M, who was also walking down. And this is where he briefly says about, in the report mentioned that Fields was brave, basically, and don't miss that bit out. And M says there's nowhere to go. What are you doing? There's a capture or kill order on you, which he says, now who would have done that? And there he starts to escape over the balcony. Obviously, people are coming in now to try and find him. He kind of climbs over and shimmies along to get out of the way. And this is where Tanner comes and finds M. Tanner's there and starts to talk about the CIA and how are they going to react to this, to which she doesn't care. Bond is her agent, and she trusts him. She trusts that he's onto something. And this is what I mean. So that was obviously, I feel like M just got muddled up in all of these plot points, like you were saying, and which is a shame because I think previously she's been quite a consistent, strong character, but I don't really like a lot of what she does in this film. Eventually, you kind of know that she's had Bond's back, and I guess that whole thing with the lift was basically her knowing what's going to happen and letting it happen. But yeah, it is. I can see why you're not a fan of this scene.
Well, it just does not work at all. Because it's if you take the individual ideas, it's all pretty good. The idea of M has to bring Bond in, but as you say, the idea of M working against people on her side, so trying to like kind of use Bond in this way, so faking the capture, knowing Bond would escape, and then getting that nice moment between the two, and M saying, "I do trust Bond." That's nice. I think some of that doesn't really make sense because the events of this film only take place like a week or two after the last one, where there was a big issue of trust, and it was supposed to be like the first time Bond working with M, and do they trust each other? And at the start of this film, M's like, I need to know I can trust you, and then literally nothing happens to prove that M can trust Bond, and she's like, trust that man, I'll die for that man, even though like all he does is cause trouble, and just like all the reports are like, Bond's killing everyone. I'm not saying M should go against Bond, but this feels like they've skipped a few steps in their relationship to make this work. So not a bad idea, but for a sequel film to Casino Royale, nonsense. And then we go back to what M is saying to Bond in the hotel room, and she is touching upon all the themes of the film, but she like doesn't mean it because it's all an act. So it just confuses, like, is Bond actually blinded by inconsumable rage that you don't care who gets hurt? It's like, yeah, I guess, like, I think. And that idea has definitely been put throughout the film, but it doesn't come together. It's like she's pulling all these lines and just kind of showing that, oh, they don't go anywhere.
Yeah, just seeing what sticks.
And she's like, when you can't tell your friends from your enemies, it's time to go. Cool line. And Judi Dench delivers it really well. But it's like, what are you on about? Bond literally said, I have no friends. Earlier. And at what point did Bond not know his friends from his enemies? Was that Mathis? I thought he did know. Like, who? What does that line have to do with anything? Like, aren't you the one who can't tell your friends from your enemies? Why are you saying that to Bond? You're the one who messed up. Mitchell, people! This is Mitchell all over again. So
you're so right. Yeah,
it's right. Just really, really confused. And it's like exposing how this film doesn't work, because all these ideas are meant to come to this point and pay off with Bond and M seeing each other, and everything just collapses in this really unsatisfying way. And I haven't even gone to Fields being dead on the bed. Like, we just found out that the bloody film's not about, like, it's about water, not oil. You should have drowned her. Like, why is she covered in oil if this film actually is all about water? That doesn't make any sense. And
why did they need the Goldfinger reference?
I think somebody had the idea, we're doing a film with oil in it, we should do Goldfinger, and it is a really striking, cool image. It's just so out of place. Like, Goldfinger, there was at least a point to it, and you at least had that moment where Bond was like seeing her on the bed, and there's like, and it kind of demonstrates how crazy Goldfinger is, because it's someone you don't really know. It shows his obsession with gold. It shows that he doesn't care about these people and will just kill this woman, even though there was a connection there. He shows he's petty. It shows he's spiteful. It shows he's like willing to punish Bond in this way. And then, maybe Bond doesn't really reflect on that all that well, but he does see it, and it does spend a little bit of time on it. And then it has a knock-on effect with the rest of the film, with her sister. Again, maybe it doesn't go anywhere, but there's like, it has a real purpose, as well as being a really striking, cool not cool, but a really striking, powerful image. This is just like something to put on a poster, because this just has nothing to do with anything. Like the oil stuff doesn't really connect, in my opinion. Fields had no personality. The stuff about leaving the bodies in Bond's wake, we've already done like 3 times and it's not landed. And it looks good, but they're so insecure about it that when they leave the room, like Bond and M leave that hotel room, they fade back to the image and then fade out again. It's like, yeah, I saw it. Just because you're showing it again doesn't mean it means anything. There's no impact there. It's a striking image, and I think the idea is cool, but they just like wrote it in so lazily when they're already trying to hammer in so much plot in the rest of the scene that I was just like, oh, that's such a waste. Such a waste.
I could tell this is very yeah. No, you're right. That I completely forgot there was just that one little shot at the end of it, and it's like that is the shot where it's almost the same angle as well, just so you could get that side by side, I guess.
That's all it is, yeah, just to get it in there. And again, I don't think it's a bad idea, but don't just shove it in. There needs to be motivations and ideas about this, and they just shoved it in. But I do think it's quite a cool idea. It's just in a better film, which is I guess that's my review of it, really. So cool ideas. Okay. In a better film, probably would like them quite a bit.
Well, just pretend I just said everything Tom said, because I also didn't really like it, to be honest. Maybe not with as much vigor. I don't think I was that that moved, but still, you are right with what you say.
I didn't get that mad at the time, but now I have to think about it. I'm getting mad. I'm so blinded by rain. I can't tell my friends from my enemies.
So yeah, just to end off, Bond escapes the hotel, and just as he gets outside, Camille pulls up in a car and just tells him to get in. And I don't even know if is that what they say? Maybe, and then they just drive off.
Yeah, that's it. So we see Felix in an office with Beam. So they're nearby in the city, and they're in this quite rundown building. Again, a lot of these are somewhat older buildings, and Felix is drinking a bottle of water, and Beam says like, oh, why are you drinking that? Kid's pee in it? And he's like, you can't trust a damn thing around here. And I think Felix is probably looking mopey. I don't know. Beam is just trying to be cocky American stuff. But the phone goes off, and Felix answers it, and it's Bond on the other end. And Felix is like, how did you get this number? How do you know about this place? And he's like, I heard it from a taxi driver. Everyone knows where the CIA is in this country, or in this city. So Felix says, you should come for a visit. Come on down. But Bond says, maybe you should see more of the city. So we cut to a bar, and we cut to people smoking and drinking in this bar at night. And Bond enters the bar, goes up to it, and there's Felix there, and they meet up. So they start talking. Felix says, I heard a rumor you've gone native. And Bond is talking about the Americans, like carving all of this up, carving Bolivia up. And Bond asks Felix, are you really playing for the right side? And Felix then gives kind of a half-hearted excuse saying, oh, if it wasn't this guy in charge, there'll be another one, so not much we can do. And Bond says, oh, you'll play with anybody then, I guess. And Felix says, yeah, including you, brother, as well. Bond says, you're being played. Greene is going to suck this place dry. And Bond is surprised because he doesn't think Felix is so cynical to let that happen. And Bond ends off with saying, how long do I have? Felix says about 30 seconds. But Felix at the end gives him some details saying, Greene is finalizing the agreement with the general and the police chief out in the desert anytime soon. So Bond says, thank you, Felix. And Felix says something like, watch out. And at that moment, CIA guys storm the bar and start shooting at Bond. Bond ducks and runs off, and everyone in the bar starts screaming. It kind of like starts going into an action piece where Bond runs up some stairs and knocks down a soldier, and then he leaps over a balcony and runs into a house, and then it just like stops.
Then there's a dog, and that's it.
And that's it. So we go back to Felix. He downs his beer and finishes it. He meets up with Beam at the front, and he's all like, what the hell happened? And Felix says, I only told him what we agreed, and that was it. And we see Bond walking away in a nearby street, all okay. So this wasn't too bad.
No, I like this.
Nice to see Bond and Felix talking to each other, and Bond running away from the CIA. That's a bit of fun. Very brief, very short, but yeah, these two, Bond and Felix, just have natural chemistry. So it's just a little bit more of that.
Exactly. Yeah, just a few more quips back and forth. I also like when at the end where James says, where Bond says, "How much time do I have left?" And then he gives the information about the hotel. The line he ends with is, "James, move your ass." It's just so... But yeah, no, I think any excuse to have more time together with Felix and Bond, it is really quite quick, but they still manage to fit in a few little slide digs at each other and everything. So it's quite an efficient scene. I think it does what it needs to. Doesn't ruin Felix, which is the most I can ask for. So it's all good for me.
Yeah, agreed. So we fade to the desert, and there's a lot of shots of showing how hot it is. I think we see like a Komodo dragon on a rock or some sort of lizard. And we see this like odd looking building, which I believe is meant to be a hotel, but it's like a load of blocks, like a load of squares with a load of glass on the front. And they're like, yeah, just like all these like squares all the way along. And we see two army officers inside the building who are the general, the one who's the evil dictator, and the colonel who was the corrupt head of police for Bolivia. So we see a woman come over and ask, "Can we get you a drink?" I think the general says, "I'll have a beer." The colonel says, "I don't want anything." And nearby we see Bond behind a rock, and he's with Camille, who's assembling a pistol. I guess just practicing that, I suppose. And Bond sees some cars arrive, and he then turns to Camille and says, "Have you ever killed someone before?" And he talks about how, I think she says no. She doesn't say anything, actually, does she?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, yeah, she just doesn't respond. So Bond then says, "Oh, the training will tell you that once the adrenaline kicks in, you should compensate for that." And Bond says, "But you won't believe the training because this is personal for you." So what he says is, take a deep breath. You only need one shot. Just make it count. Which I think comes back, but...
yeah,
maybe.
kind of.
Yeah. So then we see the cars that were showing up, the Jeeps. They go into like an underground entrance underneath this hotel. So we see some really weird shots here where Greene gets out of the car eating an apple.
As you do.
Just having
Apple
a little
a day.
munch on the apple. But then we see like a load of shots that I think are meant to be tense where it's a ton of walking. Just so much walking. Where these two parties, like one's upstairs, one's all the way downstairs. So we have to see them like meet up in the middle. But it's just so awkward that we're just meant to have these tension of like, oh, what's going to happen? It's like, well, they're going to meet up and have a chat. That's what's going to happen.
Or are they? Maybe he's going to choke on the apple.
Oh, what's going on with the apple? Yeah.
Well, you know what they say. An apple a day keeps the Dr. No away.
Oh my God, I didn't know where you were going with that.
I didn't until about 10 seconds
prior. No, it came together. Yeah.
It really did. Flawless.
So they meet up in a room and they smile and nod at each other, and Greene goes and gets them a briefcase full of money, or one of his goons does, probably Elvis, and gives it to the colonel. And then the colonel says, "The corruption in this government can no longer be tolerated," and then calls the general El Presidente. So he's going to go off and overthrow the government. And the general says, "Well, where's mine?" And Greene says, "You need to sign over the land," gives him a piece of paper that he sends. And I think the woman with the beer then comes over to give him the drink, and he says, "I'll take it in my room," like sends her away. And the general signs the paper, and Greene says, "Here's a new paper." And Greene says that you need to sign this, and this says that the organization will own, my organization currently owns 60% of the water supply in Bolivia, so you will sign this to say that we will be your only utility provider. And he says, "No, that's double what we pay already," which good for the general for knowing those things, for knowing what they pay for water. You know, he's got some bad sides, but he's...
Don't praise this man.
He knows straight away that's too much for water. He's thinking,
I'd vote for him. I could have a beer with him. I'll vote for him.
No, you don't want a beer with this guy.
No.
No. So Greene says, "Okay, that makes sense. Don't sign it then." But he then gives a threat about, if you don't sign it, my organization works with everyone. So if you don't sign it, you'll wake up with your balls in your mouth and your replacement standing over you. So he then signs it. So we see that Camille is running along the top of this hotel because it's like built into the sand almost, so you can like just run up a hill and you're just like on top of it. So he's walking there, and yeah, Greene then says like, oh, if you don't believe me, shoot me and take the money, but he does just sign it. So Camille then drops down, so she's kind of entered the hotel, and the general is given his money, and then he leaves. Yeah, I guess it was one last chance for these characters to have something, but I feel like it's kind of too far gone now. And the fact that this scene is purely just like, oh, the water supply. I'm just like, ugh. Like, I know that's what they're doing, but I'm just like, that's so lame that that's where this went to.
Yeah, having this sort of very plot-heavy point so late, by this point, I don't care. We know what's going to happen. They're here. They're at what is the final base sort of thing. Just get it over and done with, which I guess they do. It is quite quick, I suppose, but you don't really get anything more from Greene here, so it's kind of the same as we saw before. Still kind of lame and slimy and not very interesting.
He tries to eat an apple and make that interesting, and it's interesting.
Yeah, maybe for the wrong
He is
reasons.
eating an apple.
He certainly is.
I wish he was drinking like a big glass of water or something, just to really hammer that.
Whoa. Don't go crazy now.
Yeah, maybe that would have been too much, yeah.
Maybe Blofeld could do that, but not Greene.
No.
God. So, yeah, we see Camille. She now has made her way into this hotel as the general, or I guess the president now, is making his way to his room. And she's going to get seen, so she sort of hides against a doorway because she is quite close by to him. The president, I'm going to call him Medrano still. Medrano goes in his room, and the waitress was sent there with his drink, and he starts to rape her, which is not very nice to see, obviously. And with that, at the same time, so we're going to get the whole kind of ending to this is Bond and Camille each doing their own thing to finish their storyline. So now we cut back to Bond, who we see the Colonel heading out from that underground car park that they came in through. And as he comes out in the car, Bond just drops down from above them onto the windshield and shoots the Colonel, who was not the driver, but next to him, just straight up shoots him. And this is where my line was. This is the line. Because this is, as he does that, Bond shouts, "You and I had a mutual friend."
Oh,
and it's sort of like the line itself is almost cut off by the sound of the bullet. It sounded really bad. And also like would you be able to hear what Bond is saying in that moment? I don't know. I just thought it was meant to be a cool, well, maybe not cool, but it was just meant to be a moment, and it really wasn't. It didn't land at all for me.
No, especially for a film that's meant to be about revenge.
Yeah, exactly.
Just more bad dubbing of audio, just throwing lines of Bond over the top. I've never seen anything like it.
No, I did, because I went back and I watched. I was like, does his mouth even move when he jumps on top? Does Bond's mouth even move? I think it does, to be fair. But maybe it's a different line they had and they rewrote it, I'm assuming. Anyway, with that, so the Colonel's dead. And the driver of that car then starts to reverse out of the way of Bond and reverses into sort of a doorway at the back of the wall. And I don't know, did you mention when they were saying about the fuel cells, the two guys?
No, and I missed this completely because I think you're about to explain why something explodes, because I have no idea where this explosion comes from.
Yes, it's kind of forced in there. But when the two are sitting on the balcony previously, Medrano and the Colonel, and there's this noise that comes from behind them, like something is like powering up almost. And I think the Colonel says, "Oh, that's just the fuel cells. It's what the hotel runs on." And then Medrano says, "Oh, that sounds highly unstable." Thanks, film. Now we know, because then this car reverses into presumably some of those fuel cells, and it just explodes massively straight away, like huge fire, which starts to engulf the whole place very, very quickly. And Bond is in this little car park area. He starts shooting and taking out all the guards in there. And as I say, this whole place is starting to blow up. I guess all the fuel cells are linking together and blowing up. But Bond makes his way up some stairs. I think he's taking out some more people as well. And we cut back to Camille, who is still outside Medrano's room, and she shoots the guards outside and deals with them, and that gets the attention of Medrano inside. Then we see Greene running. Obviously, he's heard the explosions and everything, so he's now running with Haircut Man. And he does this strange thing where he like poses him ready with the gun, ready to shoot anyone, I guess, that might be chasing him. Which it's just really awkward. Like, yeah, he literally like moves his arm with the gun ready. And this poor guy in his neck brace doesn't really know what's happening. But before he can actually do anything, one of the fuel cells, we get a shot of it, and it's like one of those fuel cells explodes, and just completely this wall of fire just engulfs Haircut Man entirely. This poor guy had no chance. And along with that, we also get this strange slow-mo shot of Greene running away from that explosion and all this glass shattering next to him. I don't think there's anything like that in the film previously. It's just this one moment.
No, and also the rest of the editing is very quick. So it's like super quick action. Like when Bond is fighting, everyone's super, super quick. And then you just get these like slow-mo shots of Greene running away from an explosion, like cowering as well.
Yeah.
And I'm assuming there's some CGI used in here because it looks really off. Like
it looks off, doesn't
right.
it? Yeah. Yeah. Strange choice to put it right there at the end. I don't quite get that. But yeah, so Greene is running away from all that. Camille starts to enter Medrano's room. But because there are some gaps, well, actually, the woman walks out. She runs away. That was in there, and there are actually some gaps in the wall. So it explains why she goes around and immediately gets caught by Medrano straight away. Bond starts to chase after Greene. Bond is actually on the roof now. I guess he carried on going upstairs. So he's shooting at Greene through glass ceiling down below, and then eventually just jumps down through the broken glass and rolls down, except when he gets up, Greene is actually behind him and gives him a whack with a crowbar or something like that, and then smashes and gets an axe off the wall. And then you get a bit of a combat between him and Bond, where Greene is just like swinging manically with this axe, like totally kind of out of control with it, just screaming and slashing at Bond. Like, yeah, clearly, out of his element here, to be honest. Camille is still with Medrano, and he's kind of got her caught, but she bites him. I think he licks her, actually, and then she bites him to get herself off of him.
Well, he says something really creepy. He says, you have the same look of fear in your eyes as your mother did.
Ew, no.
Yeah.
So, yeah, once she gets free from him, he eventually just pushes her into a glass table, smashes her into that. And I'm cutting back and forth between these because that's exactly how it happens. So Greene is still there fighting Bond. And at one point, Bond is like hanging off of one of the walkways that he's on. It collapses because of all the explosions. So he's hanging off that, but there's still explosions and fire everywhere, obviously. From the broken table on the ground, broken glass table, Camille grabs a shard of the glass from it, stabs Medrano in the leg, and in that she can also stab him in the back as well. I wrote Nond here. I think I mean Bond. Bond gets back up, gets snack up. Hang on a moment. Bond gets back up and carries on fighting Greene, and he's still got the axe. He's swinging with the axe. He swings downwards, misses Bond, and ends up slicing straight into his foot. And you get this really obvious shot of the axe going straight into the front of his foot. It's like one of those things that goes like, ooh. It's kind of nasty.
I thought Bond put the axe in his foot. Did Greene do that to himself?
He did it to himself. He's that bad. Because he does like one big swing at Bond, and Bond obviously dodges it, so it just carries on going down to his foot. What a loser. And because of that, he like loses his balance and starts to fall off the balcony that they're on, the walkway, elevated walkway. But Bond does grab him just before he falls and saves him. Camille kicks Medrano. I think, I just put kicks, or does something to get free from him. And now she is close to her gun, which she had before, and says to him, "This time you will burn." And we don't actually see her shoot him. We hear the gunshot off screen back with Bond and Greene, but presumably there's that moment where she's like holding her breath, doing what Bond advised her to do. You do see her kind of pause for a moment. So yeah, there isn't really any payoff to that, I suppose. It's just, I guess, a bit of training Bond gives to her. because it's personal, as he says. And yeah, when Bond hears that, he recognizes where she is. So he pulls up Green. So he saves him, doesn't decide to let him go. Bond does learn somewhat, and lets him crawl away for a bit because he has to go and save Camille. So he goes in, and she's now kind of engulfed in all these flames, like it's just completely overtaken the room and it's crumbling. And she is, I guess, kind of going back to when she was a child and her house is on fire. She is in a fetal position against the wall. Bond breaks in, finds her, and covers her and sort of shields her for a bit as he looks for a way out. I can't remember what she says here. She says something to him. I don't suppose you wrote it down, did you?
She's saying like, not this way, not this way. And I think she then does start saying about taking a deep breath and making it count.
Oh, okay, right. Yeah, because Bond is looking around for what to do, and I think like a panel from the wall has fallen off, and he can see another one of those fuel cells, those very handy fuel cells that like to explode very easily. So he shoots that, which causes a big blast and a big hole in the wall for them to get out. And yeah, that's kind of those two with their respective battles going on at the same time. It's all very quick and intense. But I didn't hate it. I'll say that.
I didn't hate it either. It's one where if I think about it too much, I probably would get to that point. I guess the first thing I want to mention is that, oh my god, there is so much fire in this scene. Like,
yes,
I'm assuming CGI, because there is just a comical amount of fire in all of this, and that does somewhat lessen this. Like, so you've got the general trying to like assault Camille while there's fire everywhere, and you're just like, that's what? That's crazy. And then when Bond is fighting Green, there's just fire everywhere. Like, they went too far with it. I think they needed to tone that back a little bit. Like, I know this is a Bond film and there's explosions and stuff, and I can overlook the base exploding very easily, but it's just like, it's mostly intact. There's just an absurd amount of fire everywhere.
Yeah. Yeah, that is true. I didn't mind. I think, yeah, maybe tone down the fire a bit. I did like the setting though. I thought this hotel was kind of quite visually distinct. Well, maybe not that distinct, but I don't know. I felt like on the walkways it was quite good having Green and Bond fight, and I did like where they keep going back and forth. I mean, it's hard to describe it, but I did like it constantly going back and forth between what they're doing. Just to sort of push that parallel idea of a revenge plot, even though it's not Green that he's really going against. But yeah, like it, I think it worked on that level. Maybe a smidge too much fire, though. You're right. I think they went a bit heavy with the CG there.
So I like them going back and forwards as well. I think I will say, and without going into it too much, this whole like sexual assault angle they're going with the general character is just too far and just quite inappropriate. Especially because it's like one small part of this entire film as well, and like it's pretty horrible actually, and it doesn't really tie that much into anything else. It's just somebody who is actually like assaulting women, and it's just not, this film just shouldn't be touching upon that. This is not the film to have that stuff in there, and actually kind of it just goes too far with that. So I like that you have this character who has this real reason to have revenge. So I guess somewhat like hinting at it and describing it before, but now we get to it and he's like assaulting one woman and then tries to assault her as well. It's like, this film should not be doing that. Like, that's just too far. And it just makes a lot of this stuff kind of uncomfortable, because what is ultimately a silly Bond explosion fest has this like really sinister, nasty layer to it. And I think it's such a small part of the film as well that it just makes it seem even more nasty. It's like they should have toned that stuff down. It's just not appropriate for this type of film, in my opinion.
I think they made him evil enough with what we knew before. Yeah. I suppose, like, killing her mother and sister and setting her house alight. And especially because we do see the scars that she got from that throughout the film. So, yeah, that was probably enough to warrant him being a target of revenge. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, you could have a plot like this in a film. I'm not saying you can't, but not this film. But yeah, and then the Green stuff, like he is so pathetic. It's like part of me kind of wants to get behind a pathetic villain like this. It's just maybe they need to make him more pathetic. I don't know, but everything that happens in this scene is not Green attacking Bond. Like every time Bond's in a bad situation, it's because of just random things happening. Like the like part of the floor collapsed, so Bond falls down. Nothing to do with Green. But it's almost like, okay, we know Green's pathetic and wouldn't win on a one-on-one fight, but we're going to do a one-on-one fight anyway, and we're going to try to be self-aware enough to make it that we're going to put in these elements so it makes more sense. But it almost like shines a light on it. Like I would have almost preferred if Green did put up more of a fight and was a little bit better. It wouldn't have made much sense, but I think this trying to design a whole fight around Green just getting lucky and then just like screwing himself over just makes it feel a little pointless. Like maybe just don't do the fight then, if you're going to do it this way.
Yeah, I was just thinking that, like, how else could they have had these two, or how else could they have got rid of Green, basically? Maybe they didn't need to have a hand-to-hand combat scene together. Maybe just the idea of Green being, such a weasel is enough for him to eventually give in and tell Bond what he wants. I don't know. I think the reason they did it, obviously, is that they wanted that parallel shot for both of them. And I don't mind it as much. I think he, like, the manic screaming that he does and everything kind of says enough to me that he is very much out of control of this situation. But you're right. Like, it is like, oh, well, this bit's got to collapse now for Bond to be in any sort of danger, which you're not going to buy anyway. But that's what they have to do in this situation, yeah.
Yeah, but we've had plenty of Bond films where they find a twist on it. Like Eddie Carver, they didn't have a fist fight. Bond just gave him a cool death. And like Blofeld, the original one, there was no fight. Goldfinger, there wasn't a fight. Like, you don't have to do a fight, or not a one-on-one fight anyway. Just create some sort of notable, interesting moments and you're good. So there's definitely been a template or ways of doing this without doing that. So it's weird that they try to do it while also acknowledging that it's like a bad idea. It's like maybe come up with something different then.
Yeah, you're right. So outside of the hotel, Bond and Camille are now out, and Bond spots Green in the distance. He's still trying to crawl away with his dodgy foot now, and he tells Camille to wait there. And then we fade to the middle of a desert. We're already in a desert, but it's a more deserty desert, and very remote. As there's a car driving through it. It's Bond, and Bond gets out. He goes to the boot, opens it, and chucks out Green. Green was there, and as he's doing this, Green says, "Well, you said that you'd promise to let me live, or promise to let me go. Since I answered all your questions, I told you everything you needed to know, everything you wanted to know about quantum." And this is where I thought that this was the first time they said quantum. I guess I was completely wrong, but I thought that was actually quite good that they left it right to the end. But I guess you did see the Q as well earlier.
Yep.
Yeah. So yeah, Bond says that, well, once your organization knows what's happened, they'll soon be after you anyway. So we're just going to leave you here. And he goes from the boot, he grabs this can of motor oil and throws it to Green and says, "I bet you make it 20 miles before you consider drinking that." And that's it. Closes it up, gets back in the car, and just leaves him there standing in the desert. And that's that. That's the end of Green for the film.
It's quite a nice moment. I do quite like it as a villain dev. No idea how it ties into the themes of the film and what's going on with Bond. Is this him showing mercy? Is this him not showing mercy? Has he learned his lesson? Has he not learned a lesson? I don't know, but I don't care. I think it's quite a good one for this character to especially because I guess it's all about oil, although it's actually all about water, but I guess it's all about oil, and I guess there's meant to be parallels to Fields and the way Fields dies, so maybe this is revenge for that. I don't know. It's very confusing, but it's quite a nice moment of Bond driving away and Green being stuck in the desert with a can of oil.
Yeah, they needed a moment for this film where it just kind of spells out to the audience, look, Bond has changed. he kept this guy alive. It's not just another pile
Yeah.
of bodies.
What a
He
hero.
got the information. Yeah, Bond has grown, everyone. He's learned his lesson. So yeah, with that, we see Bond and Camille are in the car. They park outside a very remote-looking train station, and Camille says thank you, and wonders what she's going to do next after that revenge. And this is the thing as well, is like, I guess the question is like, does she get what she wants out of it? Because earlier on she says about, oh, tell me how it feels, and I don't know whether they really highlight enough about, like, because the impression I got with it, that I thought I was meant to get from it, is that revenge is obviously not worth it, and you're never going to be satisfied with it. You know what I mean? It's always a chase of it rather than the actual outcome. But I thought they were going to go a bit more into that here, but they don't really. Bond just says, well, you know, there's still all the problems with the water, so you'll need to go and sort out all the dams they made and get one of Greene's men to help you. And in response, she says, do you think they'll be able to sleep now? To which Bond replies, I don't think the dead care about vengeance, which I thought was a bit of a strange line. And then it kind of ends off with her saying, I wish I could set you free, but your prison is in there, as she touches his head. And as she gets close to him doing that, they have a quick kiss, and that's it. She leaves and walks off to the station, and Bond drives off, and that's Bond and the Bond girl done.
Yeah,
no sleeping together, nothing.
Yeah, I agree with you. I don't know what they're trying to say with this in terms of revenge, like, because the general was shown to be such a piece of work that, yeah, it was a great thing she did. Like, this isn't supposed to be like, oh no, should she really have killed him? Is revenge the wrong way to go? It's like, no, she nailed it. She killed a really horrible person who deserved it and was going to do horrible things, and she saved somebody. Like, he was assaulting someone and she saved her. What are you gonna say? Like, oh, maybe not about this revenge thing. It's like, no. Like, that was the right thing to do. So I think that gets a bit confused with this. They don't necessarily need to spell it out, but you would assume, as you said, the lesson is like, all revenge will always leave you empty, or, there's no comfort in revenge, whatever those sayings are. And I feel like that's what it's supposed to be saying for the next scene to make sense, but I don't think it says that. Like, she helped a lot of people and took down this corrupt government, and she's now trying to help fix things. But if she didn't do that, then she wouldn't be able to fix things. I think this film proves that revenge is a really good thing, which feels like that's not supposed to be how it comes across because of what Bond's struggle is supposed to be.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking when I was watching this bit. And yeah, as you say, especially with the next scene where it is meant to cap off that question. Oh, how many times I just think, again, it's just a bit muddled. And I think I'm not saying that things need to be like completely crystal clear and dumbed down to a level for, the average Joe to understand, because this sort of idea is a complicated one. Revenge is a complicated thing, and emotions like this. So I don't mind that it's not like, this is how it ends, this is how she feels, job done. But it's almost as if they didn't quite try to cap that off in a nice way. And I think the film kind of suffers with that going forward as well. So yeah, a shame.
Well, this story in a vacuum is fine. It's just when you then try to tie it to Bond stuff, like, because then you're just like, well, how does this tie to Bond stuff? And it needs to tie to it for this ending to make sense. But I would say it kind of doesn't, because of the way this is portrayed. It's supposed to be, for your eyes only, somewhat did this right about revenge and going too far. That arguably didn't do it too great, if you ask me, but for different reasons. But this one is just, I just don't think it has any sort of message. And her story probably needs a stronger message, so you can see it reflected on Bond, and Bond needs to be the complicated character, not her.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say, is that's the reason why they had this character and this parallel revenge plot, is only to affect Bonds, right, to play off of Bonds. But what you would think you'd get from that is that it doesn't work. Revenge doesn't work because, and then all this stuff that Bond, revenge doesn't work, and all the stuff that Bond has done really has been pointless. The pain will still be there, blah, 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 blah. But then you're right in that they make it a very feasible and very understandable revenge story. And I don't know.
Yeah, like, as you say, you don't need to spell it out, but spell something out.
Please. Yeah.
But yeah, and also I guess the elephant in the room is that they don't sleep together, which I think is a good idea. I guess there wasn't time, but yeah.
No time.
No time, I'm afraid. They don't really highlight it too much. I guess there's a kiss, which highlights it, but yeah, they don't sleep together, so something different. I think it's quite a nice approach, but a bit wasted, just like a lot of stuff in this film.
Yeah, kind of makes them seem a bit more even, I suppose, in there, especially with the similar stories. So not a bad idea to do that.
Yeah, and that's probably why Greene was talking about sleeping with her so much, to make this hit a bit more. I don't think that was worth it, but I guess the villain is the one who slept with her, but the good guy didn't, even though Bond slept with somebody else and she got drowned in oil, but don't worry about that.
Yeah.
So, final scene, we fade to Kazan in Russia, and we see an apartment block at night and it's snowing, and we see a man enter a flat with a woman, and Bond is waiting inside the flat, waiting in the dark. So the man turns on the light and Bond says to sit down. He then shouts to sit down, points a gun at them, and Bond stares at the man and they kind of all stare at each other. And yeah, the man and the woman are sitting on the sofa, and Bond says, ask the woman if you're Canadian intelligence, but I already know you are. And he then starts explaining how you're going to be forced to give up some sensitive information. So there's some implication that these two are a couple as they enter the flat. They're quite chummy. And Bond says, did you give you a necklace? And we see she is wearing a necklace, and Bond says, I have one just like it. And it's the necklace that Vesper was wearing before. And he says a friend gave it to me. So Bond says, you need to leave now and check in with your people at Canadian intelligence and saying that they have a leak. But I have an unfinished business here. So she leaves. And so this man, I don't know when it's confirmed, but this is Yusef, the one that betrayed Vesper and was Vesper's boyfriend. So you do see a picture of him. So I guess that's meant to be enough to kind of connect the two. But I can't remember if they say it at this point. But yeah, this is the person that betrayed Vesper. So Bond kind of explains what that scheme is. But the woman leaves and it's just those two. And the guy then says, Yusef says, please make it quick. And we fade to Bond coming out of the flats. And he goes up to M, like two men go into the building after he leaves. And M asks Bond, is he still alive? Bond says he is. M says, I'm surprised. And asked him, did you find what you were looking for? Of which Bond says yes. And they both talk about that they don't have any regrets about any of this. And M says, no, I don't have regrets. It would be unprofessional. Which I really liked. And M then says, we found Greene dead in the desert. He had 2 bullet holes in his head and he had motor oil in his stomach. Does that mean anything to you? Bond's like, can't help you. I don't know. No idea what you mean. And M explains how they've been able to straighten things out with the Americans, and Felix has taken Beam's job. So Beam was fired and Felix took his job. And Bond ends off by saying, congratulations, you were right about Vesper. And then Bond starts walking off and M says, Bond, I need you back. And Bond replies saying, I never left. And as he walks away, he drops the necklace that Vesper gave him into the snow. And we see the final shot of the necklace in the snow, and it fades to black, which then takes us into the circles.
Oh, yeah.
After that somber moment, the circles come across. Craig walks across, he shoots, and then like the gun barrel and the blood comes down, and then that becomes the Q in the Quantum of Solace logo, which looks terrible. And the Bond...
What is going on?
Yeah, the Bond theme plays, the credits roll, and we're done. So, I think this scene kind of doesn't really work all that well for the reasons we've already talked about, where it's like, for me, I don't understand why Bond made this decision not to kill the guy after everything that's happened, and I don't see how in any way he let Vesper go at this point, especially because we know he absolutely didn't, going by the other films. So it's like, I quite like the way this scene looks. I quite like Em and Bond talking in the snow. I quite like how like quiet it is and a quiet moment to end a Bond film on. I think all those ideas are good. But because everything up to this point falls so flat, I just can't feel any of the emotions that the characters are meant to be feeling.
I was having I'm gonna be honest, I was struggling to keep up with where this fits in with Vesper as well. Like, this was obviously the previous film where we learned most of Vesper. And so when Bond says you were right, I had to take a moment when he says that to M about Vesper, I had to take a moment to kind of work out exactly what he was saying that about. And I guess the idea being that Vesper was put in a situation out of her control anyway, and that she wasn't actually evil. But the more I think about it, the more I feel like, how much would I have missed the previous 101 minutes of this film, and this was just put on the end of Casino Royale? I don't know. I don't actually think the film does enough to warrant this being the end.
Yeah.
Really. As you say, I like the little bits of it. I like it's quite stylishly done, and yeah, Em and Bond talking to each other is good. But yeah, it really just adds to that baggage of Vesper, and I don't think it's ended in a satisfying manner. And it had 2 films to do it, and it still didn't do it. And as you say, we that's not the last we see of her. So I don't know. I'm not saying that it's bad that she comes back, but I'm saying that means it's still unfinished, which maybe that's just the point of it all. But I don't know. I just, at the end of it, I wanted to feel more satisfied, and I wasn't.
Yeah, you could definitely pull a lot of stuff out of this scene and this film and say this is what's going on and this is really interesting. I think ultimately for me, does the film correctly portray those ideas and make them satisfying and interesting and stuff to think about? No. And that's the ultimate thing that is sad. But again, there's lots of ideas that are super interesting, and that there are definitely things you could talk about with Bond and Vesper and what he's thinking, his relationship with M and what they go through. Lots of interesting stuff you could go through, but I don't think there's much point. Well, not anymore for us anyway, because we're at the end. But at this point in the film, that's kind of what you should be thinking of, or just satisfied with Bond's journey throughout this. And I just don't think any of those good ideas give us a satisfying conclusion. And this ending isn't particularly bad. It's just similar to the M scene. Now that the plot all has to come together in a way that pays off, it doesn't, because they didn't set any of this up correctly, and all of it just completely collapses, and stuff just doesn't mean anything because of that.
Yeah, exactly that.
So that's Quantum of Solace. I don't want to moan about the circles. I do think it's weird that they're right at the end, but whatever at this point.
Oh, did I moan about the circles?
I don't know, did you?
I can't remember, but I will say I think the gun barrel looked terrible.
Yeah, it did, right?
Like, the actual gun barrel effect looked terrible. So they did it right in the 90s. Just bring that back. Come on.
Yeah, it just looked very cheap for some reason.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, so that was Quantum of Solace. As it is a odd number episode, I will be starting. You know that I've been screwed by these numbers, right? Like,
have you?
The even ones are so much better than the odd ones over the last few films.
Oh, you're right. Whoops.
Yeah, well, never mind. But yeah, so Quantum of Solace. So this is an interesting one because, as we've said multiple times, I think so many of these concepts are really interesting. They're just basically cramped into a film that did not have enough time to bring them together, and also just didn't really connect them in a way that made sense and made it satisfying. Now, despite all my complaining, I really didn't like the first third, but from the opera scene onwards, I actually had a decent time. And a lot of the problems I have with the film after that point is more when you stop and think about it and try and break down these quite complex ideas they're trying to put into this Bond film, it kind of falls apart. But I actually kind of did have a decent time. And I think the thing that really hurts about this film is that Marc Forster does have some really interesting ideas about how to put together action scenes and put together a film. He just almost needed a second person to kick him when he was doing something that kind of didn't work. I love the idea that we saw in the opera scene and saw in some of the other scenes about this contrast between these different things going on and cutting between them and having this loud audio experience, experiencing action scenes rather than really kind of going through that. And I think that's awesome. And I think some of that directing can really tie well into a Bond revenge story, him going loose. Because this is meant to be him like leaving MI6 almost, kind of. Like, we didn't even really talk about that because it's such a minor part of the film. Well, it's not, but it is. But anyway, but I think a lot of this stuff could have worked with his directing style, and we could have got a really unique, visceral Bond film with a lot of style. Like, you can see a lot of it, but none of it comes together. Those opening scenes are horrendous. You just can't. Just so bad.
My eyes.
I hated them because I just couldn't connect with them because there's just no balance at all. But I can once you get into the film, I can kind of see what he was going for. That opera scene is a really strong proof of concept about what it could have been. And I love how aggressive and weird the audio design is in this film. And that could have been something that ties into the themes of the film really well. But the themes of the films are a complete mess. And it means the film kind of falls apart a bit. But even so, shut your brain off a bit, go for the ride. I think the last 2/3 of the film are decent enough, fun enough, that I had an okay time with it overall. And it was a film that I was thinking about after watching it, like lying in bed that night. I'm like just thinking about some of these ideas, thinking about some of the directions he did with this aggressive audio and jumping between quiet and loud, but sharing that stuff's so cool, and the ideas here. So nowadays, I used to dislike this film because it was a bad follow-up to Casino Royale. I think that's what I used to think. Nowadays, I don't really care about that, but I think it is still a very messy, confused film that just doesn't live up to the potential of the ideas, and it's just very conflicted. So with that, now I've got to rank it. So I'm going to look at my list. I'm looking at the bottom half here. I can safely say Die Another Day is a better film. I had more fun with that one. I think it pulled off what it wanted to be more. So I'm then looking at The World Is Not Enough. And to me, the Quantum of Solace is a very similar film to that one, where it's like big, ambitious ideas, but they just didn't really bring it together or was able to pull them off. So to me, this and that one is very similar. But honestly, I probably got more annoyed and frustrated at The World Is Not Enough. And also The World Is Not Enough is like 20 minutes longer, maybe half an hour longer. So it just kind of dragged on. That one got me more wound up. Quantum of Solace, at least I had a decent time in the second half. So then that brings me to The Living Daylights and Quantum of Solace. And this was really, really tough. Or I'm really not too sure. Where I think Quantum of Solace is like a shorter, more dense film that's ambitious, but it kind of collapses under its own weight. Where The Living Daylight is a bit of a long film that just kind of drags and doesn't have as many ideas, and some of the stuff works, but it's never as bad as Quantum of Solace, but it's never really as good or as ambitious as that film. But I think I am going to put Quantum of Solace underneath The Living Daylights. Very close though. Very, very close. I guess it just depends what I'm in the mood for. So I'm going to put it underneath. So that means Living Daylights is number 17, Quantum of Solace underneath at number 18, and then The World Is Not Enough underneath that at number 19.
Very interesting. Very interesting. Okay. I'm quite surprised. So hang on, is it above or below World Is Not Enough, did you say?
It's above The World Is Not Enough, yeah.
Really? I thought you liked The World Is Not Enough quite well. I thought you'd have liked it more than that. That's interesting. I would have thought you would... Where's Tomorrow Never Dies on your list?
13th.
Oh. Okay, interesting.
Did you not know I had it that high?
Well, I really would have thought that would have been lower.
No?
Never mind. That was just one I plucked out just because I kind of remembered as we were discussing it. All right, then. So 18 for you.
Yep.
Okay. Right. I'll try and keep this relatively brief, but very conflicted on this film. I think I've said that for a lot of them, but this one, I do mean it, I promise. I got to say, like, off the bat, and not just because I've watched 21 other Bond films, I was very excited for this to be an hour and a half film. Just because I was quite curious. We've seen so many Bond films now that are 2 hours 10, 2 hours 20, the last one. What is it going to be like when it's so much shorter than Dr. No, as you said? And there's lots of elements of this film that I really like has come from that. I like how quick it is from scene to scene. It cuts off a lot of the fat. There isn't as much fluff in there, and it just keeps moving. And I think that's why, as I was watching it, I wasn't really getting too bogged down in things. I was actually quite enjoying it. Apart from that horrendous opening, I think I was adjusting, and also the other scenes were getting better in terms of the editing. And like, the opera scene is good. And I think by the end of it, I wasn't liking it, but I definitely wasn't hating it as much as I thought I would. And it's only really when you then take a step back and actually think about what it's saying or what it's trying to say as a sequel to Casino Royale, as a very much a kind of character profile of Bond and the story of revenge. And I think we've said it enough in this podcast, but it just doesn't do that well. There is a part of me that wanted to finish watching it and to just be like told, basically for it to be spelled out to me, and then for me to be able to get some satisfaction. But the film can't do that because the film doesn't really know what it's telling. So many competing ideas in such a short runtime. You don't really get the fragments of what Bond is feeling enough to then warrant this whole overarching storyline of him and Vesper and betrayal and trust. It just all feels a little bit tacked on with buzzwords here and there and lines by M, repeated lines by M. So what I'm basically saying is I love the length of it. What I really would have liked to have seen after watching this, it kind of occurred to me, I'd love to have an actual standalone Bond film of this length. We've said so many times in this podcast about the ending just dragging on and pacing issues. I would love if this didn't have all that baggage of Casino Royale and could have been an hour and 30-minute Bond film with that, maybe not all that editing, but a la that editing and that speed of it, because I think that would actually be really good. And I wouldn't be sitting there thinking too much about all the questions and the lack of answers for it. I probably would have really enjoyed it. So it's a shame. There's things I did like about this film. I liked the peak of Quantum in the Oscar scene. I liked Mathis coming back, and I thought he got a good ending with his death scene. And yeah, I just think it's just too muddied for my liking and too ambitious for what it wanted to do in its runtime. So, looking at my list, this is actually where now I complained about having Goldfinger and things so low down because I'm like, why have I done that? Because now it's going to make it so difficult. No, actually, this makes it quite nice and easy because that is definitely like the benchmark that I'm using, and it is definitely not better than Goldfinger. So that's at 17. Oh, sorry. Yeah, that's at 17. And next to that is Die Another Day, right next to it. And I had a lot of issues with Die Another Day towards the end. I liked the beginning, but it really trailed off. So I think that is the most logical place for me to put it. So mine is also going at 18, but just sandwiched by completely different films.
They're very different. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. I was hoping, because I actually had quite a lot of fun with Die Another Day, and that's become like my enjoyment line on my list. So I was kind of hoping Quantum would go below that. But I know what you're talking about with the pacing stuff and the length of the film. It shouldn't be such a huge factor, but I totally get why it is when you're comparing two of these, like Die Another Day to Quantum. Quantum being shorter is a huge boost.
Yeah, but when you what are the chances of it both being on 18? That's quite funny.
Yeah, I think we did that ages ago with another film, but yeah.
Yeah, there you go. So definitely not at the. Well, will it be in the? No, I think it's just going to miss out on the bottom 5 for me, but still quite low down.
Yeah, that's the thing with my one. I think mine will be bottom 5. I think I just decided if The Living Daylights or Quantum will be bottom 5.
Oh, actually, yeah. I don't. Oh, I might actually regret saying that. I might go back on my word there, but we'll see.
Don't overthink it.
Don't overthink it, exactly.
Nice.
Because the film certainly didn't. Hey.
Yeah, so we will end on a 1-minute silence for Mitchell.
Oh, thank goodness.
Yeah,
okay.
Just show a little bit of respect,
And I hope all the listeners do this as well.
I think they will, yeah. She knew him for 8 years, for goodness sake. A little bit of respect. Come on.
All those ashtrays.
Yeah. So yeah, so that was Quantum of Solace though. I guess it was nice to revisit. I think it did kind of end up hurting a bit where it was just like, man, actually, because initially when I first was watching, I was like, I hate this. This sucks. Nice and easy. Shove it down low. But then like, oh man, could have been something so amazing.
It had all the foundation there to be really good, but just didn't work.
But I just want to take one of these Bond films, the ones that people say kind of sucks, and just give it a little boost and say, actually, old Tommy over here says it's not that bad. But I guess for me, that's Die Another Day.
Oh.
That's the one I'll be defending.
That's not even that high up on your list.
I know, but I like it. It's a good film.
See, I've got For Your Eyes Only for that. That's my weird one. So
even then, I don't think that's that weird.
Yeah, not as I don't know.
I think Moonraker might be yours, just for how high it is.
You leave Drax out of this.
No, I don't know. I'm not saying me.
Or you listening, you leave Drax out of this. I know what you're thinking.
So
that's it.
Yeah. Any last thoughts before we go?
I'm trying to figure out the last time I watched this film, and it's just been such a long time that I'm glad we finally got around to it, even if it has been 22 films in. And yeah, it could have gone either way, I think, and it just went the wrong way, which is a shame. But at least now I know. That's all. That is the point of this ranking, so I'm happy.
What you're going to do after this is go and get the Blu-ray and drop it in the snow, and then walk away from the camera, and the camera will fade off on the Quantum of Solace Blu-ray in the snow.
Oh, screw that. I want my full box set.
Just throw it all in.
I'm not missing out on having one out there, no.
I'm surprised.
I never left. What do you mean? What are you saying that for, Joe?
What are you talking about?
What are you talking about?
All right. Okay. Thank you very much for listening. You have been listening to episode 22 of the Bond Revisited podcast. The Bond Revisited podcast will return next week with Skyfall.